Right. Hello everyone. Welcome. Um today, as you guys can see, we're doing the maps and hopefully we can finish them. I know I kind of like cut it short at some point last week. I was like really beat. I was like really tired. I don't think I was that the day that I was like yawning so much and stuff. I'm trying to drink some caffeine right now, stay awake. I never drink any, like I have like a um a glass of Pepsi next to me, and I never drink any Pepsi, like, ever. It doesn't happen. I don't do that. But I'm doing that right now because hopefully um that'll kind of keep me awake. I'll try my best for you guys. But before we do all that, just so you guys know, I did release a video today talking about the new expansion, all these things, uh, which is just really. Wait a minute. Why does it not? Yeah. So talking about the next expansion and stuff like that, super fun. I had a really good time making that video. I had a really good time. And I hope you guys enjoyed it too. I know that my videos aren't super popular, so I just looked at, like, the like view times of it. I mean, I got pretty decent views, I feel like, for the first day, for the first few hours. It's not even been a full day, um but then of course the view times on it is like 15 minutes is like the average or whatever, which means that people are like clicking off immediately, and I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. It's an hour and 15 minutes long. So I completely understand when people don't want to sit there and listen through all of that. I get it, but nonetheless, if you enjoy, uh, if you have watched that video, thank you. And if you want to sit there and suffer through an hour and 15 minutes of me talking about the Isles of Janthier and so on and so forth, I would really appreciate you guys giving that a look. So we're gonna do one last time. Uh, what do I have? One last day. My question is too long. Why else? Why does this keep happening? Did they just change this? I think they might have just changed this, how questions are not supposed to be as long. I have a feeling that they used to be able to be longer, and now they have to be really short. I'm just gonna do this. So, because we've had this already, and again, you guys can vote one more time. And you guys can vote what? No, I don't want another option. Okay. So I'm gonna post it one last time. I know we have it up on the channel as well as on Twitter. I will be looking. I haven't looked at those numbers. I did check the other day at work for the Twitter one, and it was interesting because there was quite a few votes, and it was half and half. It was like 50-50. It was like, I think it was like 22 votes, and I remember thinking like 11 and 11. I'm like, wow, I can't believe that it's like I don't know. I felt like someone like I felt like the entire group would be like, no, the map comparison, like, hands down or something, one or the other. I mean, I didn't really know, but it was just interesting to see that it was like kind of split evenly. So yeah. So as we're kind of waiting here for people, for for the people to get here. I also have so in my glass of Pepsi, as you guys can see, there's like weird stuff in there. I have these weird like ice cubes. They're like reusable ice cubes. They're like plastic. Um, I don't know if they work. I've had these for many years now. I've never used them because I don't make cocktails or anything at my house. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. Let's try them out. And they seem to be working. I mean, they look like they're still ice, and not melted immediately. So I don't know if they're keeping my drink cold. I don't know. But it's an interesting idea. I'm drinking out of plastic cups, so I figured I was like, you know what? I'm drinking out of a plastic cup. I might as well use plastic ice cubes. Um, you know. So, all right. I guess I'm gonna get started. I don't know if people are gonna show up or what. If you're late, I'm sorry. I know I'm super early. Okay, someone might be like, "Wow, you went live super early." I get it. Okay, I'm sorry. The reason I went super early is because we still have like 50 something maps to get through. Like, we just counted it, right? It was like 57 or something like that. So we're getting all the so what's coming up next, and that's kind of where I was like, okay, perfect drop off, because we did Region Valley last, right? But we have all of the Shiver Peak Mountains maps coming, okay? And then there's a couple of other ones that they have kind of snuck in there, but some different isles and stuff. But then we have Kryda maps coming. There's some really interesting thing on today's video that I didn't talk about, and we'll talk about that as we talk about those. And then we have some Maguma jungle maps. We haven't looked at those. And then they mix it with like more old Ascalon stuff, Great Northern Wall, Borderless Pass. These are all the missions. It looks like these are all the missions. Then they have the Jiquang Skyway and Zenji's Corner just kind of smushed in the middle there. I'm not sure why. Yeah, and it's all just like randomly selected, but yeah, so that's kind of it. But I was like, man, I really I need to go live a little earlier, and you know, I mean, it's Sunday night, and tomorrow's Memorial Day. I think like most people have off. I don't know how many people are off. I know school let out, so I feel like people should have time, you know, to come and watch a little earlier. You know, it's whatever. I mean, I don't care. If you guys are here, I appreciate it. If not, I'm sorry. That's all I can say. All right, I just wanted to get ready. Yeah, okay. I just logged into my Twitter account. I'm gonna leave that over here. I actually had in the video that I recorded today, it was really funny, my phone, and I did cut that part out. I had to, because it was super interruptive for both me and for the viewer, because I had my phone right next to my microphone, and when I was recording, I heard it like vibrate, meaning I got a message, and I looked over and it was kind of an important message, so I looked at it, and then I realized, I was like, oh wait, I'm recording. And I was like, oh, that's fine. I'm sure they won't mind when that happens, right? So, because it was just like, you know, it was like 3 seconds or whatever, and I was just like, ah, no big deal. But then I realized when I watched the video back that the vibration of it being right next to the microphone actually gets picked up. So during the video, you just hear like, me, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna take that out. So I ended up taking that whole thing out, and it was just like, you know, like I said, 5 seconds or whatever, so no big deal. Anyways, so we stopped with Region Valley. You know, this was destroyed Ascalon. We looked at Region Valley, how lush and green it was during pre-searing Ascalon. This is post-searing Ascalon, and it's just a mess, right? It's destroyed. We talked about King's Watch. I think King's Watch is like right here or something, or like right in front of this, or like right over here, or something like that, where all the kings of Kryda get crowned. It was just a random location. It was kind of weird because when we originally come here to Region Valley, King's Watch does not have a little marker next to the statue of Melander or whatever, and it's kind of strange. How I guess that was something that they forgot to add or something. Okay, I just want to make sure. It's been weird. The program that I use, when I was recording earlier today, it was kind of lagging really bad. It was still doing everything fine, but it was lagging. And then I realized my camera by the end of it got really out of focus, really blurry, and I was like, oh shit. But it was at the very end, so it was fine. No worries. All right. Anyway, so we're moving on. We've already looked at this. Scroll up. Okay, so we're going to Deldrimore Bowl. So this is one of the maps that I really, really like. This is coming down from the mountain. Okay, so this is like this super interesting area because of that's Beacon's Perch, right? Yeah, so this is Beacon's Perch. So this is the outpost you go to. You know, you come down from here from the frost gate. And that's the little outpost. We've explored this many times. This is the outpost, most, I think, well known for having the runs to Draknar's Forge, because you can actually skip through like a majority of the base game in Prophecies if you do all the missions to get to Beacon's Perch, which brings you at like having gone through the Ascalon part of it, which is maybe just like, I don't know, like 20% of the game, and then you come to the central Shiver Peak Mountains, and you go. There's like 3 missions that you do, or 2 or 3 missions that you do there, and you end up at Beacon's Perch, which is like, again, that's maybe like another 20% of the game. Not even, I want to say, like maybe that's like another 10-15% of the game. You come through and you come here. And then you're supposed to go through the Deldrimore Bowl and venture through that cave over here into Kryta, right? Because you're coming down from the mountains. This is like going down the mountains. It kind of stretches off to the side too, because it wraps around to the other side of the mountain. But these are like the high mountain ranges, and you come down and you go down, and it funnels into this cave, which leads into Kryta. And and the thing is, you're supposed to be like going into Kryta, and then from Kryta you're supposed to go into the Maguma Waste and the Maguma Jungle, and then you loop around back to Kryta, and then you go to the Crystal Desert from there, and then from there you go to the southern Shiver Peak Mountains. But if there's runs, they're called like Draknar's Forge runners and stuff like that, and I actually have done them myself. I actually was a few times I've done these runs myself. Not for money. I think I've only done it one time for someone to pay me to do it. But you actually take a character or a group. You can take a group and you can go through the mountains along Lornar's Pass, right? So, like when you look at the map in Guild Wars 2, you can see like Lornar's Pass leads along the central Shiver Peak Mountains all the way down to what in Guild Wars 2 is now called the Steamspur Mountains, but in Guild Wars 2 or in Guild Wars 1 it was called just the southern Shiver Peak Mountains. There was just like a lot of mountains. There wasn't like the volcano kind of erupting, kind of Mount Maelstrom kind of erupting and stuff, has kind of changed a lot of the climate around the Steamspur Mountains. But in Guild Wars 1, it wasn't an active volcano, so everything there was still like frozen over and like still snowy and stuff. That is like the end part of the game. You could get like, that is where you end up after you reach max level in Prophecies and stuff. And so you can kind of skip, like, because by the time that you get here, you're kind of like still in the like teens with the leveling and stuff, and it takes like still a while for you to get to the like higher, like you're in like level 11, level 13, like somewhere in that range, and it's still gonna take you a long time to level up in Prophecies, because Prophecies is really slow in leveling compared to all the other expansions. So you might hire a runner, so meaning that you're in the group and everything is instance, right? So you go into the instance of Lornar's Pass, like kind of going down there. There's a couple of other areas, but like Lornar's Pass is like one of the big ones, and you kind of go down, and this one character that you hire, this is another player, and you pay the money, or you pay the money by the end of the run, or however it works. It might be like you pay half early, half first and then half later or something like that. But you literally because what happens if you're in a group in an instance, and any player moves into a new area, the whole party gets teleported to that new area. So what happens is you hire a runner and you're low level, but this runner has all the skills to evade, right? They get all the skills to run really fast, and then that they don't take any damage from enemies, right? So you can equip like lots of times it's rangers, or you can do assassins, or you can do, there's like a lot of different professions that have like evasive maneuvers and skills that let you just kind of like not take damage for a while, or like run really fast or whatever, like teleport forward and stuff. And these runners, as they're called, they will go and they will just, without the group, they will just jet through all the enemies, because these enemies are like really tough. ArenaNet did that on purpose so that people wouldn't skip through most of the content. They didn't want people to go from Beacon's Purge straight to Drachna's Forge and ignore all of the other content. They wanted people to go through the content, like go through Kaida, go through all the things, but you can do that. So you run through it, you know, and this character will, like, as they go to new areas, they'll teleport the whole group, whether or not you are alive. Even like the cool part is in Guild Wars 1 that if you're in a party with someone and you die and you click on their name in the group, it like in the party member like window or whatever, you actually get a camera view above that character. You can actually follow that character with your camera, which is something that I've always wanted in Guild Wars 2. Because in Guild Wars 2, when you're dead on the ground, even if you're in a squad, like in a meta or whatever it is, right? It's like you should be respawning if you're in a meta. There's like a big discussion right now that's happening. But I mean, like if you're in a group and you can't respawn, like during a raid or something, right? It would be really nice to be able to click on someone else's name and have a camera view of what they're doing, and you can kind of watch them. Because it also, like, it used to help me. Like, this is how I used to learn how to do the runs, because I would have people like I would make new characters in prophecies, and I would have them run my characters to Drachna's Forge, okay? And I would watch them. Like, I would literally die right in the beginning of the map, okay? And then I'm dead the whole time as they're running through, because they're still alive and they're still doing their thing. They're running through, and I can have my camera over them and I can see what they're using, right? I can read the skills that they're using on their bar, and I can see, oh, okay, this is what they're doing, that's how they're running, that's the path, and that's how I learned how to do that. And it would be really cool to do that in raids and stuff, you know, because if you're dead and you're just like a plain DPS or whatever, you can watch another DPS player and you can kind of see how they're moving, how they're doing stuff, how they're, like, I feel like that would just be a really cool tool, and I don't understand why we don't have it in Guild Wars 2, and I think it's a huge loss. Because sometimes being dead in a group and you're just like, you hear that same music. First of all, they haven't changed that death music ever, and it drives me crazy because it's not a bad song, but it's just, it has such a PTSD, like, about just sitting there dead for, you know, it's just, it's really dumb. And you don't do anything. It's like the camera just pans around your dead body the whole time and nothing happens. And it's just really silly. It just makes you not want to, like, it wants you, like, you all tap out of it, right? So, but anyway, so this is what Beacon's Purge was always like used for. Like during the peak of Guild Wars 1, you know, this outpost was always full, always full. There was people advertising for runners all the time. I mean, I even see it now on the subreddit. I do see people like saying, like, you know, hey, looking for a Drachna's Forge runner or whatever, right? It's like these still exist. People still do these runs. Lots of times they do them for free now because it's like whatever. Like money in Guild Wars doesn't really, or Guild Wars 1 doesn't mean anything anymore. But you know, it's just interesting. Like Beacon's Purge kind of known for that. That's kind of the interesting split, you know, where you can just like kind of take your character the regular way. But I love going to the Deldrimor Bowl. So the Deldrimor Bowl has actually appeared during some of my shorts, or I specifically one that I can think of, because these water, this little bit of water that you see here, these are actually hot springs. And there's actually like there's actually in Guild Wars 2, this area in particular is actually, and I guess, wait, isn't there an area with like, 2 pools of water. Maybe I don't. Maybe I thought there was like. I thought there was an area that had like 2 of the pools next to each other, but anyway, so I think it's this area right here. So this is one of them. Yeah, this is no, this is it, right? And I think there's water in this one too, usually. Yeah, because you kind of go right into the cave there. But yeah, so this part is actually like Snowdin Drifts. This is the western part of Snowdin Drifts. It looks kind of very different to it, but you will see there's a little town here. This is a little dwarven town, even though this is like full of enemies. But this is a little dwarven town, and this actually turns into a Norn town in Guild Wars 2. Okay, and this is where this is the outpost that's at the bottom, at the southwestern edge of Snowdin Drifts. I forgot what it's called, but there's a little Norn town out there. And when you talk to NPCs, you see these big buildings, right? There's like this huge building, but you can't go inside of it. And it's kind of okay, whatever. But if you talk to NPCs, they actually talk about that inside of there is hot springs. They actually have hot springs that they have like inside of this building or whatever. And I don't know why they don't show them. I mean, my thought is that they're inside because you don't see anything outside. But they talk about that there's hot springs, and they talk about this is it. These are the hot springs, right? We see a couple pools of hot water over there, and then we actually have one here. And this is this town that later on kind of gets taken over. Like as the dwarves leave, these buildings are kind of like left, right? Because the dwarves at the end of the timeline of Guild Wars 1, right? They turn to stone and they go to fight Primordus in the depths. So they disappear from the face of the planet for the most part, at least. So their buildings all kind of get left behind. And yeah, so this area gets taken over by Norn that are coming down from the Far Shiver Peaks. And they actually take this little outpost here and they make it into like a little, almost like a little resort. I mean, it's kind of like this little hot spring resort. You can kind of talk to a lot of people, but you will see that a lot of these buildings are a little reminiscent of what the area looks like. There's a part where there is a bridge as well. At this Norn outpost, there's a bridge right there. There's a couple of like stairs that are kind of leading up to like the backside up the mountain, where on the side there's actually a cave with which might coincide a little bit with this cave. But that's where the dredge are. That's like to the side of it, and they attack this outpost all the time. The dredge will come and attack this Norn outpost all the time. But yeah, it's interesting. If you don't talk to any of the NPCs here, you would never know that that they're hot springs, which is weird because they have a hot spring, like water animation and stuff in Guild Wars 2, because we see them actually in the what are you doing? What's the first Wayfarer Foothills. There's the hot springs like right in the beginning, but that's like not even close to where this location is. So it's kind of weird that they have it and then they decide not to make that. I don't know if that was like crunch or something that they had to like deal with or something, where they were like, oh, we can't really like work on this or something. I don't know what these are. I keep seeing these pillars everywhere. Like, I don't know what they are. Is this like snowfall or something? Is this where they like, is this the icon for like we have snowfall here? We see some of the dwarven structures as well, with some of the you know, they're miners. I mean, the dwarves are miners. They mine like Deldrimor steel and stuff like that, right? Pretty much just like how you think about dwarves in you know, fantasy settings or whatever. You know, they're just like the underground short people that mine for diamonds and expensive gems and gemstones and ore and those types of things. But yeah, that's pretty much it. The Deldrimor Bowl is very it's just kind of there. It's like this whole area that kind of looks like this, but I really like the idea of this little town turning into like a Norn town and becoming like a resort of sort. Then we have the cave out here. There's a lot of Ettins in this cave. This is the cave that you kind of have to go through. This is where is it Shadow or what? No, is it Shadow? No, I forgot what the name of the wolf is. I think it's Shadow. It's Aiden's pet, right? Aiden's pet's pet actually helps you through this cave that you kind of have to follow, and the next part is then going into Kryta, which is really, really cool. But it's kind of the transitional phase coming down. You can kind of see the mountains even change a little bit. You know, high up, they look like these darker black, like whatever, and they kind of go to these just snow-covered peaks. It's kind of weird, but it does add to the transition. See, it's like because you come down and you can kind of see it better this way, because these are the higher mountains. So technically speaking, this is what the map looks like. So this would be the Shiver Peak Mountains, and then this is like coming down the Shiver Peak Mountains. We kind of get funneled into this cave that then lets out to where Kryta is. It kind of funnels you down because the mountains stretch like across all of this, but they funnel you one path into here because you can't actually get anywhere past here. So they funnel you into this cave and then out. So, but there you go. Traveler's Vale, Yak's Bend, Shiver Peak Arena, and Shiver Peak Arena. Okay. So this is Yak's Bend. Yak's Bend again has been another thing. This is pretty much on the other side. So we looked at the east side, ascending downward the Shiver Peak Mountains. This is the west. No, we looked at the. I'm sorry, we looked at the west side. I don't know why I keep getting my west and east kind of confused. But we looked at the west side, going down the mountains into Kryta. And now we're looking at the other side. We're looking at the east side where you kind of go up into the Shiver Peak Mountains for Guild Wars 1. So this is when you first get into the mountains from Ascalon. So you still have a little bit. It's interesting how, again, I kind of talk about a little bit about the skyboxes and stuff. You still get a little bit of that gray feeling, right? It feels a little gray still, coming from Ascalon, because old Ascalon being destroyed by the Searing, blah blah blah, all this stuff, right? It's all destroyed and gray and very dark and very sad and very just like blah, right? And so as we come up the mountain, we still get a little bit of that because we're not quite in the mountains yet, so we get a little bit of that. And I did talk about how when you're out in this area, which is the what's it called now, the Traveler's Vale, and you come, because this is the outpost, this is Yak's Bend. We'll talk about Yak's Bend in a second, but you know, you exit out this way, and there's a couple of quests, and we did do this on stream, so you guys can kind of watch it if you want to. There was a playthrough that I did with my pet recently. So, but as you come across here, this is where you kind of cross into the mountain, and here's where ArenaNet does something really cool, where they talk about that there is a snowstorm coming, right? So you actually cross over this little hill here, and as you cross over, going further into the mountains, it actually turns dark because it becomes like the storm is kind of coming, and it starts snowing a lot more. And it kind of shows you, oh, the mountains are dangerous because there's a blizzard coming in the middle of the mountains, but you have all these Ascalonian refugees that you kind of have to lead through. So it gives you like this little sense of like this immersion, right? I always talk about how important immersion is, and ArenaNet really kind of knocked it out of the park there, because if you're not paying attention to that, you know, if you're just kind of like la la whatever, like, you know, going through, then you might not see that. But if you're like fully immersed and you're kind of like, okay, you know, and you're kind of like into the story of things, and you're kind of like, okay, you know, we have to help these refugees, and we have to, you know, do all this stuff, and we're in the mountains, and it's a whole new area, and you kind of cross over that into the first mission that you have out here, and you kind of see it get darker, and it starts snowing. You're just like, oh, it kind of gives you this like feeling of like, oh, okay, we're like definitely entering like a different setting now. It's definitely like and it gives you this sense of like unease a little bit, you know. It's like kind of like this tingling in the back of your mind that you're like, this is not Ascalon anymore, and this is not just like fiery death, like this is like snowy mountains and blizzards and stuff. So I've talked about the Yak's Bend on my shorts. This actually, it's really cool because this area kind of aligns very well. This is the PvP arena out here. This is the I think you can still go into this particular map during Winter's Day, I think, right? Don't they have like a Winter's Day thing that takes place on this map or something? But you kind of have, you know, like part one, or part one, like team one spawn over here, team two spawn over here, and you can kind of fight on either side of the little river, or you can go across the river, and you kind of have like 3 different ways that they can fight. This little PvP arena outside of this. It's really cool because they have, so they get, again, something really interesting that they do to give you this feeling of like depth, right? You look at this and you're just like, oh my god, like, you know, these are all the refugees with their little wagons and stuff. And way in the distance over there, there's like a lot of them. It kind of makes it feel like this kind of stretches outward, but it's actually just like the models that are just smaller, and they're just kind of, see how like size difference? They're supposed to be the same thing, but because they make them smaller, it feels like they're farther away, right? Giving you this illusion. That's so smart, right? When you don't have like, because in Guild Wars 1, we can't jump and we can't just move anywhere. You are not actually allowed to go, because the outpost is right here, and you're blocked by this ridge. Okay, like you can go hang out with these Stolyak and stuff, but you can't actually go past this line. So you just kind of, you sit on this side and you look across and you can just see this, right? But like I said, it makes it feel so much farther and so much like more vast of like a camp, because these models over there are so much smaller than these, giving you that illusion, right? And that's such a smart thing. It's like, oh my god, that's really cool. I love that. So, but this is Yak's Bend. Like, if you go to it in Guild Wars 2, there's it's a waypoint. It's called Yak's Bend Waypoint. It's in Frostgorge Sound. It's on the eastern side, right as you enter the map on the right side. There's a bunch of Dolyak hanging out. There's some Norn there. But yeah, you actually have, like, you can go around in these tents. Again, you can watch the short if you want to. It has a side-by-side directly. But yeah, and it kind of aligns kind of perfectly with these little hills and stuff. You know, it might not look exactly the same, but it kind of does align. And then you actually have, when you leave Yak's Bend in Guild Wars 2, you actually have this little path right here that kind of leads across, and there's actually a wooden like boardwalk that kind of leads out of it. That's this little path that leads outward from Yak's Bend or whatever. So it's a very commonly used. You can see it. These are like built by the dwarves. You know, I've talked about how they have almost this jade-like to their structures. And their weapons and their whatever, and we see that in like the lampposts and those, and so you can kind of see that is these are dwarven structures, and that's like the path that they kind of tell you. They like light it with lanterns, so if you follow this path along the lanterns, you know, and you go down, and then this is the where it turns not. It turns night, but it's because of like blizzard. It turns dark, right? And then the blizzard that's coming in, and then this is the next outpost, right? And we kind of see how these guys with their Dolyaks, the little caravan is kind of moving forward. But yeah, so this is Traveler's Vale. Again, we get some dwarven structures. How do they get into these houses? I have no idea. I mean, we can't walk up to it, to these, but yeah, they have some dwarven buildings out here. There's a lot of elementals and stuff. And then if you go, so this is kind of this is the northern part of it. So this is where the also, it's kind of cool that ArenaNet gives you a little bit of choices of how you want to proceed through. So you actually get 2 options to proceed through the Central Shiver Peak Mountains, which is really, really cool. It's one of those things that I really enjoy, because it has the more challenging way, and then it has the way that you're kind of supposed to do it. So it's almost like an easy mode and a hard mode to get through. If you do the hard mode, you kind of miss out on the story, but it's also meant for players that are not interested maybe in doing the missions again. Like, I think it's meant for people that are just kind of like, they're up for a challenge, or they you know, like, I feel like there was some kind of intent behind having it that way, where like the regular way is for like your first time, you're learning the story, you're going through, and you're learning about Ascalon and Rurik and like the dwarves and blah 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 whatever. And then the other path is like, I've already done all of this. I know what I'm doing, and I have like, I want a challenge or whatever, and it's like your guild man, because back then when they developed this was obviously not just, it wasn't built to just be played with henchmen and heroes. It was built to be a group based RPG. Like, you're supposed to be going in with your friends, so you're so, or with other people, at least not necessarily your friends, but your other people like guildmates, friends, whatever, so you could be hanging out here in Yak's Bend, and you could say, okay, well, let's group up and let's go the other way, because you can actually go through the Iron Horse mines, which are north of here. And you can see that this is, again, this is Dwarven. This is all Dwarven mining stuff, and there's a portal right there. You can see it. So this leads into the northern half. So we have a southern half, which is down here, southern half of the Central Shiver Peaks. So they're kind of like split in two. So we have the Central Shiver Peaks, which kind of, again, they funnel you from Ascalon on the one side, and then you go across and you get funneled again back out through the cave at Deldrimor Bowl, right? So you kind of have these like two areas that we just looked at. Those are like the opposing sides of the thing, and then in between you have the Central Shiver Peaks, and you have the northern path, which is like going through the Iron Horse mine, going along Anvil Rock, which is the tallest mountain in Guild Wars 1, at least as far as we know, is like that's the big they describe it, it's called Anvil Rock because it's shaped like an anvil, and the story behind it is that the dwarves believe that this was the anvil, it's actually physically an anvil that was used by the Great Dwarf to create like weapons and stuff to fight the Great Destroyer. So you can take the northern path through all the like the evil dwarves, the not Deldrimor, what are they called again? I forgot their name, but you can take that path, which doesn't have any story, so you kind of skip all of that story, and you can just like, again, you could even do a runner build, and you can kind of try to just like run through all of it, and then you get funneled through the northern part. I kind of talked about that, the northern part of the Deldrimor Bowl, going down into that cave. Or you can do the story part and go to like the Frostgate and like all these different things, and then come to the Beacon's Purge, and then from there get through the Deldrimor Bowl. So that's kind of cool. Kind of splits it up, and it gives you options on how to play the game. And like I said, for anyone looking for a challenge, that is pretty challenging going through there. If you're just doing henchmen and stuff, you're in a group of 6. Even if you are level 20 with heroes, it's still kind of a little bit of a challenge if you're not careful. So but yeah, that's pretty much it for Traveler's Vale. It's really cool. Again, I really love the Shiver Peak Mountains in Guild Wars 1. They feel so vast, and they feel so isolated from everything, and they really make you feel like you're in these lonely mountains. I remember when Guild Wars 2 was coming out, there was a story, you can probably still find it. There was a story of they had some kind of story about, they were doing these blog posts. ArenaNet was posting all these stories about the world of Guild Wars, and they were trying to kind of bridge Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 in many different ways. And one of the ways was to make these blog posts about like things happening in the world. And I remember one of them was a story about, and I don't really remember what it was about, but it was something about people going through these through the Shiver Peak Mountains, and they were like traveling, and it was really cool because like I said, one of my favorite areas is the Shiver Peak Mountains, and I was just like, oh man, this is so cool. And I remember there's like a picture, and I wish I could remember what the story was called, but I remember there was a picture of it where they kind of show a little bit of the mountains, and there's like footprints or something in the snow or something, and it's a story about people traveling across and like maybe getting attacked by Grawl or something like that. And it just kind of talks about this story that happens, and I think it has to do with like Norn and stuff. Again, they were trying to kind of just deepen the world, do some world building between the two games while they were still developing Guild Wars 2 and stuff like that. But it was just, I remember like reading through that story, and they made it feel like the Shiver Peak Mountains were like just so vast and so big, and I was just like, man, I can't wait to go there in Guild Wars 2. And Guild Wars 2 is a little bit disappointing for me because you know, they I feel like they populated the Shiver Peak Mountain so extremely much that like anywhere you go there's always outposts, and there's always like people here and people here and people living here and people living here, and it just didn't feel like you're isolated in mountains. It felt like you're kind of going into like you're going into the Alps and there's like towns everywhere. You know, it didn't feel like I'm going through like, you know, the like you know, to Mount Everest, and you know, I'm like isolated way up in the mountains in some like far away country or something, you know. So I kind of missed that feeling a little bit. We did get a little bit of that as we went into like Bjorn Marches later on with Iceboot Saga, but nonetheless, I really love the Guild Wars 1 maps, mountains specifically. There's a little cave here, little cave entrance. I don't know what kind of enemies are out here. I would imagine ice elementals, maybe some more Deldrimor dwarves or something. I'm not sure. There's a lot of centaurs around here on this pass as well. The Shiver Peak, I forgot which ones they were. The centaurs that are the Modnir. Are the Modnir out here? I don't remember, but yeah. Anyways, so that's that. Frozen Forest, Copper Hammer Mines. Now I talked about how Copper Hammer Mines. So this is the yeah, this is all foresty. I think there's supposed to be trees everywhere here. Again, they kind of don't show that. I always make the mistake. I don't have the I need to have the guide up. That Shaman's Guide to his historical guide to Tyria. It is something that I always recommend. It shows you, it overlays, it has the map of Guild Wars 2, and it lays the different area outlines of Guild Wars 1 on top of it, so you can see how the different areas line up, and it's really, really cool. And it's a good tool for people learning about the lore and learning about different locations specifically, because you can kind of know exactly in relation to what you can kind of see, like look at things, and I like to do that. So Copper Hammer Mines and Copper Hammer Mines. Where are they? I can't even find them. Jesus. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. Give me a couple seconds, I'll find them. Frozen Forest. Why can't I find them? Oh, so this is like, this is kind of, okay. Copper Hammer Mines and Frozen Forest. Okay, so this is interesting. So this is very close to, this is going, if you look at the Guild Wars 2 map, this is west of where Thunderhead Peaks is. So this is an area in between the, what is this area? The oh my god, I don't know the name now. Hold on, guys, give me 1 second. I will tell you guys the name of it in just a second. I need the name, please. Alright, hang on, everyone. Don't leave me. Load, please. Timberline Falls. Sorry, guys. So in between Thunderhead Peaks and Timberline Falls is where this area is, the Copperhead Mines, and so we don't actually get to see this in Guild Wars 2. Oh my god, I was just like, I had to look it up. Jesus Christ. So this is in between those. This is a very dwarven, like this is where oh my god, I need to know why am I blanking out? I think I think having talked so much about Gianthier and all these things today, my mind is just like blank. My mind's not working properly. Um. Stone Summit. So, Stone Summit are the evil dwarves. Remember, Daldrimor dwarves are the good ones. Stone Summit are the evil ones. Okay, so this is like heavily populated with Stone Summit dwarves. This is like one of their big outposts and stuff. Because they have these mines out here, right? And this is actually the copper. I think this is the copper. Where are the copperhead mines or whatever they're called? I thought they were like out here. Are they out here? Yeah, right here. This is where they are. So I think this is it at least. I wanna say this is where they are because I think it's like the north. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is it. So this is again Daldrimor outpost. But we do have like the opposing forces. You go into this area. There's not a lot of nondescript. There's just like a lot of dwarven stuff that happens out here. I don't think there's like really anything super interesting. Frozen Forest being down here, you know, it's I don't know, is Frozen Forest like a whole nother area? Hold on, let me look at that. Oh, Frozen Forest is this area, right? The copper, what are they called? Copper Hammer mines are over here. So these are the Copper Hammer mines, okay? Like I was actually correct earlier. I thought we'd get the whole outpost because we don't actually see, this is not the whole outpost, just so you guys know. It looks like there's like the actual outpost is like further in there. But you can kind of, it gives you this little image. As you can see, they're actually mining like right into the rock here. This, like, they're mining very heavily. Oh, this is the outpost. Okay, it's very confusing. I'm sorry guys if I'm like all over the place right now, but it's very confusing to me. So this is the actual mines. As you guys can see, you can walk around here. There's NPCs. It's not an area I go very often. That's why I'm super confused. And I was like, how's not this? This is another actually explorable area that way. But these are the mines. And then those, there's actual other mines over here. These are the iron mines of Molodune. Molodune? I don't know. Molodune, I think. The really cool part about this is, because if we go further this way, if we go further east, we actually come to Thunderhead Peaks, right? I just talked about how this is in between. This is the in-between area of Timberline Falls on that side. And then you would come this way, and then you'd go to Thunderhead Peaks, right? If we had a connector in Guild Wars 2, which we don't. But the cool part is that these mines right here, they're not really mines. I mean, it doesn't, like, they're, you know, there's like some kind of weird whatever going on here. Looks like they had a little, there was like a landslide or something that happened here. There was maybe like a path that led to whatever this area is, but they're not really mining here. It's just like a little town for dwarves with some Dolyak and a boat. One of their ice, these are one of the ice ships that the dwarves have. They're made to specifically because there is no actual like they're these ships that can go across water, but also ice. They can kind of slide across the ice. That other way. But yeah, so the cool part is that these mines, you know where they are located? They're like, if you look at this, that Shaman's Guide to Tyria, they're directly located above. You know how like underground in Thunderhead Peaks in Guild Wars 2, we have that whole underground area with the forge and stuff like that? They're sitting right on top of that area. So like right underneath here is where their forges, where we forge the weapons to kill Kralkatorrik, right? Like that's where like the singers or whatever, they have to like sing to the forge or whatever happens there. I don't really, it's been a long time since I played that release. It's one of the coolest releases actually of season 4. I should go back into it, but yeah, this is the underground area, happens like right underneath it, because when you go to Thunderhead Peaks, you go inside of it and then you turn left to come, you know, you can turn right or left. To the right is the treasure vault that's like further up in the mountains on that side, or you can turn left and you go down, and there's the like pack camp and like all these like the big caves that you go through, and at the very end you come to like where the auditorium is and stuff like that, you know. So the auditorium actually sits like right at the southern part of this, like underneath this. So when you think about it, one of the things, remember how we had in it's actually, yeah, it's directly south of here is where the big auditorium is. Remember how in during that release, Canuck talks about how he has a little surprise that he would like to do, and how he goes up into the mountains above the auditorium, and he actually like lays like bombs there to like trap Krakatoric in. This is actually like pretty much where he would be walking. He'd be like hanging out up here somewhere on these mountains and doing exactly that. So that's kind of interesting to think about, right? That like when you're here in Guild Wars 1, 250 years, you have this decisive, 250 years later, you have this decisive battle with an Elder Dragon. I mean, it's not a decisive battle. I mean, it's not the end of it, but I mean, it's kind of decisive for Aurene, right? It's like a big moment for Aurene and stuff. So, but yeah, anyway, so this is kind of just like dwarven areas. We can kind of look, you know, they mine just a lot of stuff. As you can see, this is like one of their probably biggest, you know, mining operations that they have. And it's just, it's kind of, again, it's a little nondescript. There's certain areas of Guild Wars 1 that are just kind of like there. And like I said, that's why I was so confused, because it was like Frozen Forest. I'm like, no, Frozen Forest. It just looks like a lot of other areas, right? And there's really nothing where you're like, there's no specific. I think that's something that ArenaNet did really well in Guild Wars 2, where you remember certain structures in certain maps, or you remember certain maps because they feel kind of unique in the way that they are. Where in Guild Wars 1, you don't necessarily have that. A lot of the Shiver Peak Mountains maps kind of blend together, because they don't have like these features where you're like, oh, okay, this looks different, right? Like these buildings, we've seen a bazillion of these already. None of that really makes it feel like, oh my god, that's crazy. Like when you see Anvil Rock, for example, right? That is like a descriptor, because you can say, whoa, that big mountain in the middle, right? It's like the Priory in Guild Wars 2. It's like this gigantic mountain, and it's just like, wow, okay, yeah, that's something that you recognize and that kind of fits. In Guild Wars 1, they didn't do that, I guess, because the scope of the things that they could do was just much smaller. You know, they couldn't do like gigantic buildings and stuff like that. I mean, it's like back in the day. So but anyway, so let's move on. This is Ice Flow. So this is the Ice Flow and Marhan's Grotto, which is actually literally just this. The grotto is just this little plaza here. I don't know why they call it like a grotto. It's this little outpost. When you come to this outpost, this is one of the most unique outposts. I think this is the one outpost where you come to and it has like, it's like frozen. This is like frozen water, and immediately as soon as you enter, you know, you have all the people like kind of standing around in the circle, and you walk really slow, because they have this effect in Guild Wars 1 where if you go on frozen surfaces, you get slowed. It's almost like you're getting chilled in Guild Wars 2, right? It's kind of like you have a permanent chill condition on you, so you're constantly crawling along. It's one of the things that I really hate about this I think it's this outpost. But this is the Ice Flow. So if we go, you know, northeast, further this way, right? This is, what would be this building? Yeah, so this would be the entrance to Thunderhead Peaks. Okay, so this is where Thunderhead Peaks. So again, we talk about Thunderhead Peaks. This area is part of Thunderhead Peaks in Guild Wars 2, right? It's much larger. Like the zones are much larger. Thunderhead Peaks in Guild Wars 2 is a massive map. But the Ice Flow is all of this. So when you go down here, this is pretty much the area that you hang out at. You know, we know that the meta event like takes place like down here. It actually takes place actually, the meta event actually takes place exactly. Looking at the map here, the big boss. You know how we have that big boss in the little arena thing where the sludge is and the oil or whatever it is, right? The oil meta boss that we fight. That actually happens right in Marhan's grotto. That's actually the circular structure right here. Is the arena. So it's really interesting. It's this part right here that happens. So, yeah, it's kind of cool, right? This used to be an outpost in Guild Wars 2, and now it's like, or in Guild Wars 1, and in Guild Wars 2, it's a place of where the meta event happens. Sorry if I keep confusing Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 constantly. It's my brain. My brain. After talking because I recorded that video, right, and then there was discussion happening on the video, talking for like 2 hours nonstop about like things in Guild Wars 2. There was things that I missed that I wanted to talk about, but I was like, man, I'm at 100. I said it again. I'm at 1 hour and 15 minutes of a video. I'm like, I kind of need to put it forward. So. That's where you got your second highest tier of armor a long time ago. It's very nostalgic when you go through. It's so interesting because a lot of people, I see a lot of posts online by people that are like, man, I miss Guild Wars 1. I have these really great memories of it and da 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 da. I tell people, I'm like, it's still available. Like, you can go in and you can still play it, and it's definitely worth the money. You can get the whole like complete bundle on Steam or whatever. I don't know how often it goes on sale. It does go on sale every so often, but it's definitely worth the price, if you don't remember your like old login or whatever. But I'm like, you can still play it today, so, but nonetheless, I mean, I'm not saying that specifically to you, but it just kind of reminded me of that. But yeah, this area is again, a little nondescript. There's a lot of trees usually around here that I guess don't pop up when we do this kind of stuff. But you can kind of see this is very reminiscent of the ice flow area in Guild Wars 2. We do get one of their cool the dwarven ships. This is actually like a siege ship. They actually use this to siege. So they will actually like I think this is one of the siege. It looks like one of the siege ones. Maybe it's not. But it's just another one of the dwarven ships. I really love the little architecture that they have. I wish we would get to see more of the dwarven stuff. But yeah, again, the rest of it, pretty nondescript. As you can see, right in the middle of it, you get this black area. I think this is, yeah, it's just nothing. It's just like this darker mountain that they have right in the middle of it. Looking at it in Guild Wars 2, I don't think, I mean, even if you go to this area, the ice flow area in Guild Wars 2, it's very nondescript. There's a lot of just like snowy mountain area. You're kind of coming down the hill and there's nothing else really there. You have on the east side, which is not even available on this map, on the side over here, you have where the airships are, right? Where you deal with that stuff. And then, like I said, south of here is actually where you deal with the meta event, right? So it's a little like just again, no specific features that are. There's a lot of Mersat here. In Guild Wars 1, there's a ton of Mersat that kind of hang out. By the way, hello to everyone that's here, and HC being here. Welcome. Good to see you again. As always, I didn't even see that. I'm like, I'm so rude. I felt really rude for a second. I was like, go say hi. Like, who raised you? But yeah, so there's a lot of Mersat here. When you go in, it's a very tough area because they just have like these armies of Mersat. But they have some, I think you can get some really good elite, like for prophecies, you can get some good elite skills out here as well. They have some bosses out here. But that's pretty much it. We're gonna see Thunderhead Peaks. It's one of the ones that's coming up, I think, at some point. But yeah, so the actual Thunderhead Peaks we're gonna look at. But yeah, it's pretty nondescript. You go around, and the only thing that's interesting is the Marhan's Grotto, which is like out here, you know, and that actually ends up being the place for the meta in Guild Wars 2. So it's kind of cool. So you have that. All right, moving on. Duskus Demise and Granite Citadel. So Granite Citadel, I've talked about this. This was also part of a short that I made. So Tasca's Demise is not available in Guild Wars 2. The whole area is not available, but the Granite Citadel and the Tasca's Demise is one of my more favorites. So Granite Citadel is over here. Hello, over here. There it is. So Granite Citadel, again, you can watch my short on it. They actually they actually take it. It's very interesting because they take it and it's flipped like 180. I don't know if it's like flipped like, you know, west and east kind of flipped, or north and south or something is flipped. But it's definitely flipped because these stairs, like you would come, this is coming from the south, okay? And if you're coming from the south and you enter the Granite Citadel, you actually have the gate is actually on the south side. So this is like flipped. I think it's flipped both ways. So the gate would be actually on this side, and then you have the stairs are on the other side. They're actually on the left side when you enter the Granite Citadel from the south. Because this is coming from the north, and this would make more sense, but they kind of flipped it in a weird way. It's very interesting when you come through. And it's also a lot smaller in Guild Wars 1. In Guild Wars 2, it's much larger of an area. But nonetheless, they do have the Granite Citadel. So this is the Granite Citadel. This is a little outpost that has a little bridge. And it's really cool. I talked about in the little short that I made, I talked about how the different NPCs, they actually are talked about at the there's gravestones for all the NPCs that are kind of gathered around here. I think there's not just inside of the Citadel, I think there's like even outside of the Citadel there's some NPCs that are talked about. They have their gravestones here. And if you kind of know your Guild Wars 1 stuff and you kind of know what each of them kind of did, you can actually get through the heart a lot faster. So that's really, really cool. So, but then we have the area. So this is Tasca's Demise. Again, huge dwarven presence here. A lot of Deldrimor, a lot of mining. Again, that's what they kind of do. They kind of just mine stuff. I'm guessing that's probably like one of their biggest trades, right? They trade their ore for other things with other races and stuff like that. But yeah, so this is again, there's not too much to it. I do like this area a lot. It has these very high mountain ranges, and there's like this little like signal fire out here and stuff. It's kind of cool because you come from as you venture through here. I don't know exactly. This is an outpost. Oh, these are the mines. Remember the mines we were looking at? So these are the Copperhammer mines, and then you leave. And it's kind of cool because again it splits up a little bit. You come here and you actually have a split path. You can go further down this way and then go along down there and get to the other Dwarven, or you can go up higher into the mountains and actually follow this path all the way to that signal fire, which is so cool because it's like way up in the sky, or like way high up, right? And again, it gives you this like, you look across and you're like, wow, it gives you this vast feeling of how big these mountains are. And there's a lot of enemies around here, and you can fight your way, and you kind of go down a little bit this mountain, and then you get into the Granite Citadel. It's a little cinematic the way that you come down, because it's like this one path that you follow all the way down into the Granite Citadel, which is this very far outpost out in the mountains. Again, none of these other the Copperhammer mines feel very far away by the time you get over there, because you have to fight your way through so many enemies to get there. And like I said, you have to get across this like mountain ridge kind of to get there. It feels like a very, very, very far. This is where you get elite armor as well. This is one of the places where you can get elite armor, or I think the only place in Prophecies, I don't remember, but you can get elite armor in this outpost. So I have vivid memories of coming with my very first character, coming here, because my very first character was an water elementalist, and I got the elite armor out here, and it just fits beautifully on her, and she still wears it to this day. And she still is like one of my dearest characters because she was my very first character. I talked about her last time, about how she was the one. I don't know if I talked about this, but how she was the first one to get an elite skill in the game, and that's what really hooked me on Guild Wars 2, is when I went through this mission and got Water Trident as my very first elite skill. And I remember very vividly going through this mission in the southern Shiver Peak Mountains, and having her get the elite skill, capturing that, and I was just like, oh my god. And I don't know, at that moment it really clicked with me how amazing this game was, and I kind of stuck with it. So, you know, and it's so funny because I recently watched all the Lord of the Rings movies, and that is exactly what this reminded me of. And I didn't want to really say it. I was just like, ah, that's kind of, you know, whatever. But yeah, that's exactly what it reminded me of as well. I just literally, like, I think I want to say like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, when I was taking my break from streaming and stuff like that. Like, I don't know if you guys remember that, where I wasn't like posting any videos and I wasn't streaming and stuff. During that time, I watched all the extended versions of the Lord of the Rings movies, back to back. It was really cool. I did like a big marathon of watching those over like a period of like 2-3 days or something. I didn't watch them all in one go, but it was just kind of like I watched them all. Yeah, and that's what it reminds me of, the little beacons that they light. Yeah, it's really, really cool. With the icy floor, with the effect, the helm of current obsidian armor in Guild Wars 2 reminds me of that Templar armor. Oh, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I know what you're talking about. I just think of it. Yeah, no, it's really cool to have those memories, right? Do you like the new elite armor? I know a lot of people are kind of meh about the new elite armor, the legendary armor, not elite armor. I'm mixing Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Legendary armor in Guild Wars 2. I haven't really worked towards it. I don't know if I'm gonna get it. I kind of, when I was streaming the release on Tuesday, I kind of straight up said, like, I'm not gonna get it. I don't know. I have a lot of, I do rifts as they kind of occur around me. So as I'm going through Nios and a rift is happening, or I'm going through a random map and it's the weekly map or something, like I did Malkor's Leap the other day because I just happened to be in Malkor's Leap, like kind of just like hanging out or whatever. I like to just go to random maps, guys. This is what I do, okay? Like, people ask me all the time, like, what do you do in the game? I'm like, I do the most random crap. I literally just go to a map and I'll just walk around and I'll just like mine some stuff here and get some like trees over here and do an event over here and kind of check out this area. And I kind of like do a little bit of research as well for like my shorts and stuff. So I kind of walk around and kind of remind myself of like the world and the different areas and stuff like that. And then I look around like what the bonuses are, the weekly bonuses for the map, you know, the map bonuses for doing events and stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay, they have shiny baubles over here or whatever they're called. So I go over there and I do those, you know, and I kind of walk around. That's what I do, guys. It's very casual. It's very like, I do have goals in the game, but I don't sit there and I'm like, okay, I have to get this done. I have to get this done. How do I max out the money? Or how do I max out the gold that I make? How do I max out the materials that I need? Like, I'm kind of just like, it's fine. Everything you do gets you anything. Like, defeating an enemy might get me two silver, and that's gonna get me 2 silver closer to my next legendary. So I'm very casual in the way that I consume the game. That's why after like 11,000 hours, I could still play and not get bored of it. Just because I consume it so casually. But I don't know what the point of that was. Oh, the elite armor. So as I'm the legendary armor, so as I'm like kind of going through, I have been accruing a lot of essences for the armor. So I'm like, maybe at some point I'll do the armor, but I feel like it's gonna be more of like a, oh, I finally have all the materials together, let me make a piece kind of thing. You know, it's not going to be a goal specifically, but it's going to be something that like maybe every few months I'm going to check up on. And if I only need a little bit more to make a piece, I'll just work towards that a little bit and then like make that happen or whatever. So May, but I want to upgrade the for RGB and more for FPS. But new armor grade is not. Yeah, it's you know, and I kind of get where people are coming from when they're kind of saying these things. You know, there's a lot of people that have been kind of like, I kind of feel like not having the effect that pops out of you with all the different symbols of the bastions and stuff that pops out of you, not be colored is a really interesting choice. Like, you can't color that effect, I guess. So I've seen it in like, you know, I actually commanded. I commanded for once, guys. I don't ever command anything. This morning I commanded the new meta in Nios because there was no commander, and we were like straight on our way to doing it, and I was like, well, I'm gonna put up my tag and I'm gonna put something in like, and we ended up finishing the because I did see recently that the meta event can't fail. I did it like 5-6 times, never failed once. It was successful every time. And then all of a sudden I saw posts online about people complaining that it kept failing. And then the next time I did it, it failed. And I was like, oh my god, like I apparently got lucky with my first 5-6 times of doing it because it succeeded every single time. I mean, I guess it was because the day of release and everyone is playing it, right, and whatever. So so as the days went on, less people were playing it. But I'm literally like, oh my god, so this can fail. So I was just like, I don't want to fail it, right? It was just like early in the morning, and I was like, I'm gonna put up my tag, I'm gonna try to get some people together, I'm gonna try to organize it as good. I'm not a good commander, so I was just like, whatever. And we succeeded. We actually made it. It wasn't even close. And someone in the map chat even was like, this was my fastest clear ever. I presume it was a she. It sounded like it was a female name, I will say. But this person said, you know, I just finished it like yesterday with 1 second left, but we had like, I want to say we had like between 3 and 5 minutes left or something. We had like a ton of time left, so we did really well. It ended up being really good. And yeah, so that was kind of nice to see. My second grade math, I can make one piece of just doing weekly convergences. Oh, that's pretty good. That's nice. Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, that's pretty easy. The thing is that my thing is that you know, as you have to set like your own goals in Guild Wars, I have like a lot of like, I'm working on like 75 different legendaries right now. Like, I would like to have my World vs. World armor set done. My legendary set. I'm missing two pieces, 2 or 3 pieces of my heavy set, and then I'm working on like 2 separate legendaries right now, and then I'm considering doing the PvE legendary armor. So and then I also want to get the World vs. World ring. So it's kind of like all over the place where my mats are going, and I feel like I'm slowly working on all of the things, not working on anything in particular. But you know, as long as you're playing the game and you're collecting things, you're working towards a legendary. Like, that's, but when people ask me like, how do you work towards a legendary, how do you, like, just play the game, just keep playing the game, because any material that you find, you can either upgrade it, or you can sell it, or you can use it, right? Any enemy that you defeat, like, one thing that I feel like a lot of people don't necessarily pay attention to, and I know a lot of people are like, the gold find that we get through the Wizard's Vault and stuff, a lot of people are like, that takes like forever to pay itself off. I like to get it. I like to spend the 2,000 points of the Astral Acclaim, because I like to get a lot of like, I like to, like I said, I like to casually just walk around the world, and one thing that is one of my main incomes in gold is actually just going around killing random enemies, specifically in ore. Ore actually has, and this is kind of based off of my own observation, ore actually has a higher drop rate of materials and money when you kill. Specifically, Cursed Shore has like a higher drop rate. I love going to Cursed Shore, just walking around killing enemies, because I keep getting like anywhere between 3 and 5 silver like every so often from killing enemies, and that adds up after a while. I mean, you do that for like an hour and you can make a couple of gold off of that you wouldn't have made before. So gold find is something that I actually find interesting and important. So but I tell people, I'm like, if you're working towards a legendary, just play the game. You know, set that as your goal, kind of, you know, work towards that goal. But if you don't necessarily want to work on that, on specific things that you need for it, just play the game in other ways. And there's like, you know, as you're getting gold from doing something, or as you're getting materials, you can sell those and use the gold to buy other things. It's just play the game however you want, kind of thing. You know, yeah, it might not be as efficient, but you're still gonna get it eventually, because eventually you're gonna get all the things you need. So minimal effort for my other two legendary armors. Just wanted to get this new legendary heavy armor to be prepared if they're releasing. Oh, new variants. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. They might release variants for it. Yeah, that's actually interesting to think about. They might release variants of it. I think that would be kind of cool if they did that. Releasing like variants of it or something. Yeah, that's smart. I kind of like, I like the light armor. I like the light and the heavy armor. The heavy armor is whatever, because the problem with heavy armor is I feel like heavy armor looks so samey across all the different pieces. Like even legendary pieces I feel like look kind of, I know they have like special effects that happen and stuff, but it just feels kind of samey to me. So I'm like, but the light armor looks really cool. So I think right now I'm doing a heavy set legendary armor for World vs. World, and then I think I'm gonna do my light set as the PvE, and then maybe when I'm done with my legendary World vs. World heavy armor, I'm gonna work on the ring, and once I'm done with the ring, I would like to do maybe the medium armor. I don't ever use medium classes ever, so it's not really anything where I'm like, I feel like I need it, but you know, if I'm accruing like tickets and stuff like that in World vs. World, I might as well work on that. So anyways, let's move on. Lornar's Pass and Beacon's Perch. So we already talked about Beacon's Perch. We can go right to it. But look at how far it stretches. So here's Beacon's Perch. Beacon's Perch is really cool. Also, and it was kind of cut off like right here when we were talking about it earlier. We saw a little bit of the stairs, but you can, when you go into the outpost, you can actually go up to, again, there's another signal fire up here. You can go all the way up there, and it's cool because it gives you like an overview. You can kind of look across and you're like, that's Lornar's Pass. Okay, that is where the runners, I talked about the runners, right? Runners to Draknar's Forge, that's where they go. They go into this area, they come down here, and they run across here. They go through here, they go through here, they go through here, they go to the right. No, they don't. I don't remember the path, guys. It's been a long time. They go this way. I think you can either go through the cave. I think you can go through the cave. Yeah, you go through the cave. You go down here, and it's snakes, as you guys can tell. We'll look at a view, and they go this way. There's, again, Dolyaks here, kind of more mining operations of the dwarves, you know, having their day. This is the, and then you come into another area down here, right? Another explorable area. But as you can see, it's a windy path, and I'm gonna try this. Probably one of the longest maps in Guild Wars 1. As you can see, look at how far this stretches. Beacon's Perch is up there. See, like the background even like turned like gray. So Beacon's Perch is up there, and you go down here, you go across, and it snakes around. It goes this way. You can either go through the cave, or you can go up here, and you can go this way, or you can go through the cave and go around this way, and then this is where the path converge, and then you go down here, and you go along here. So it kind of snakes around this mountain range down, right? That's where the Frost Gate is. We did that mission. It's kind of strange with the Frost Gate because it actually has like this cave. This is where the settlers, the Ascalonian settlers, the refugees go through, but there's no actual path that leads out of the cave. Like there's no actual, like, as you can see, the cave, the Frostgate cave. I think the idea is that you like, I don't know. I guess they come out that way because as soon as you're done with the mission, which ends over here, by the way, the mission ends right over there. You can't. I don't think you can even go down here. You're immediately teleported to Beacon's Perch. You're then there, which is right next door. I mean, it's not like it's far away. But I guess the idea is that you come down this pass right here. I guess that's like, you know, it's like you jump over here and then you go down here, or you go to the right, I guess, and then you go into Beacon's Perch. So But yeah, Beacon Bridge is really cool. They got this weird plateau up here. You can't actually go up here. Obviously, as you can see, down here is the area that you can walk around in. I remember, is that the map with the Gren statue? There used to go. Yeah, so that actually, that is not this map. It's actually, I think because there's like 2 more maps that happen further south that you have to go to. Oh no, actually, you're correct. It is right here. This is it. I thought it was in the next map, but it's actually right here. So we have, good point. Good pointing that out. I just made a short about the statues. So we actually have, as you come down here, you snake around, there's actually this like weird little structure, right? Little buildings you come to, and this is the statue of Gren, where, yes, again, like HC pointed out, this is where you can go to the underworld. This is right here. This is the map that you go to, and they have this in Guild Wars 2 as well. So in Guild Wars 2, this structure doesn't exist. It's actually there's actually, like, there must have been a landslide or something. It's actually a tunnel. So in Guild Wars 2, you go through a tunnel, and then you go through this tunnel, and you turn left, and there's the statue of Gren. And the portal to the underworld in Guild Wars 2 to the raid is actually right in front of you. Again, I made a short about that, about the statue. Have I made it? Is that the last short that I just released? Yes, I think so. I'm working on a lot of different shorts right now, so I kind of am like, is that one I released? I think it is the one I released. I think it's the last one I just released. But yeah, that's the statue of Gren right there, guys. It's really, really cool to have that. Like, it's this random statue that of Gren that just kind of is placed out here, and you can enter the underworld if you want to from here, which is just super random to be able to do that. But yeah, so this does exist in Guild Wars 2. Like I said, these structures around here don't really exist, but it is like a tunnel that you enter, and then you turn to the left, and then that's where the statue is, at the bottom of the hill there. So yeah, we get this cool little, like, who are these dwarves that are like out here, right? This is clearly like a weaponsmith or something. He has like an anvil with a hammer on top of his. I guess he just lives out here, you know? Is he like, they just live out here? It's kind of cool to think about these random dwarves just living out here. So but yeah, so again, more dwarf stuff, dwarven structures and mining operations. They have those all across the Shiver Peak Mountains. And yeah, so you have different paths that you can take. Like I said, you can either go through the cave that you went to, or you can go, you know, if you want to. Where does this lead? Oh, this leads just like into a little cave, into a little miney cave or whatever. But yeah, you can either go through the cave down here that we just went through, or you can go kind of loop around this way, go across this bridge, go along here, and then go through the heavily populated. There's a lot of stone summit dwarves, and then you kind of, this is where the paths converge, and you go further south, and then that's where the next explorable, more mining stuff going on. Again, the dwarves are all over the place, all over the mountains, which is kind of cool that they show it like that. Anvil Rock and Ice Tooth Cave. So I just talked about this. So this is Anvil Rock, right? And it's kind of in the shape of an anvil. You can go all the way to the tip and look across, and you get this like really cool view of this small little, like, I always love this little town of dwarves, because there's actually friendly dwarves. This is one there's a few patrols of Deldrimor dwarfs throughout the mountains. There's not too many, but I do remember one specifically that starts here, and it's a pretty big one. So if you rush there, you can kind of see them like walking around the town or whatever. But this is like the largest mountain. This is where in Guild Wars 2, just for those of you that are you know, kind of like interested to find out where this is where the battle where Dragonstorm takes place. Okay, so if you're ever, again, I tell people all the time in Guild Wars 2, look up. Okay, so if you're ever going back into Dragonstorm, take a look on the like turn towards the Primordus side and kind of look up. You'll see how gigantic the mountain is, and that is Anvil Rock. So Primordus actually destroys half of this mountain to kind of attack, right? And that's where this is where the battle happens. It's also a weird coincidence because there's actually a battle between during Winter's Day. There's a battle between Grenth and Dwayna, right? With what is it, Grenth and Dwayna, that are like the two fighting each other, because it's or is it Grenth for the wintry, and then Dwayna for the summer or something, or is it Melandru or something, where they have like, it's called the snowball fight of the gods or something is what it's called, and it actually takes place on this map. It actually takes place on Anvil Rock, where you it's pretty much the modern, it's pretty much the old-timey snowball fight that we have now for Winter's Day. You know, we have a Winter's Day and we can do the snowball fight where we have like the different classes, the 3 different classes, where you can do like the slingshot, or you can do the staff wielding one, or you can do the rifle one. That is pretty much the predecessor to that. Then we have right underneath Anvil Rock is actually Icetooth Cave, which is a little outpost. It's just this little cave out here. Little outpost out here that you can kind of hang out at. It's one of those. When we talked about, we talked about how there's 2 different paths through the mountains. So this is super interesting as well. So this is the end of the northern path, right? Because so as you go through the iron, the horse, the what are they called? Not the iron mines. Why do I have horse in my mind? It's called horse, isn't it? Iron Horse Mines, right? Those are over there. So we talked about how we have the Traveler's Vale and we have Yakspend, and it kind of splits up, right? So the northern path is over here, and it leads by Anvil Rock. So if you're taking, and which, like I said, this is the harder path to take. So as you're taking this path across the mountain, it's really interesting to think about, like, it's a long journey. If you die, you have to start back over at the start of the map, at the Resurrection Shrine, right? Or whatever Resurrection Shrine you find on the way. But you can have this little outpost as a little respite on the way, because having an outpost, you can always travel back to it and change your skills and change your whatever. So this is if you're taking that northern path through the central Shiver Peaks, this is actually a nice outpost to kind of come to. Or you can go to, this is actually where it connects. You can go up this little zigzaggy path here, and this is actually one of the outposts for the missions. I love this little town. This is actually one of the outposts. So this is this is where the lower path is. This is the lower path of the Shiver Peak Mountains. That is happening over here. That's on this side right here. So you actually have like a choice of saying, you know what, for this last path, last part of this path, I don't want to go the harder route, and I don't want to continue going the harder route this way to the Deldrimor Bowl. I'm going to actually do the mission. So you can actually kind of like abandon that path and go down here to that mission. Like I said, you go up the zigzaggy mountain, and then you go down here, down this path, and eventually you'll come to the gate to go into this little town. So there's that. You never knew that Dragonstorm was Anvil Rock? Is that the fact that you're talking about? Yeah, it's funny because when I was streaming Dragonstorm, and I forgot who it was, but one person in the community, and I feel bad not remembering who it was, but I remember going into Dragonstorm. It's the last instance of Iceboot Saga. It's the very end of Iceboot Saga, right? This is like, pre-End of Dragons, where we're getting really hyped for like what's happening and stuff. And I was the one that was told to look up. I went into Dragonstorm, and we were doing the instance. It was release day of the last Champions release. I remember it so vividly, and I remember going into the instance, and in chat was just like, the person in chat was like, look up, do you know where you are? Look in the map. I think they were saying like, look on the map. So I'm like, I pull up the map, and I'm like, no way, this is Anvil Rock. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh my god, it's Anvil Rock. So yeah, it's exactly where the location of Anvil Rock is. That's why the mountain that Primordus is coming out of is so huge. Because Anvil Rock is just said to be the tallest mountain of the Shiver Peaks. At least of the central Shiver Peaks. We don't know about the far Shiver Peaks. But yeah, so again, an Anvil Rock being in kind of the shape of an anvil. And said to be the actual anvil of the Great Dwarf, where he made many weapons or something. Whatever, right? So, do we have this weird, like, split in the map there? I don't know what this is about, because you can actually walk right up to here. I don't know why that is there. But anyways, moving on. Ice Dome. I need to look. Ice Dome is the area south of, no, it's not. Like I said, a lot of them kind of blend together. This is okay. So we talked about how the frozen, and I need to. Where are the portals? So there's a portal there, and then a portal there. Okay, so this is how it's. This is north, south, west, and east. So we kind of talked about how the frozen forest is over here, right? And beyond the frozen forest is Thunderhead Peaks. We talked about that. On this side, we have Timberline Falls. So this also falls. This is the area right next to Timberline Falls. So on this side is where the probably the best descriptor to give you guys is do you know in Timberline Falls where the little face in the rock mountain is, with the Isur and the Inquest guy that's at the top of the champion? That is literally the back of these mountains. Okay, so that is literally right on the other side of those mountains is where this area is. It is one of the smallest areas, but it's also one of the toughest areas. It has one entrance and exit, or two exits or two entrances, or whatever you want to call. That's down here is a portal where you enter. This is coming from the Talus Chewed, which is the southern part of Timberline Falls, actually, in Guild Wars 2. But it's another one of those areas that was snow covered. But since it's close enough in Guild Wars 2 to Mount Maelstrom, which has kind of melted away, in Guild Wars 2, this is actually like all very green over here, and there's no mountainy areas out here. In Guild Wars 1, it's still super mountainy. But you come down here, and you only have one other exit. So for people that are going for like the legendary or the elite armor and stuff, they might come through here. And this area being really small is done so on purpose, I want to say, because this is one of the most heavily populated areas of the Southern Shiver Peaks with enemies. There's enemies everywhere. So when you come into this area right here, right at the start, right as you enter this map, this entire town is full of enemies. There's like 5-6 groups of enemies just in this Dwarven town out here. Okay, then you come around this way, you kind of get a little reprieve as you come down here. I think there's like a couple of groups in here. You come down here, there's enemies everywhere. They're patrolling all of these mines. They're just patrolling. This area is notorious for just being very, very tough. You have all the scaffolding from all the like mining that they're doing, but yeah, there's enemies everywhere. It's a really tiny area. If you run through it, it takes you like not even a minute, because you literally go down here. You don't have to go into these upper path areas right there. You literally come from here, you go across the town, you go down here, you can run along here, bloop, and you're already out, right? It's really short, but it's so populated with enemies that I would never ever recommend anyone to just like go through. But it's one of those areas where you want to pull enemies. You want to pull groups of enemies slowly towards your group, because otherwise you're going to screw yourself over really hard, and you're going to keep losing and losing and losing. It's really tough. It's really unforgiving. But yeah, this is the other area that's right in between those two. All right, now we're going to we're jumping over. This is the Tomb of the Primeval Kings. Okay, so we talked about how Glint's Lair, this is part of the Glint's Lair entrance. Remember how this is a few streams ago now, but we kind of talked about how you enter into through this area. You enter and you go into Glint's Lair, which on the map is like behind here or whatever. We looked at Glint's Lair and it was really cool, and it has like really cool areas. But in Guild Wars 2, we do have the Tomb of the Primeval Kings. It looks a lot more grand in Guild Wars 2, I want to say. It kind of has the same layout. It has tentacles still kind of coming out of it in Guild Wars 2, not as brutally as it has in Guild Wars 1. Because this is kind of like I think this is like pre-Nightfall, so the idea is that Abaddon is still trying to like kind of take is through the mists, he's trying to like enter Tyria and make Nightfall happen. And this is kind of like showing that by Guild Wars 2 times, most of these tentacles have retreated, and like especially the ones that are like right up front or whatever. And it looks a little different, but this is like right where the brand is happening, right? You would go along here. You can see these statues in Guild Wars 2. That's a kind of like a good location thing. You can kind of see some of these statues as you come out. But then all of this is like branded over, and then you have the giant whirlpool at the very southern edge, and that is where Glint's Lair was, right? We kind of like we knew this from the way, and that would be like over here. So but this is it. You kind of look at it, and you can see some of these statues of that's pretty much it. It's just all that is. We don't see any of the other areas around it in Guild Wars 2. Or in Guild Wars 1, I'm sorry, we don't see any of the other areas around it in Guild Wars 1. It's kind of like this isolated area that's very far to the north of what we have so far explored. Pretty much when you think about the Highlands, what are they called? The Desert Highlands in Guild Wars 2. The only area that we see of that in Guild Wars 1 is this area right here. This is the only thing we see. Everything else in Guild Wars 2 of the Desert Highlands is new areas that we've never seen in Guild Wars at that point, right? But yeah, and we see these little things. I think they do have some of these still out and around. These weird crypts. We've seen these on maps before with the like hieroglyphics on them and stuff. I think they do have some of those still out in the area around what's it called? The Tomb of the Primeval Kings. So yeah, so that's the Tomb of the Primeval Kings. Yeah, this is like again very shiny. There's a lot of light happening in this little outpost right here before you enter, so that's what that is. All right, let's move on. Ascalon City. All right, so we're going back to Ascalon. Now this is the destroyed Ascalon City. It's kind of interesting. We talked about this was the last time or whatever. So but now I can fully show it because it was kind of cut off. We saw old Ascalon, and then I couldn't really show you guys. Like I think like some of the parts here were blocked off, but I can kind of show you guys now. So Ascalon City, right? We have it right here. In Guild Wars 2, all of this brown area. No, you do not need to come over here, cat. You can stay right over there. Boop. Boop your nose. All of this brown area right here is underwater in Guild Wars 2, right? In Guild Wars 2, so imagine this is the lake that's right in Ascalon City. You have the wall to the north. This is where the Siege Master Lormar actually the event happens, like right over here. And I want to make sure that you guys can see like my mouse cursor kind of going over this. And this is all like underwater, right? This is where you find like the scale that are underwater. There's the hero challenge is like right down below here or whatever. And they put it there because this is the old city of Ascalon. Like this is pretty much where the game really starts. This is where you get like your first armor upgrades, the first outpost, your henchmen are over here and stuff. But this bridge, south of that lake is that big bridge that they have that crosses. This big metal bridge. Yeah, this bridge did exist in Guild Wars 1. And in Guild Wars 2 even, it's really cool because in Guild Wars 2 you go across this bridge and the Char had rebuilt it, so it's like a metal bridge that they build, and you go across it and you actually can see this building right here, which is the academy. This was the academy where they trained all their soldiers. Well, I mean, parts of it at least. This is the main building. This is the training yard. You don't get to go into this in post searing. In pre searing, you can potentially get to this area. Actually, it's much harder to do now. But you actually have the ability of going there. You can see some of this area by going this again. This is the plaza where the Siege Master Lormar happens, right? You have where this little the little image of the this is a forgotten. This is an image of a forgotten. This is where the giant uh hole is in the ground that they won't, where they talk about this is the center of the searing, or not the searing, the full fire, where the full fire happened. The hole would be like right over here because you have these stairs that lead right in between the two sides of this wall area leading up to the wall. And then you have the waypoint is actually like right over here. And then you have there's like right behind there you have the exit into the northern part. But yeah, you can actually like walk around. You can actually walk around up here. And you can actually go up here and you can look at the old training grounds for the soldiers that they had. But yeah, this is where the ogres, right? Like south of here is where the ogres are kind of taking over. They have that big crawl over there, and there's like some battling that's happening there. But you can see this big building is definitely still there. You can walk through the gate and go to the other. Once you go across the bridge, you can actually go along this area. So it's really really cool to have that. Then you guys might have seen these are the old Ascalonian murals. We've talked about these way early on. We've seen these numerous times. We had a little bit of discussion because there was a little bit of confusion between the murals that we see, the ancient murals that we see at the Plaza of the Five Gods, on the Fortress of Gandera, the Moon Fortress of Gandera, where there's actually six gods because there's actually a mural of Abaddon, and Varish Asa summons this demon, Abaddon's servants, and the other murals kind of crack away, and we've seen those same murals like underground and stuff. But we also see these. These are the ancient murals. These are my favorite murals of the gods. They're very abstract and they're very they almost look like, in my opinion, they almost look like they would fit into like a tarot card set. You know what I mean? They kind of remind me of like some really cool like eclectic like tarot card design. That's what they look like. I really love these murals depicting the gods. So that's Duena, Balthazar, Melandru, Grenth, and Lissa over here with her two different um Liss and Ilya, whichever witches. But yeah, you have a little plaza out here. You get the Forgotten. This is like an early concept art of the Forgotten. They have that here. We've seen that many a times. And then you go to a mission out that way. So and then you have Old Ascalon with Ashford Abbey down south of here. The catacomb entrance in Guild Wars 2 would be on this side, like right beyond this, like where nothing is. This is the old stage. This would be in Guild Wars 2 where, right as you exit the main part of Ascalon City, you come to the viewing hill where they had this whole like thing about the char traders that they strung up on these pillars, and they had them watch like kill the whole squad or something. There was some kind of story about that, but that happens right here where the stage is. This is the old stage, Althea's stage. Althea at this point had died. She was captured by the char and then brutally killed and burned alive, I think, is what happened to her. And yeah, so it's kind of sad, the whole story of Althea and Rurik. It's very tragic when you think about their lives. Because Rurik left Ascalon to help his people, and in the process, and well, first, so he's the son of the king, and the king, um King Adelburn. I'm like blanked on his name. King Adelburn wasn't like he wasn't royalty. He was actually part of of a guild, and during the last guild wars he became like this hero. All right, this is the guild wars between uh the some of the Crichton guilds and the Ascalonian guilds who are kind of fighting. And if you do the PvP map, the Battle of Kylo, that's actually one of those battles. You can actually find NPCs that do talk about some of those old guild wars. They actually talk about it in Guild Wars 2. You can actually find NPCs there. He became this hero. He was crowned king by the people because of his deeds during the guild wars. He wasn't actually supposed to be king. It was actually Baradin was supposed to be the king. He was supposed to be the king, but he wasn't very keen on becoming king, and he kind of was just like, well, if the people want Adalbern to be king, I'm gonna let him be king, even though Baradin was of royal blood and he was supposed to be the next in line to take the throne. So the people crowned Adalbern as the king, which I feel like probably in the end was their own downfall, because he became crazy later on and then enacted the Fire, which killed the rest of his nation and created the ghost nation of Ascalon, pretty much. But yeah, so he took over as the king based on people voting him in, and Baradin was supposed to be the king, but he was of royal blood. Now, Prince Rurik is the son of Adalbern, and Lady Althea is the daughter of Baradin. She has royal blood in her, and they were supposed to get married. So Rurik, being the next in line after King Adalbern, would have actually been like, it would have been Queen Althea and King Rurik, right? And they would have ruled, and it kind of would have been like, would have brought the royal bloodline back into being like on the throne, kind of. And they were supposed to get married and all of this, and then the searing happened, and in the ensuing chaos, uh, Lady Althea gets captured by the Char, and she ends up getting taken prisoner and then getting burned alive. And one of the post-searing quests is actually like for you to find her ashes, because you actually end up meeting her like ghosts and stuff, and they kind of I think it's like um it's not Rurik that asks for it, but it's one of his like highest ranked members of the military or whatever, kind of just like talks about how you want to go and rescue Althea, only to find her ghost, to find out that she had been killed by the Char, and you bring her ashes back. And we actually have that item in Guild Wars 2. Um we actually have Althea's ashes in Guild Wars 2, right? That is an item that we have in Guild Wars 2. And I don't know if you knew the tragic backstory to it, but there it is for you guys. Has an incredibly, oh, sorry guys, I got all these notifications on my phone. But yeah, it has all these. It's tragic. That item has like a very tragic backstory. It's actually Lady Althea is of the Ascalonian royal bloodline, and she was brutally killed by the Char during the invasion of Ascalon when the searing happened. And yeah, and her ashes you kind of bring back to Rurik, and it's one of the things, and then Rurik, like that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so tragic in my eyes, the whole idea with Rurik, because Rurik goes out and um he wants to save the Ascalonians. So he, after having lost his wife that he loved very much. I mean, it wasn't like a, oh, we're just getting these two married because whatever. No, they actually fell in love. I mean, they were like truly in love. And he ends up taking the Ascalonians after the fact, which was, he's already devastated because of the loss of his wife and his nation getting attacked and all these things. And he tries a last effort of going across the mountains, and finding refuge in Kryta, somehow like kind of the last pieces of his life that he's known, that trying to keep it together, only for him to die at the end. All right, it's super tragic, so tragic, so sad. Did my music stop? What's happening? Okay, no music stuff. Yeah, my program is also like lagging really bad, so I wanna I'm just oh sorry cat, you tickled me. Jesus, I didn't realize you were I'm like, what is happening down there? I was hate that I can't. I want to make sure that the stream is working just fine. I mean, you guys can say something, but just want to make sure. Oh no. I want to turn the music off or down. The sound on my phone. Anyways, so yeah, it's a very tragic, but yeah, so this is old Ascalon. Again, you can kind of a lot of these structures do like there's like the wall that you know they want you to break down some of the wall and stuff, and a lot of the ghosts are hanging out around here, and that's kind of some of the structures are still here, but this is, you know, it's no surprise that they look as destroyed as they do. It's really cool because in Guild Wars 2 the wall is much more detailed, and they have like you can actually walk on it, like there's actually these upper paths, and I talked about how there's actually like concept art pictures that you can see, you know, when you go across the wall in like especially like right in this area in Guild Wars 2 you can go into these like upper areas, and there's like these really cool like rooms and stuff. So but yeah, so anyways, that's kind of that area. I think the rest is kind of, again, nondescript. Yeah, so it's just Ascalon City that they're showing us. Okay, so now we're going to Cantha. My god, we're jumping all over the place. Chivalry Mountains, to the desert, to Ascalon, going to Cantha. Jesus. Okay, so this is the House Suhaltzer and Altram Ruins. Okay, so let me get... so we talked about this, kind of like reset my brain a little bit. So the cathedral, Arborstone, right, is right over here. Okay, we know this, we've seen this. Look at this cool effect that they have. This is like the effect, you know, as you're like in here, like look at that. That's kind of cool, right? Kind of like I said, they really did a nice job with the atmosphere and the immersion, really making it feel like this. I don't know, it's just, it feels very unique in Guild Wars 1. So, but yeah, anyway, so this is a little plaza that you come out of. This is Arborstone, would be like the stairs into Arborstone, and Guild Wars 2 would be like right here. And you come out, and then you have this little plaza, right? And you can go through this gate. Even in Guild Wars 2, you can go through this gate, go up this hill, and you can go into this area. This, like I said, this little outpost right here, this actually looks almost identical in Guild Wars 2. You have these little windows on the side here with this little ravine in front of it, and you have these paths that lead across, and you can go through these doors. So in Guild Wars 1, this is like a little outpost. This is the actual main outpost of these Zuhalters. You kind of hang out here. There's some armor smiths. Oh god, I'm trying to get out of the light. Like, as you can see, they have some armor smithing going on here. This would be leading into Ferndale. You know, we talked about how the Black Moa is like over here on this side in Guild Wars 2. The little where it runs back and forth, the little event that happens is like right out here. But yeah, you can go back up those stairs and you can go into this little outpost. This is the where they do the digging for the relics. The event that happens. There's the waypoint is like right here. You spawn right over here on this plaza. And they have the excavation going on with the relics, and the event is happening where you have to go in these like little side passages and stuff to like get the relics, and they have the little bridge and stuff. And yeah, so this is this little area. So it looks really cool. Then we get this cool little area with the little, you guys saw this earlier, with the little garden out here. I think this is pretty similar to how it looks in Guild Wars 2. I'm not sure, but I really like this. This gives me almost like an with this little pavilion and the little plaza with the well and stuff. It gives me like almost like an elven, like dark, like I feel like dark elves would have like something that looks like that. And the Kurziks are human, obviously, but they like give off this like dark elves gothic kind of feel. So it's really cool. You have this plaza. This is this. I think this is the mission, right? Yeah, this is the mission. This is like a challenge mission, the Outram Ruins. Again, in Guild Wars 2, you can actually like explore this area, but this is actually like a little mission that you have to take in Guild Wars 1 with this little yeah, this is the little graveyard. So when you come out of this area, right? You come out of the little where you do the excavation and you go out the back door. You come down to this little plaza and that leads like further into the forest or whatever. Or you can go up this little, like they have this little there's like a hole in this wall and stuff, and there's like scaffolding here, and on the other side they have this little there's a little graveyard, and they do have that in Guild Wars 1 as well. There's a little graveyard out here. This is part of the mission outpost, but they do have this little graveyard out there on this little plateau, so that is in the same location there for you guys. But just more of the Echowild Forest, really cool. I love the big cathedrals with the no ceiling on cathedrals. Like, it seems like a weird idea, but it's like, it's kind of cool. I don't know, there's something about that that's like really cool, because they have like, I feel like the idea is that they have a ceiling by having these giant, like, these aren't regular trees, okay? These aren't like trees where you would have like leaves falling off of it. These are stone. There's stone trees, so they act as like almost like a ceiling, right? There's like a ceiling to the whole Echowild because you have these stone trees with their stone branches and stuff. It's almost like having a stone ceiling above you. So so it would stand to reason to build cathedrals without ceilings because you don't really need it, right? I don't know. Just kind of makes sense to me. I talked about this last time. I really hate that we don't see giant stone mushrooms in Guild Wars 2. That's one thing that I really miss, and I feel like it's very detrimental, because it's funny because we just talked about this particular area right here, Ferndale, where you know, this is the little I just talked about it, where the Black Moa and stuff is, and I was just in this exact area right here, and I remember like kind of walking around, and I was like, I looked up and I was like, yeah, there is no, you know, and I was like, you know, something always bothered me about this area, and it's because when you exit this outpost in Guild Wars 1 and you come out, the first thing you see is giant stone mushrooms, and I'm like, you don't see those in Guild Wars 2. They don't have them. I'm like, why not? Why are there not like giant stone mushrooms? Like, they have giant mushrooms. We've seen them in the Maguma jungle. Why didn't they reuse those assets to make like giant mushrooms out here? I don't know. It was kind of strange, because I was like, that really was like one of the things that I was missing. So, all right, we're going to Riverside Province. We're jumping to Kryta. So this is jumping all over the place. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't decide this order. That is just how they gave me the order. So, yeah, so this is pretty much, let me make sure that I know exactly what I'm talking about with you guys. I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm having a good time. So this would be the area that that doesn't really so as we look at this area, okay, and it would be, this is how it would be stretched out, okay? So this is the east, this is the west. What is, and there's like a little, we're gonna look at that. I don't know what that orange is there, but so this area, the east side, just to give you guys, kind of break it up and kind of show you guys a little bit what we're looking at here. So the east side over here, this has the this would be where the luminous plant is in if you look at Metrica Province, where they have the the luminous ones, whatever, the this would be right, this would be the right side of the map, the northeastern edge of the map would be right here. Again, I don't think we have anything that aligns with it. We'll talk about a little bit of things there in a second, but then you would swap over. This would be where Caledon Forest starts, okay? This temple, this is the Temple of the Unseen. This temple, there are ruins. So Mabon Market, which is, you know, we actually got some lore for Mabon Market, would actually be like, I mean, I wouldn't say it's it's this exact area, this town right here, but it's around in this location. Okay, obviously the Sylvari haven't been around, and Sylvari won't be around for another like 200, at least 200 years or whatever, you know. But if we were to go south, the Grove would be like way down there. But this would be where Mabon Market. This is like around the area where Mabon Market is. So when you go north of Mabon Market in Guild Wars 2, you go into this like where the like there's like these stone slabs that are kind of like making this almost cave-like thing. They're kind of like covering. And you go in there, and there's a certain researcher kind of like trying to I guess identify some stuff in the ruins and stuff, and Skritter kind of taking over and stuff. But we don't even see any of the structures. That was one of the things that really pissed me off, because this was one of the first areas that I ever ran to when Guild Wars 2 came out. I was like, oh, the Temple of the Unseen, right? I was just like, man, because it weirdly enough, I think right before Guild Wars 2 came out, or right before the beta weekends or something, I was replaying through Prophecies for the bazillionth time, and I was like, you know, I want to do that before Guild Wars 2 comes out, so that I can kind of have all these things fresh on my mind. And I remember I was just like, man, I can't wait to see this temple in Guild Wars 2. I kind of want to like see what it looks like, because it's right in the starting area of the Sylvari, you know. And I was just like, man, it will be really cool to see. You can't see any of this. There's like one wall that kind of just like lines one of the ruins, and they talk about how the Temple of the Unseen was here, but you don't see any of the actual like structures. I mean, this is like the Mersat structures. I talked about those today, how they look kind of like black, red, purple-ish, right? Yeah, so that's kind of that's kind of a shame, you know, but this is what the Temple of the Unseen looks like. In this mission, this is your mission to actually, this is when you come back into Kryta, and you are betraying the White Mantle. I mean, you find out the White Mantle true like objective of sacrificing people on the Bloodstone, and you actually come out here, and there's Dynas, who carries the Scepter of War. He's actually an undercover agent, and he waits for you in the Temple of the Unseen. He's actually, I think he stands like right over here, I want to say, in the temple, and you have to go, and then you have to leave through the back door, and as you like exit, they're like, oh my god, the scepter has been stolen, and they literally charge after you, and they come after you, and you have to flee across here, and then you go across the bridge here, on the far side, and that's kind of the end of the mission. It's really cool because, again, ArenaNet has a thing with bridges, and they love to keep bridges in the same location. So pretty close to this exact location to where this bridge is. I would say it's probably a little bit further south. It's probably, oh, blah, blah, blah. Sorry guys, let me just kind of move. I want it to move this way. So I want to say probably like right around here. This is where the Dominion of Winds would be. So you know how like in Caledon Forest you leave Mabon Market and you go along the beach, and then you come up to the bridge that leads to the big gate, to the wall that is the Dominion of Winds. That would be like right over here. Okay, that's like right in this area, right over here. This area up here is where we have the crate kind of taking the prisoners and stuff. Like that would be like over here to the north. But yeah, so this is the little waterway that kind of loops around south of Mabon Market, right? And we have this Isle of the Soundless that's like down here. But yeah, so that's like right over here. The bridge would be right over here. It's like called Titan's Foot or something is what the area is called. I always thought it was weird because I'm like, I don't know what this has to do with Titans, but it's called like something's like Titan something. Yeah, you have the little swamp area down here. And in Guild Wars 2, this is pretty much just like where the water kind of breaches over into it. So the beach area would be like right here, and then like I said, the Mabon Market would be like right over here. So it's probably this little town that kind of eventually gets taken over by Sylvari, and you know, so I love this little town. There's a lot of like people hanging out in here, and there's structures that you don't really see. These little huts and stuff, you don't see much of those around. So these are like, I wouldn't say they're unique. I'm sure they're probably around somewhere, but It's fairly unique seeing a big town like this, but you have to be careful because there's like white mantle everywhere here. But they have these like little fields with the irrigation and stuff that is happening, and yeah, and they kind of hang out here. And you have these little watchtowers. The mission is to take out these watchtowers that are like littered throughout the land, so that they can't alert you to your presence. So it's kind of like the sneak mission. And you have, I think you have 2 different paths that you can take as well, right? Isn't there like 2 different ways? I think you can. No, it looks like you have to come through here. But you start up here, don't you? I think you start up here. So you actually have like, no. I don't remember. I'm not gonna say anything because I'm not sure exactly where you start. This is the actual mission outpost right here. Yeah, so this part right here, the orange, I was like, what's the orange? I guess I think I talked about this before. The orange, I think, is animations of waves crashing against something. So I think that's like waves crashing onto here. But you have this cool little outpost, right? And you have this outpost with the river right here. So if you guys remember, I did a short on the Olin River. Okay, the Olin River, again, this is a river that you can actually see in Guild Wars. In Guild Wars 1, you can actually see the Olin, in Guild Wars 1, you actually see only parts of the Olin River. You actually don't get to traverse it. In Guild Wars 2, you can actually go along the entire Olin River. But there's this like weird, interesting lore about the Olin River being this dark river, and there's some kind of like darkness, some kind of evil. They kind of hint at like this. There's more to the Olin River than really you can see. It's almost like the veil between realms is like kind of thinner there, and I feel like this would be like, ooh, that's interesting, like maybe some demons roam in this area or something like that. But we don't actually get to see the Olin River. You get to see one end of it, and we're gonna see the other end when we go. I think it's probably gonna be down here, Watchtower Coast and stuff. It's probably gonna be, yeah, Tangled Root right there. That is the other side of it. So we're gonna actually see, we're gonna come across the other side, but you can't actually go into the Olin River. Parts of it, but not all of it. So, but it has this really cool story. But yeah, you actually come in here, and then you can go to the northern part of Kryta this way, or you can just start the mission and go in, and then escape through this way to Sanctum Bay, which is actually like the Dominion of Winds, right? Remember, Dominion of Winds turns into Sanctum Bay is the little island with the monastery. Remember, we kind of talked about it when we did the playthrough. We talked about how there's a little monastery on the island. We're gonna see Sanctum Bay as well, but that is where like the earliest I want to say it's the earliest recorded place of like smiting magic was like smiting prayers for the monks. So actually, like, this is where the monks learned to like praise Balthazar and kind of like follow him more rather than Duena, which Duena was like the healing part, but Balthazar is more of the smiting, and they kind of learned to deal damage. And that's where I guess that's where the monastery was the first of them to like do that. But yeah, we're gonna look at that in a minute as well. I love the little swamp area. You don't actually come here. I don't think this area is like, can you explore this area, or is it just a mission outpost or a mission thing? I don't know if you can come outside of the mission. You can come here, but you never really need to come down here, because again, you flee along the side here, and you could say, I want to avoid this this watchtower and go down through the swamp, but there's a bunch of enemies in the swamp too, and then go around this way. I choose to just like go straight ahead because it's so much shorter than going through all of this. But yeah, and then you have the cool beaches. I always love the beach theme of Kryta in Guild Wars 1. It feels very different in Guild Wars 2. It doesn't feel as tropical. It's almost like, see, with these plants and the way that the huts are, it feels a little bit more on the tropical side. Kryta in Guild Wars 1. In Guild Wars 2, it doesn't feel as like this tropical area. It feels more of just like, oh, it's random green hills with like regular people or whatever. So, Isle of the Dead. I have no idea what this is. What is this? We see a forgotten mural. We talked about that. Is this? Oh, is this a? Is this? This is. I think this is another. I think this is a guild hall. So this is one of the guild halls. We have a lot more guild halls in Guild Wars 1 than in Guild Wars 2. I'll tell you that. So this is one of the guild halls, I want to say. So this is the Ascalonian Catacombs themed guild hall. I do like this one a lot. You can kind of come in here. There's like water, I think, down here. So you walk across the bridges and stuff like that. And it leads down into this hall down here, which is almost like this. Looks like a sacrificial chamber with the Forgotten on the one side. So, but this is one of the guild halls. I really like that we get a lot of options. I really wish ArenaNet would just give us more guild halls in Guild Wars 2. I don't know why they don't. I don't know if it just takes a lot of effort to make those maps, but it's kind of a shame in my opinion, I think. So, anywho, moving on to the next one, Nomad's Isle. So this is another guild hall. So this is gonna be the this is the Crystal Oasis, the more destroyed Crystal Oasis guild hall themed. Again, these don't actually exist in the world of Guild Wars. You gotta imagine them almost as like these pocket dimensions that kind of take architecture from existing. I don't know what that sound was. From existing areas of the world, right? So we've seen a lot of these structures. We've seen these old structures. You can even see these structures in Guild Wars 2. They still exist there. But yeah, so this is just another guild hall that is themed after an area. You know, this is like the Crystal Desert kind of themed one. All right, I think we have another one. We have Frozen Isle. So this is the Shiver Peak one. This is a Shiver Peak with the dwarven structures. You know, there's ships out here and the main plaza here with some of their buildings here. So this is the guild hall that's themed after. It's almost like these buildings are Deldrimor themed, and then, or not Deldrimor, these are Stone Summit themed. You know, we've seen a lot of those, but this is more of the miney part, right? This is like, this would be like almost considered a mine. And then you have the there's is that King Jalus Ironhammer, guys, the legend himself, and he's literally a legend in Guild Wars 2. It's super sugary. I don't drink Pepsi like ever. I'm just trying to not yawn in your guys' face all night. So, but yeah, so there's King Jalus Ironhammer. He's out here. Yeah, just another one of the guild halls. You know, it's like a guild versus guild map or whatever. I think the guild halls function as both. I think they function as like a guild hall as well as like a guild versus guild map. I think they kind of double utilize it. We have Keswick. Whoa. Okay. Hello. Keswick's Peak. Look, guys, look. The tower. It looks so different now. But yeah, so this is the actual area. So this is Keswick's Peaks. Pretty much everything in this area is nondescript except for this tower, okay? There's not, like... I don't even know if I could, like, say, like, whatever, right? Because Keswick's Hills is very much not... Yeah, so Keswick's Peak in Guild Wars 2, if you were to take this area, okay, this would be this part right here, like most of this part right here is all water. It's all underwater. And this would be the little town that's right on the water where all the toxic stuff is happening. You have to like cleanse the town of all the toxic stuff. That is right here. All of this is underwater. Okay, so this is underwater, and then down here, like right along the water's edge or whatever, would be the path of that goes along the way most southern side of Keswick's Hills, that leads along where like Poobadoo, the Quaggan, that's like one of the guild bounties or whatever, he walks down this path, and it leads to the little, like over here is actually the little outpost. In Guild Wars 1, we're gonna look at it later once we get that whole map. But this is Fisherman's Haven down here, and you can see the tower from the Fisherman's Haven. But yeah, it's actually a pretty small part of the Guild Wars 2 map, because again, you can only, this part right here
You can't actually walk here in Guild Wars. Like I said, we started right here, and I'm like, I don't even know what this is. None of this is accessible. You can come, and we looked at this area. You can come down here. This is the farthest you can come to, and down here, and you can go up to the plateau. This is the closest that you can get to the tower, is when you go up here. This is the closest that we've ever been able to go to the Wizard's Tower. But this is the Wizard's Tower in Guild Wars 1, guys. It looks very, very different. If we were to look at both of these next to each other, it's like night and day. I mean, it looks very different. They used the kind of the cop-out answer in Guild Wars 2, where they talked about, you know, the tower has a mind of its own, and it's changed over the years, because we had the Guild Wars 1 tower. And then the initial Guild Wars 2 tower looked different, and then we had the now what it looks like looks even different, and it's much larger, right? It looks much larger now that we can actually go inside of it. It looks tiny here. I mean, it looks like there's nothing going on. So, but it's kind of cool to think that, like, in Guild Wars 1's time, you know, we're here. We fight Galrath, right? This is where we come and fight Galrath. We actually kill Galrath. In Guild Wars 1, we're the ones that actually kill Galrath in Guild Wars 1. Like, we're pretty much the reason why he is part. Mabon revives him and takes him into the tower, and kind of was like, well, you wanted to have the secrets of the tower, and I'm actually gonna make you, like, come with me and join us or whatever. And Galrath kind of hangs out with them. I guess there's just some rocks down here, a beach that I guess it's one of the explorable areas maybe on this side. I'm not sure, but yeah, everything else is just kind of whatever. There's some plains here with there's like minotaurs and stuff, and like hill trolls hanging out. And you start in the swampy area, and you go. It's just oh yeah, you have these weird crystals. These weird, like, they look almost, they remind me a lot of like something I would see in WoW. Like, as like a set piece in WoW, where in like a magical swamp or something, you would see these like stones or something. I don't know. I don't know what they're for. This is a resurrection shrine here. But yeah, and that leads deeper into Kryta. But yeah, so this is the tower. There you go, guys. Fisherman's Haven down here. We will look at that as well. So how many more do we have? Oh my god. Well, we're kind of getting there. We're kind of getting there now. So, Stingray Strand. So we've seen. This is Keswick's Peak, and then you come over here, and then this would be where the outpost is. Right here, where this outpost is. In Guild Wars 2, they have. This is the little fish haven. The little, like, right on the lake. The Viathan Lake, like right on the southern side of it. That is where this area would be. So north of here would be the Viathan Lake. Like I said, most of this part would be underwater anyways in Guild Wars 2. But this is it. This area is really cool. I really love it. This is where Sanctum Bay, where you actually go to where the Dominion of Winds would be in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1, we actually have an outpost here. Where we go down into that area. This is the bridge. Remember how we come across the bridge where we were running from the Temple of the Unseen? That is your area. So we're north of that now, and we can actually see from here. We can actually see. I guess can you actually see the tower from this outpost? I never noticed that you could do that. I'm gonna have to check that, because I don't think you can when you're in this outpost. I love this little boat. We have a skiff skim that looks like that. I don't know. Kind of weird, but yeah. So there's a tower, and again, Fisherman's Haven is this very remote outpost, way out there. Again, you have this like one lake out here, and you can kind of walk around. There's some old structures. They never tell us really anything. What used to be here, what cultures, because no one lives out here. There's no people out here. You can't even go up into this little plaza area. You can just be down here. We don't really know what, is that people from way back when? Is it like, did Cretans used to have like buildings out here, or is that like a different civilization? We don't know. But again, we just have like cool beaches. I kind of miss that. Like, Kryta had really, really cool beaches in Guild Wars 1. In Guild Wars 2, we don't get cool beaches. Unfortunately, we don't get cool beaches. Everything that's close to the water never feels like a beach in Guild Wars 2. And I hate that. I wish they would do that more. Like I want a map. You know how like Labyrinthine Cliffs or South Sun Cove have like certain areas where you have like beaches with like palm trees and it feels almost like resorty like. That I want that as like an open world map, but we don't really get that. We get like beachy areas that are like sandy, but you don't really feel like, you know, you're missing kind of the palm trees and that sort of stuff. It's a little boring when they make beaches in Guild Wars 2. And lots of times beaches in Guild Wars 2 are also along the Blood Tide coast, which is like there's risen everywhere, and it kind of takes away from being a beachy feel. I kind of want to make it. I don't know. They knocked it out of the park with beach feel in Guild Wars 1, and in Guild Wars 2, not at all. And I think it's because of the palm trees. I don't remember there being a lot of palm trees in Guild Wars 2. So, but anyways, Watchtower Coast. So this is really cool. We get right into the really the best part of this area. This is a huge area too. And we have these watchtowers, and I didn't in today's video. This actually. This is, yeah, so this is actually Shaymore, guys. Right here is Shaymore. This is the old Shaymore. Obviously, this is not gonna, this doesn't look like this at all. You know, it looks very different, but this is what Shaymore, like north of here, would be Divinity's Reach. Divinity's Reach will be built here at 250. I'm getting cold. I'm cold. I have the AC blasting on me. Sorry, guys. Cold. But yeah, so we have all of these areas. I want to check something real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Oh, I was like, I just keep getting notifications, and I'm like, what is happening? So, okay. Anyways, alright, going back to that. My cat is meowing. I don't know if that's getting picked up, but she's like, she's deaf, so I can't even imitate her because she kind of like looks at me like, what are you doing? Like, I can't hear you. I don't know what you're saying. But yeah, so I think if we were to look at this, it'd probably be that the yeah, so this is the Fountain of Truth. Before we can take the Eye of Janthier with us, because this in this mission right here, when you go to Shaymore, you actually have to actually take the Eye of Janthier, and you have to find the chosen people. They actually, before you can take the Eye of Janthier, which is waiting right here in the in the peak of Shaymore for us, we have to go to the fountain and to cleanse ourselves in the fountain. But this fountain is pretty much, if you look at Shaymore, and you go, you know, to you go east in Shaymore, you come to where the graveyard is. And right around this area is where the graveyard would be. In Guild Wars 1, they have these really cool, like, teachings of Janthier, where they have some writings about different things, about the unseen gods and stuff. It seems like these were written by the White Mantle over the years and stuff. But yeah, so we have these watchtowers, and I kind of it's one of the regrets of today's video that I didn't talk about these, but so you can kind of see these watchtowers as we played through the game. I pointed them out as much as I could. You actually can go, I think, all the way to this tower, to the entrance, because you can actually come down here and you can actually cross here, and this is as far north as you can go, and this is actually identified as the ancient watchtower, this thing. But they have a lot, and it's called Watchtower Coast. Now the interesting part is, so when we look at the world map, right, and we talk about how, like, north of here would be Divinity's Reach, right? Divinity's Reach would be like right north of here, and we go further north, right? The Isles of Janthier are like way north of here, right? And we in Guild Wars 1, this is as far north in Kryta as we get. We don't actually get to go to like Lake Doric. This would be part of Lake Doric, just so you guys know. This is the I talked about it in today's video. This is the Lesser Giants Basin, where we have on the other side over here is the Giants Basin. But this is the Lesser Giants Basin, so this is the smaller little lake, and this kind of gets split up. I talked about it again in today's video, where that I released today, where Lake Doric would be this part. This is what Lake Doric, this part right here turns into Lake Doric, but it gets kind of split up, I think, with the Zhaitan disaster kind of does a lot of things to this area with the water. But yeah, so these watchtowers. So what is my regret about these watchtowers? So there is kind of lore about these, only a little bit. There's only a little bit of lore about these watchtowers, but they talk about how the watchtowers were built at some point, but the reason for why they built them has been kind of lost to time. But the only thing that has been passed down is that there was an ancient threat to the north that these watchtowers were built for to defend us from. Okay, now whether that's the Char that invaded from the north, right? Because remember we talked about like how Demetra is like right around over here somewhere. It's a little bit to the north of this area. It would be like right over there. You know, we don't get to go to it in Guild Wars 1. I mean, we do get to go there a little bit, but you know, it's like way over there. But it's kind of like, okay, you know, was it that? In my opinion, it was always something. In my mind, I always thought of they were built because of like the people of Janthier, because even in Guild Wars 1 they talk about the people of Janthier, how they came, how they come, they are maybe at some point in time, like many years ago, when Cridans first settled here, maybe these people of Janthier attacked. Maybe they were like felt threatened by the Cridans settling here, the humans settling as they were brought by the human gods or whatever and they kind of came out here and settled here. And maybe they attacked, or it could have been for centaurs, right? Like maybe centaurs were attacking, and it was just kind of one of those things where they wanted to defend themselves. But we actually have a reference to these watchtowers, so I think they didn't explain it very well. So when you go to Lake Doric in Guild Wars 2 and you go to the Centaur area in the north, like the leather farming area, right, where they have this round tower, this old broken tower, and I think it's even called like Watchtower Ruins or something like that. I want to say that's what it's called. Again, I'm not sure. Let me look at the map here. Lake Doric. The area is called Watchtower Cliffs. Okay, so Watchtower Cliffs, and the Fallen Watchtower is the point of interest right in the middle of it. Okay, and there is, like, you know, again, I'm talking about the Lake Doric map, the northeastern edge of it, but it's called Watchtower Cliffs or whatever I just said, and then the old Fallen Watchtower or whatever, I already lost it. It already went away. Fallen Watchtower. So that is a reference to these watchtowers out here. It's a reference. While it is much further north, we don't know if they build any more. We just know this area is called Watchtower Coast because of these watchtowers, but it stands to reason that there is more watchtowers perhaps having built further north, because we do know that Crichton civilization, like, kind of spread a little bit further because Demetra was like over here on the side or whatever. So it might have spread even further, and they might have built a lot more watchtowers. So that might be something that we will actually see in the new maps. You might see another watchtower somewhere way out there. And again, we don't know the reason behind these watchtowers having been built. They do have the very low res images of the this is the flag of the White Mantle. So the White Mantle, it's kind of indicating that the White Mantle is in control of Kryta and they have control of these watchtowers. But they kind of have these flags all over. Even after the war in Kryta, obviously that doesn't change. Those flags still exist. But those little red flags, yeah, they're like all over the place. But yeah, we have all these like watchtowers. We can't go inside of them. Again, in Guild Wars 1, we don't get to go into any buildings, which is a shame. But yeah, so there's Shaymore for you guys. The Watchtower Coast. And I think that's pretty much, again, it for this area. Again, there's a couple of like, you know, houses out here and there. Nothing crazy, I don't think. This area would be Beetleton. So Beetleton would actually be in wow, what is this? Why would they make that? Weird. So it's so weird because we have this structure and I'm going to talk about that in a second, but this is Beetleton. This is actually further south. This would actually be, if you look at Queensdale, by the way, this is the northern part of Queensdale. Okay, right? Because like I said, we talked about this is Shaymore. So this would be the northeastern side of Shaymore. We do have the river. Remember the river kind of runs right south of Shaymore with the garrison and stuff. The garrison would be, I think the garrison would be like right here actually. So this little outpost right here actually becomes the garrison eventually. With you know, this little bridge, I mean, this might be the connector to the garrison or something. Garrison would be like somewhere around here. And this is the little river. And then we actually have the lake, you know, the lake next to where they're right here would be the area. So these watchtowers don't exist at all. These have been taken down in between game 1 and game 2. These towers do not exist anywhere around here. The dam would be north of here. You know, next to the graveyard. But this lake right here, this is a little where the water is flowing into. This is where they do all the wood cutting. The wood cutting area is right out here, where the Skrit are attacking from the cave from the north. This would be like right here. So that's like right on the spot right there. But this is like pretty much the eastern side of Queensdale, the northeastern side specifically. With there's the Skrit cave, like I said, is like somewhere right over here. We don't actually have a cave, I don't think, in Guild Wars 1. And then yeah, and then Beetleton is right here, which in Guild Wars 2 it actually, so in Guild Wars 2 what would be right here is the little the you know where the farms are, the little farms that are out here with the waterworks. The little building that has the little tunnels that you can go into with the oozes inside of it and stuff, that would be like right here. Okay, that's like right south of it. And then if you go like kind of northeast, you go into Beetleton, which is actually like more so like outside of the map. Yeah, so it would be like right over here would be Beetleton. So and then the barn for Cauticus's thing would be like right over here. And then you know, that leads into like Lake Doric up here. So but yeah, we have this weird building. So Beetleton has this like has all these different buildings, right? And you know, I kind of suspect this to be like a silo or something. But then they have this like multi weirdly leveled houses. This is, I think, the only one that we see that looks like that. So it looks almost like a multi different, like there's probably like different apartments in there. It's just kind of weird. How it, like, you know, it's like a perfectly like symmetrical almost shape and stuff. It's kind of strange, but yeah. So that's Beetleton for you guys. And then down this area, if you go further, if you follow this road all the way down, you actually go to Nebo Terrace. Nebo Village is out there. And yeah, so we'll see that in a second as well. So Twin Serpent Lakes. So this is the area that is so if you imagine, and I gotta see exactly. Yeah, I think this is it, right? Yeah. So this is north, this is south, west, east. Okay, so if you go east, you actually come to Stingray Strand and Fisherman's Haven. Okay, I talked about Fisherman's Haven. So this area would be this southern area right here would be the southern area down here would be where the Nightmare Court, the northern northern part of Caledon Forest is, where the Nightmare Court have kind of taken over. That's this area. It doesn't look anything like it at all. We don't see any of that. Obviously, 250 years was a long time, and Sylvari did not exist in Guild Wars 1. And then as we go north, we would be going to the this would be pretty much right here. This area would be the southwestern part of the Kessex Hills would be like right over here. And like I said, on this side would be Stingray Strand, with the tower, with the original spot for the tower being over there. But yeah, this area again is one of those like far away, no outposts kind of thing. You come from the Riverside Province, which we talked about. This is the little outpost where the Ullen River is, that dark river. And I said there's like another explorable area if you go north. That is what this leads to. So that is this explorable area, and has only one other exit. On this far side over here, there's a portal there that leads into the Tears of the Fallen, which is this other explorable area. But yeah, this is kind of it. I mean, it's called Twin Serpent Lakes because there is two distinct lakes. I guess like this is one of the lakes, and I guess this over here is supposed to be like the other lake. I guess I don't know. There's like there's like multiple different locations of water, so I don't know why it's called Twin Serpent Lakes, but it's also called Twin Serpent Lakes, I feel like, because the paths kind of snake around it, right around the different like lakes and stuff. It kind of snakes around it, so leading to the next area. Again, nothing too crazy. North Kryta Province, this would be where Beetleton, is that correct? Oh, so this is the other side. So Beetleton would be... Yeah. So Beetleton would be like further over here. Like Nebo Terrace would be right over here, right outside of this. You can kind of see this little thing. This is a statue right next to Nebo Terrace. So Nebo Terrace is over here. And this is the Ascalonian settlement, so kind of to give you guys an object of like knowing. So we are now in the Gedaran Fields, right? And the northeastern part is the Ascalonian settlement is almost smack dab in the middle of the Gedaran Fields, right? But in this part, it's actually the on the edge of it's in the north western edge of the map. But this is it looks nothing like it. I mean, again, these are this is kind of like a village that they have here, and the Ascalonian settlements just kind of move in. They have these old buildings or whatever, right? And the refugees that we just brought across the mountains, the Shiver Peak Mountains, the Ascalonian refugees, they kind of settle here. So none of the structures look Ascalonian because they were already here when they got here. But they kind of get this one town by the Crichton government. They kind of get told, yeah, you know what, you guys can kind of chill, hang out here. And after 250 years, they kind of developed this into like the Ascalonian Ascalonian settlement that we know now. This is Lion's Arch. This is Lion's Arch in Guild Wars 1. You can go in the obviously this looks very, very different to Guild Wars 2. Even the early Guild Wars 2 Lion's Arch compared to the later Guild Wars 2 Lion's Arch. Even this looks very different, but you can find a lot of these things, like this plaza, for example, right here. A lot of these stairs, This building right here, you can find with the lion statues in front of it, you can find these underwater. So you can go into the bay of Lion's Arch, like right where the lobster is, where the lobster the little shipyard is or whatever. You can jump into the water and you can swim down there, and you can actually see all of these old buildings. These are all underwater in Guild Wars 2, but this is the old Lion's Arch does exist, and you can see a lot of these buildings. Like I said, you can see this plaza with this little pillar in the middle, and you can definitely see this building with the lion statue in front of it, and there's a couple of these stair sets that you can see there. But this is kind of the castle of this is where the King Jaden, I didn't remember his name during today's video, but Princess Salma's father who fled Kryta, and we do get info on him, how he right before Secrets of the Obscure, didn't we get like info on him and what he did? He kind of fled, and we did, or no, it was the Mesmer Collective. You can actually do like an achievement or whatever, and you find out what happened with him. He actually ended up dying or something. I don't remember. There's like some weird things there that they talk about, but yeah, so this is kind of where they reign from. This is you do get to go to this outpost later on. You can go in there. This is during the war in Kryta. You do take over Lion's Arch at some point, and you do get to go back. But this is like the big castle, right? And again, that's why, like, even when you're done on Lion's Arch and you look around, you're just like, oh yeah, this is Lion's Arch, it's cool, you know, whatever. I'm like, look up, see it, look at it. It's a massive castle tower looking thing, right? Again, same structures as the watchtower. Yeah, so then we have the so the swamp ruins. They actually have this designated. So we have these ruins out here. You do come out to this at some point during a couple of quests and stuff. I think this is what they're talking about. Yeah, this I'm pretty certain this is it. But as you can see, there's like these old structures, dilapidated structures that are not being used anymore. They kind of have collapsed now, taken by time, just kind of destroyed. You have this like weird HUD down here, makeshift, made by scale. I think these are like scale structures. I think that's how the scale kind of live. But yeah, so you have these. This actually turns into these farms right north of Lion's Arch. Right, you know how you have the farm set with the little hamlet, I think they call it. That would be like this area right here where all the water is. This all becomes the farmland. And then, like I said, the Ascalonian settlement is like on the far side there. And then you have the beach area is kind of in the same area. Again, this is the lesser Giants Basin that's here. And yeah, and then we don't have much else. We have like this cool little forest out here. Just a lot of like just areas where you can fight enemies. There's a lot of Tengu on these plains right here. They have a lot of Tengu there. Tengu to fight. Yeah, so, and that's kind of just the North Kryta province, as it's called. I don't think there's anything else that's important. Even, like I said, it's just at, you know, Lion's Arch down there, and just kind of showing you guys these maps. Cursed Lands, Bergen Hot Springs, and Nebo Terrace. Okay, so as you guys see, Beetleton is over here. They show you that, then you follow the road, you go along. Again, we have kind of a similar structure, not quite the same way. But this is Nebo Terrace. So you know how like you have, I talked about, this is the statue that we kind of saw on the other side, where I was just like right here next to this blue light. This is the blue light, and this is this I guess these structures right here is Nebo Terrace. I think they specifically designate these buildings because there's like a sign on this side and a sign on this side that said that this is Nebo Terrace or Nebo Village or something. But this is pretty much the little, you know, again, this is on the far side of Gadarin Fields. The centaurs are invading from the north. This is the little building. This is the little building. This is the little town that has the circular structure, the circular wall around it, and you have to defend it from the invading forces of the that's this area. It looks very, very different. 250 years, long time. Remember that, guys. When we look at the United, always remember, like, compare it to real life, right? When for some people it's kind of like, oh, why did all these environments change so much? Like, I get that the nostalgia kind of, you want these areas to look like that and you want them, but realistically, and ArenaNet did it pretty realistically, like, if you even look at like United States 250 years ago, it was a completely different country. I mean, it's like where I'm sitting, these were all just like, I mean, there was nothing here. Like this town didn't even exist. Like none of these things existed. Like most of the places in the United States didn't exist. It's like it's a long time for things to change. So especially in a world full of magic, and stuff like that. Cursed Lands is kind of this area that's to the south. I'm getting kind of like trying to. Oh, no. Yeah, Cursed Lands is like this area down here. And then we have the Bergen Hot Springs. Where are they? Down here, there. So we have some hot springs here. There would be the hot springs. They would be like right in here. They don't have it in the thing. But it's this cool little like outpost place that you go to. In Guild Wars 2, it's really interesting because this is the only water that we see. This is the Lawan pools. I've made a few shorts about this area in particular in Guild Wars 2, but this is where the water area, where the undead are, where the risen are in Guild Wars 2, in the southwestern side of Gandaren Fields. This would be like right over here. And these used to be hot springs. These used to be like a little vacation spot for people, like come out and hang out in these hot springs. But we see all these like buildings throughout, where people lived and did their thing or whatever. Then we have Lion's Arch. So we kind of talked about Lion's Arch already a little bit. I wonder if they have. There's that big shark creature that's in the water right out here. Do they have it? Is it shown? Don't they have it out here? Isn't it? Or was it on this side? No, it wasn't on this side. I thought they had it. Oh yeah, there it is. Never seen a close-up of it. Yeah, this was one of the things. I remember when Guild Wars 2 was coming out, and they talked about like underwater combat and stuff. Which was remember when Guild Wars 2 was coming out, underwater combat was like a huge thing. It was one of the major parts of the game. It was one of the things that they prided themselves in so much that they made. I remember they made a whole stream about it, sitting in Gandaren Fields, in one of the areas where the drakes are. I remember they made a whole stream about the developers going like underwater and changing how and showing how the skills change when you go underwater. That you don't get like, as an elementalist, you don't get to throw a fireball underwater, but you actually get to send out like this blob of lava that like explodes or whatever, which is more realistic or whatever. And they kind of talked about how they had all these skills for underwater, and there was a lot of effort. And I remember a lot of people talking about how they're like, oh yeah, these weird shark creatures that we get to see. I can't wait to see those in Guild Wars 2, but we never actually do get to see them. These are like the biggest underwater creatures that we do get to see in Guild Wars 1. I don't think we see anything bigger than that. But yeah, we unfortunately never get to see anything that looks like that. But there's Lion's Arch. Again, these portals do happen because of Nightfall. Remember, all the major cities have that kind of event as Cormyr travels around. Nightfall happens, and she's kind of like, oh, this is the proof that Nightfall is happening. You need to come to Nightfall, and that's how she kind of gets you to leave. But yeah, so that was the plaza here with that one building. I kind of talked about those things. And then we have the lighthouse. The lighthouse is in the exact same location in Guild Wars 2, actually. So you can kind of imagine this is the side. This is Fort Mariner, like over here or whatever. And you just want to look at that for a second. Yeah, and you kind of yeah, Fort Mariner is like over here, and it kind of connects to the main part and like on the far side, because again, this is all underwater. This is all in the bay, so the actual Lion's Arch is a little bit further north here, and you do have actually a bridge that does connect the two. So this, again, ArenaNet is good about their bridges. So this bridge, again, kind of does exist in Guild Wars 2 as well. But then we have the lighthouse down here. It's in the almost exact place. Other than that, there's not much. This is the entry. You come down here. This is the actual entry into the city if you're an Outlander. I guess I don't think I've ever been able. I don't think you can actually go through that gate. But this would be the gate right to the castle if you were to go through there. And then we have, if you're coming from Kryta, you actually come through this gate and you enter through Lion's Arch through there. Jesus, oh my goodness, can't talk. What is all this? In the name of love. What is this area? Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is like another outpost. This doesn't exist in Guild Wars 2. This is like, this would be like right over here. And let me look. It would be like right over here, down here would be where I think even this wall, again, this wall kind of aligns with that. So imagine this being the southern beach of Lion's Arch, and then you have the wall with the Tengu, right? The entry to the Tengu, to the domain of the winds is actually like this wall right here, and they have the Tengu that are like kind of they were shooting us down during the when Scarlet was attacking Lion's Arch. They were actually like not allowing us to flee into the city, into the Dominion. But that would be over here, so it would be interesting to maybe see some of these structures. And this is the Delesius Seaboard outpost. I never realized that they had these big structures here, because I do remember coming here. I guess the outpost is actually, no, the outpost is right here. That is the outpost, right? Yeah, because you go through here, and you go through here, and you go through here, and you go in there. I feel like there's a portal missing somewhere. There's like, I think there's a portal right here that's missing. I think that's the exit out of the area, because I'm like, this is already explorable. That's why I'm like kind of confused, but I think the outpost, I never realized that there's like actually, because you can't go up there. You can't go up to these buildings. I never realized that they have like this big tower and all this stuff out here. So, and you don't realize how close it is actually to Lion's Arch. It would still be considered, I guess, part of Lion's Arch, even though it is divided by a bridge there, but there, so we're really, we still have so many, holy crap. Scoundrels Rise. Okay, so this is the area north of Lion's Arch. So this would be on the other side. Again, this is kind of nondescript. This is coming down from the like this. Sorry, like this. So this is north, south, west, east. You come down from the mountain. Remember how I talked about you come kind of through the cave. You can kind of see the snow-covered mountains here, and you start going into like right into the beach area. A lot of these shipwrecks. It's really kind of crazy. You come into this area, and the first thing you see is like shipwrecks everywhere, right? And it's like, whoa, okay, this all used to have water in it. That's why the swamps are there, because there used to be water here, but it's kind of like retreated or something. But yeah, kind of a nondescript area with this outpost out here. I think we're gonna see more of that in a minute, but yeah, you can kind of come to this outpost here. This outpost is famous for, and you can kind of see there's a little frog guy. I've talked about it. Gail Gray, was that her name? Gail Gray. She was like the community manager or something for a long time. I think she might, maybe she doesn't work for Guild Wars or for ArenaNet anymore. I know she worked for like ever for ArenaNet. And people have very fond memories of her. She used to be very active in Guild Wars 1. She was the community manager, and she actually was the one that would come into the game. And her thing was like frogs or something. So they actually had like, when she left the game as like community manager or something, she stepped into like a different role. She still worked for ArenaNet, but she stepped out of the role of like community manager or something like that. They had this big, in this little outpost right here, they actually had like this big going away thing for her, and it was like frogs everywhere and whatever. That was just like, I guess, her thing. I wasn't there for that. I don't know. But the tiny little leftover thing is one little frog that still hangs out here in this tiny little outpost. I'd like to point him out. I think there was another one that we found somewhere. Wasn't there like another tent where we found another frog or something in a different outpost or something? I love the little pig that's on the little cart. That's very cute. I've never noticed that. Look at him. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other frog things. Yeah, so, but this is, the southern part. This is, like, going into, into Kryta, moving into Kryta. This would be, this area in Guild Wars 2, again, very, like, not at all like it, and kind of whatever. But this would be the southeastern edge of Gandaren Fields, right where the water is. North of here would be the estate, the big estate, the Almuten Estates or whatever. That's sitting right up north of here, and this is actually all underwater. This is all water, and then you have on this far side is pretty much the rest of the hamlet of the little farmlands that you have right north of Lion's Arch or whatever. So like I said, Lion's Arch would be like right down here. So it's kind of crazy because we have the North Kryta province. Let me go back to that for a second. I want to look at something real quick. Because I didn't realize. So you can kind of see. So do you guys see this part of this area right here? With the path, and you can't actually go to it. Right, you have like stuff down there, and we kind of this is the Scoundrel's Rise that we just looked at. So this was the other edge of that map, and I'm gonna go back to it now so that I now that I know what I'm talking about. So this is what we're talking about. This is the area that you can't access, and then Scoundrel's Rise, right, is like here. So this area is really important because this is where they actually, I think this is where they find the Scepter of Ore. Is inside this thing. They make it, they don't ever show it. The White Mantle finds the scepter, I want to say, in this crypt right here. And in they don't really show it in Guild Wars 1. They just show it in a cutscene, in a nondescript area. You're like, oh, okay, it's somewhere deep in the forests of Kryta, you know, where the crypts are or whatever. It's actually like 2 seconds away from Lion's Arch, which is really, really funny to me because Lion's Arch is like right over there and it's right outside and they find it. So it's kind of weird. But I don't think it's supposed to be in that location. It's supposed to be like a remote location that happens. But yeah, that's Scoundrel's Rise. Let's move on. Burning Isle. So this is the I guess Ascalon, destroyed Ascalon / Fire Island Chain Guild Hall. Again, I love that they used the assets and then created like guild halls out of it, you know, because it looks really cool. I mean, you see all these like areas, you know, this gate. I don't think we ever see anything like this, like one of these statues made into a gate like that. So, and then we get that one tree that like kind of looks nice out in the area. I don't know why it is flat like that, but yeah, it's kind of weird that they used Ascalon assets here, like destroyed Ascalon assets for this part. But yeah, there you go. Let's see another guild hall thing place. Henge of Denrabi. Ooh, so we're going to Maguma Jungle, right? And we kind of go down there. And this is the Henge of Denrabi. So we come to the Henge of Denrabi. Henge of Denrabi. Ooh, sorry guys. Ooh. Is that I'm trying not to get that one. want to finish this today. Aurora Glade and Henge of Denravi. So in Guild Wars 2, this is kind of an interesting area because we actually have like this Drytop actually takes part of this area. You know, specifically I want to say this area down here, or is this how it's located? So it would be this side over here or whatever. You can see a lot of this map isn't used. Okay, so we actually, in the mission to get the henge, we actually get teleported from another location. From over here, we get teleported over here, okay, to this, okay, because we have to get the crystals. We did that mission where you have to open the portal. It's this like secret portal, and you have to go actually down here, and you have to fight the guardian of the henge, which spawns like right over here. And we see all these structures. These are like druid structures or something. We don't really know. We don't really get an explanation as to who built the henge, what the purpose of it is, but it's just like this magical hidden thing. So once you defeat them, you get teleported into the Henge of Denravi, and you can't physically like move. You can't go to like different areas and move out and walk around and stuff. But this is the henge. This is the main part, the main building. I mean the fountain, right? And we see the fountain. You can go into the little swamp, which is like the destroyed henge, I think is what the area is called or something. And it has like swamp all around it. And you can actually see this fountain that's kind of sitting right there in the middle. And we have like this structure. I don't think you can even see that in Guild Wars 1. But that's pretty much it. Like it's just this henge with this little, you know, it's supposed to be this isolated, magically protected area that's just far away from any civilization. And the white mantle eventually do come in here and kill everyone and stuff. And we do see in season 3 of The Living World, we have in the last, is it the last episode? Yeah, it's the last episode where we join the white man or the Shining Blade. We have actually how Anise and Livia, they reenact the attack. We never actually see the attack of the white mantle on the henge because we're actually trying to get the scepter to the vizier so that he can help us, and then we get betrayed by Marcus. But yeah, so they actually show us this little fountain area, which is like the main area, and yeah, so this is like the Henge of Denravi. It's like this really cool like jungly area, magical. I would love to find out more about it. Like have like a lore book maybe that talks about or like an ancient druid spirit or something that we find somewhere that kind of talks about like, oh yeah, I remember when I lived in the henge or whatever, or we created the henge in defense, you know, in honor of Melandru or something. I don't know, something like that, something along those lines. But we have those big trees out here, so it's really cool. But Tangled Roots, so we talked about Maguma Stayed, which is one of the outposts, I think, out here. I think this is that outpost actually directly. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So it's like the most southern part. This is actually a pretty big area. Not all of this is actually the Tangle Root. This is Drytop over here, so we can actually see Drytop. Drytop is really interesting because it has a lot of centaurs here in Drytop, and it, you know, and the centaurs in the centaur religion, culture / religion, they do actually worship these trees. We have the ancestor tree, right? In season 4, we actually see the last of the ancestor trees, or one of the last ancestor trees, and they kind of, that's what they worship. They worship these big trees, and that's like they're almost, they're pretty like they're almost like Grawl in that sense, where the Grawl take like whatever random statue and they're just like, oh, we're gonna worship this thing or whatever, right? But they take big trees and they kind of worship that. That's like the center of gathering for them. They kind of gather around these these big ancestor trees. So we have a lot of not just like structures that are like built into the wall, which we don't know who built these structures. Right there on both sides of this, we have these ancient structures. We don't see any people around here. There's no there's like traders and merchants and stuff. They kind of walk around, but we don't really know like who built this in particular. But then we also have, this is like one of the only things we see a giant tree stump. So it's suspected in the community that this used to be an ancestor tree to some of the centaurs that are walking around in here. And we actually see in Guild Wars 2 in Drytop, we actually see, so it's funny because the area, so this area, not all of Drytop isn't completely on here, but it's a fairly small area. It's only like it kind of connects around here, and then that's it for Drytop. The Drytop is actually this is not accessible in Guild Wars 2. The actual area that's Drytop is not accessible. You actually have to go northwest in order to go to the area that actually is. So north of here is where we just were. North of here is where the portal was to the Henge of Denravi and stuff, and I kind of showed you guys some of the stuff there. That's like way over here somewhere. But then we have the Ettin's back and Ventari's refuge and stuff, which we'll see. But Drytop, yeah, Drytop is like way over there, and it's not actually, it looks very different to what it looks like in Guild Wars 1. And it's also like not in the same location as Drytop is in Guild Wars 1. But we do see centaurs in Drytop in Guild Wars 2, which do worship a small tree that kind of grows out of the ground, right? And for a while, you know, if you don't really see how they align, this is not the exact same location of the tree, but it could be that, you know, those same centaurs that lived around here are those peaceful centaurs that we then meet 250 years later. You know, maybe they became peaceful, and they kind of hang out there in Drytop and maybe planted another seed of an ancestor tree after their old one was destroyed, right? Because I still have this theory that these old trees, because we know that, you know, this is part of like the Maguma jungle and stuff, that these old trees are just part of the vines. That's my personal theory, my personal headcanon, that these are Mordremoth's old vines from 10,000 years ago, when the last rising of the Elder Dragons, and these trees were left behind from back then, but then Mordremoth kind of went to sleep, and a lot of this kind of dried out, you know, and lost the magic, right? Because because Mordremoth is the jungle, right? That was always the thing. So when they go to sleep, the dragon cycle is always about how the dragons, they awaken and they consume magic, and then they go to sleep, and then the magic releases out of their body, and then after 10,000 years they wake back up, and then they consume magic again, and then go back to sleep, right? So the idea is that like in my head, it's kind of like during the last Elder Dragon Rising, Mordremoth kind of controlled this whole area still, right? It's, you know, it is the jungle or whatever, and then it went to sleep, and the magic kind of left its body, which is the jungle. So it ended up drying out the area because the magic is the life force of the world, and that's why these vines are, you know, these old tree looking vines with the thorns on them. They have these like weird thorny, right? They're very thorny looking. That's why it dried out, you know, so we can kind of not necessarily retcon, but give these weird trees that we see out here a little bit more background, and just be like, yeah, they look like this because they were from 10,000 years ago when Mordremoth was still like, you know, awake and stuff. Everything was green around here, but then it went to sleep, and a lot of the magic went out of it, and they ended up kind of like drying out and dying out or whatever, you know. And then Mordramoth had to like respread its roots across the world a little bit more because a lot of it had died, you know. So that's kind of my headcanon. We see some of the Henshift and Ravi here to the north, and we actually come down. So this is what I kind of want to talk about. I like this area a lot because, as you can see, you get like a little bit of a journey. So you leave the henge and you can journey across here, and you see all these like things, like these vines and these like things overlapping. It gives you this very jungly feel. But you come down here and you go across these wood logs, and you journey all the way down, and you go along the path, and the environment kind of changes as you go down further. It turns dark blue, and you go down to this. And what do we have here? What is this little river? Well, this is the other side of the Olin River, that dark river that I talked about. And the little bit of lore that we do get is actually from a fisherman that's right here, and he actually gives us passage across to the other area, to the other side of the river that we saw earlier. But he talks about how there's like this weird darkness that is on top of this river, and then in Guild Wars 2 we come to this river, and it, you know, it's just a regular river that kind of runs through Metrica Province, and no problem, it's just whatever, you know. So but yeah, that's kind of the Tangled route here. Again, this is just an area of jungly goodness. This is the Maguma State down here. I think they had during the war in Kryta, something happened down here. They had like a rally or something that happened here. One of those things I think might have happened or something. Nothing too crazy, but it's just this jungly area with lots of centaurs and creatures that want to kill you, you know, and it leads to the on that side it leads to Drytop. So it kind of has that. It has these structures in the middle. Again, you can't actually go inside of them, but again, I think this is the lore behind those, is that they're druid structures. So when you leave Maguma Stade, you can go up and you can go across here, walk along here, and you can see these structures, you know, but you can't enter them, you know. So yeah, so that's just part of the jungle there. Moving on, we have a lot more to get through. So this is the Ventari's Refuge. So again, we have all of these. See how like I kind of talk about this is Ventari's Refuge, the one of the if not the biggest tree. No, this tree is bigger, but one of the biggest trees is in, I don't know what that area is. Oh, this is going into like the way we can actually see the housing, different housing of the druids. We actually see the people. Before they became druids, they lived kind of in the forest. There were these like people that worshipped Melandru, and they wanted to be closer. They wanted to connect more with the land, and they end up just sacrificing themselves. So this is to give you references, the other side of Drytop. So this is where Drytop would actually be in Guild Wars 2. It doesn't really look like anything at all, really. But we get more of these structures, these weird ancient structures. Again, we get a lot of these. This is like a druid thing. These are like all these druid buildings, okay? This is all like druid magic. I wish we would have gotten more of the druids in Guild Wars 2, more of an explanation as to who or what they are. You know, because we do see some of the druids, and one of the Priory people wants to find out, but the druids are just kind of like, they walk away and they don't say anything to him, and he's very disappointed. It's one of the events that you can do. But yeah, this would be like Edensbeck is all this whole area, but this would be Drytop over here. Again, it doesn't look anything like it. Yeah, you know, it's just kind of like whatever. And then if you go to Ventari's Refuge, which is this area right here, that would be where the is it the Gilded Hollow? Yeah, underground here would be the Gilded Hollow, like underneath here. But yeah, so this is where Ventari hangs out first, underneath this big tree. He kind of tries to escape the war that's happening in Kryta. You know, and he wants to find peace, so he kind of comes out here, but then the war kind of follows him. We have these tens out here. We kind of talked about those that hang out here. We have this area to the north, which is looks again more like druid stuff out here. So they seem to have like a real big culture. I mean, we see a lot of buildings of the druids and stuff. So at some point they must have had like a very large like you know, I guess population, you could say, right? Big population. But we see all these trees, like I said, and it's all dead, right? Because it's all like dried out. And again, I feel like because yeah, this is still dried out even in Guild Wars 2 when we come here and Mordramoth has awakened and stuff. But I feel like at some point 10,000 years ago, this might have been part of the Maguma jungle, and this is why the vines are happening, or why these trees are here, these weird thorny trees that we have, because Mordramoth had taken this area at some point. You know, it would be a really good explanation for why this looks the way it does. So, but it's kind of cool to see these trees the way they are, and kind of have this whole area, and kind of look at all of that stuff kind of combined. It's really, really cool. I really love the Maguma jungle, the Maguma wastes in Guild Wars 1. I think they're very unique as a jungle setting. I kind of talked about, we see this here specifically, how the upper layers a lot are dried out. We see it in sage lands and stuff, like they're dried out and like arid looking, and then you go down into the ravine and that's where the actual jungle is. We see that in a lot of different parts. We even see that like here, you know, and there's actual areas where the playable space actually extends into the down below, right, where it's not high up, where it's arid and stuff. So Silverwood, Quarrel Falls, this would be going way into wouldn't it? Oh no. So this is so this area right here, and I don't know exactly, it's gonna be tough to figure out exactly what's north, and might be Bloodstone Fen, the actual outpost is here. So I want to see, is that the outpost for Bloodstone Fen? Yeah, I think that might be it. That might be the outpost for Bloodstone Fen. So I think that would be, it would be like this. So it's literally, if you split, this is like split in half, okay? This side right here is part of the Silver Wastes, and then the other side of it would be the first part of Verdant Brink. It looks nothing like it. There's nothing. And then right in the center of it is Quarrel Falls, which is this really cool area. Like you come down from the jungle, right? You go from the jungle, you go in it, and you have these like cool like falls, the Quarrel Falls. This is what it's named after. You have these little waterfalls that lead into like this little pool, and it's kind of in the shade because it has these like viney things that are above it. So it's kind of this little circular, you know, outlet into like in the whole big jungle. But this is like the one of the main parts of the jungle. This is not the deepest part of the jungle, but the Silverwood is probably the most jungly of the Maguma jungle looking parts. We see a lot of more of the druid structures here. They look a little different. They have a lot of different structures, the druids, which again kind of adds to the depth. You know, they have these, and then they have those actual like human-like buildings that look a little different. So and then they have these, we kind of saw this a little bit earlier, this part of it. This is where Ventari's refuge would be over here. You can kind of see a clear like divide. This is where all the Ventari refuge, all the stuff is over there. And yeah, so that would actually be, yeah, so that is actually south, so that's correct. So south is more dead when you go north, and then Bloodstone Fen actually happens over there. And this part leads to Mamnoon Lagoon, which is like the far Silver Waste, and it looks very, very different. I don't know where the portal is, somewhere around there. There it is. I see it right there. So there's like a whole nother it's a smaller area out here, over there, the Mamnoon Lagoon, but it is out there. So, but yeah, this is kind of the jungle area, big part of the jungle area. This is like very huge when you go around, because you have to wind around these mountains. They make these artificial, they create these artificial pathways with these mountains that they have. But in Guild Wars 1 we didn't have mountains, we didn't have jumping, we didn't have gliding, we didn't have these things. So it actually creates this gigantic area. So you have the Sagelands and the Druid's Overlook. Not an area that we can actually see in Guild Wars 2. One interesting part to talk about though. So this would be, let me make sure I know where. Druid Overlook. Yeah, Druid Overlook. Is that Druid Overlook? It is Druid Overlook. Okay. So that is north, south, west, east. And so directly south of here, okay, if we were like, we're looking south now, directly south of here, this is where Brisbane Wildlands would be. Okay, directly south, like if we do like a little like south, southeast would be like, this is all Brisbane Wildlands, but it cuts off right here where the Druid Overlook, this is the outpost right here, it cuts off right there. This is not an area that's accessible, but what is accessible, like what is right over here, this is part of the area of the Druid's Overlook, so it would be like right here in Guild Wars 2. This is actually where the when you go to Brisbane Wildlands and you go to the very most northern part of it, and you go like along, you can actually find bandits working on a bridge that leads to a portal. There's a secret portal, I mean, it's not secret, it's out there. It doesn't function. It just looks like a portal, and it doesn't actually do anything. Okay. And this actually would lead right into this area. I mean, this would be this area, the Sagelands, that, you know, would be right over here. There's not much to the Sagelands. It's just, again, this is the first introduction that we get to the jungle, really, if you go through the story in Guild Wars 2. But this is the exact area where I talk about, you know, we see a lot of vines over here. This leads to another area. This leads to Majesty's Rest. This would be the area in Guild Wars 2 where the fortress is. During season 3 we go into the fortress of the White Mantle, where we meet Karita for the first time. Livia, we actually have to rescue her from that would be out from the White Mantle, from the trap that she's in. That would actually be like right over here in Guild Wars 2, but this is Majesty's Rest. But we see more of the again, we see more, this turns more viney, right? These trees are even more viney, right? So that again lets me to believe that we could have a headcanon that says that yes, these are like Mordramoth's roots kind of coming out of the ground from 10,000 years ago, kind of spread, has a much larger influence. Because remember, in Guild Wars 2, Mordramoth wasn't awake for very long. I mean, at the end of season 1, right, Scarlet does her thing. She awakens Mordramoth. We hear a giant wail across the world. Mordramoth is awake, and we start seeing, for season 2, we start seeing a lot of tentacles and roots and whatever, like, you know, a lot of that coming out, like jungle tentacles and all this stuff happening. But then we go into the jungle to fight it, and like not even a year later, pretty much in the actual timeline, you know, we kill Mordramoth. Like, Mordramoth didn't even exist for like a whole year. It didn't even have time to like spread its influence like it probably could. I mean, I think Mordramoth has the easiest way to spread because it just has these roots, right? With like Kralkatorrik, for example, he has to physically fly across somewhere to create the brand, to create like what, you know, would be part of his body or whatever, right? Or not body, but like would be considered his terrain kind of thing, right? Zhaitan, we don't even know how Zhaitan kind of just takes over undead. Like, it's a little bit harder for him to spread. But Mordramoth has like literally vines that can pop up anywhere across the world, right? But it didn't live very long. It didn't live like 50 years like Zhaitan did. Zhaitan lived like, was alive 50 years on the or not alive, awake. I'm sorry, awake for like 50 years, you know, and so was able to spread its influence a lot easier. But yeah, anyways, enough of that. I'm kind of beating a dead horse. But so yeah, this area, like I said, the one thing that is interesting about this area is this is the first time we get introduced to the forest in general, right? And we see again more of these structures. The jungle, not the forest, but the jungle, right? There's a difference between a forest and a jungle. But this is the first time where we see the higher up areas are more arid looking, right? And we have these old structures again here. And then you go lower into the valleys where the water is, and you actually get a lot of the greenery and the vines and those types of things going on, right? Like, you know, you actually can walk down here, down from these, you know, you can see where the paths are, the lighter area, you know, is like the path, and you can go down into the thing, and you can actually like walk all the way down into like right here, into these areas, right? And there's like a group of enemies in here and stuff. So but yeah, so that's pretty much the one thing about the Sagelands that's super interesting. It's kind of cool to see it when you're kind of like flying around the area and looking at those different things. So yeah, and then we have the what is out here? This is the wilds. This is before you go into we're gonna look at that as well. The wilds is a cool area because it has some interesting stuff. There's a Shining Blade outpost and stuff, but this is just pretty much going into like northeast, no, I'm sorry, northwest and east. I don't know why I can't get it wrong, but this is, or right, I get it wrong, but I can't get it right. So as you can see, my like energy is kind of like going now. But yeah, so this is the north western edge of the Maguma Forest, Maguma Waste, Maguma Forest. So we kind of like, this is like the mix between Maguma Waste and Maguma Jungle, because we can see kind of both of the things. I really like this little waterfall area over here. It's kind of cool. I like when I come across that. It looks really cool. So moving on, Augury Rock. So we've already kind of explored a lot of the areas around it. This area, I did talk about this. If you go back to those different things that I showed you guys, you know, this would be the Ellen Riverlands, right? We kind of know Augury Rock. You know, this is where the teleporter into it is like right up here. It doesn't exist in Guild Wars 1, but in Guild Wars 2 we do have a teleporter that teleports us right inside or whatever. All of this is branded down here. There's some branding going on. You know, there's no water down here. There's just like enemies that hang out down there. We do have this little area in Guild Wars 1. This is an outpost, and this is like one of those outposts where you can like kind of walk around the outpost, because we can go around all the different parts. This is another explorable area. This is the Prophet's Path, I think is what it's called, and I talked about how these pillars in Guild Wars 2 they kind of align perfectly, and then to the north you have the where the giants hang out a little bit. You know, Amnoon is right over there. You can kind of see some of the structures of Amnoon. I don't know what is this, like one of the outposts? Yeah, this is an outpost. We're going into the desert over here. Yeah, so this would be Destiny's Gorge. Destiny's Gorge. Oh, this is another explorable area. Oh, okay. This leads to Diviner's Ascent. So if you guys remember Diviner's Ascent, it was a map that kind of was like an upside down L shape, where the other side of it was Ilona Reach, and that was like the mission or whatever. And we had Diviner's Ascent. So this leads to Diviner's Ascent. And then this is Destiny's Gorge, which there's the portal there, and then there's the other portal there. So this is south of where the actual Destiny's Gorge is going to be. Like I said, in Guild Wars 2, Destiny's Gorge is a little bit further north. I did talk about that already a little bit. But yeah, this is the big structure. You guys we'll look inside. This is the big Augury Rock, right? In Guild Wars 2, you can take your mounts or teleporter or whatever. In Guild Wars 2, you have to go through the whole process of doing the 3 missions that activates these rune stones, and it teleports you then into this area right here. But that's pretty much pretty close to what it does look like. Dwayna is the leader of the gods, so she kind of gets these prominent statues right here, but the other gods do hang out here. Lissa, Grenth, Melandru, and Balthazar are here as well. With these other statues of whatever heroes or kings or whatever they are, right? So you have a fight that goes on here, and we can't go into neither the upper nor the lower area. Okay, like in Guild Wars 2, we know that there's like a basement to it, and we do know that there is an area that leads like where you can kind of circle up around it and read all the different verses of the Flameseeker prophecies and stuff like that. In Guild Wars 1, you can't do that. The only thing you can do here is like fight your doppelganger. Your doppelganger fight happens right in here, and that's where the meta event kind of comes from in the second game and stuff. But yeah, that's just again, you know, same shape of the little room here with the little ramps on the side or whatever, and you fight the branded forgotten in here or whatever. So you have that area. I think the teleporters, yeah, the teleporters do exist. These teleporters, these structures I think are here. There's a lot of Jinn hanging out here, a lot of ghosts, evil ghosts and stuff that hang out here. They will attack you, but a lot of these structures, you can find these to be pretty intact, so you can actually go and see these in Guild Wars 2. So but it's kind of cool. I talked about these structures as well. I think these were part of the oh no, let's close that. Yeah, I think these do exist a little bit. Remember, this is where, like, right underneath this area is where the quicksand is. I talked about this, right? We talked about these two skeletons. Remember how we talked these two skeletons, and I was like, yeah, right inside where these skeletons are, that is where you know, that is where the quicksand is. And we have that big skeleton in Guild Wars 2 where I think there's like a mastery point or something right in the middle of it. That's where the quicksand is down here. And there's like these structures. I think they do have some of these structures right next to these ruins. They do exist in Guild Wars 2, so they're still there. The camp is over here, right? We have a couple of those camps where the Char girl is trying to help the people being deceived, right? They talk about the path to ascension, and they're being tricked and stuff. Like, this is all happening here. The main waypoint, the main area, right, where like everyone kind of gathers, is like right over here. I want to say, yeah, it's like right over here. And then this is the little, you can go inside of here in Guild Wars 2, and that's where one of the hero challenges is. North of here is where you do that little hard quest. You know, that they have that kind of over here. I don't know why that looks like that. I know, that's kind of weird, but yeah, so that's that area. The weird pedestals. I don't know what these are. That's kind of weird. What are these? Alright, random little pedestals that we do not see in Guild Wars 2. There you go. Kind of retcon the pedestals. Oh my god. How dare they. Alright, moving on, because we still have... Oh my god, well, how do we have so much? I feel like I'm doing pretty good. This is Glenn's challenge. So this is another part of the... I like looking at the skybox. It's pretty cool. But this is another part. This is a... is interesting. There's not much to it. It's just a small little arena right here that you have to defend from two different sides from destroyers kind of invading. This is part of the of Glenn's lair, a far side of it or something. This is where we defend Vlast. We actually do meet Vlast in Guild Wars 1. It's called just like Baby Dragon or something like that. It has like a very generic name. But we actually meet Vlast. We have to defend Vlast. He's like standing right over here. And he's still like a little baby dragon. He's like almost like I would say like how adolescent Oreen was during season 4. Kind of that's what he looks like in this time. And yeah, and we have to defend him. It's like this mission that you can do, this challenge mission. And with the Brotherhood, you know, with the dwarves, the Brotherhood of the dwarves or whatever, And yeah, it's just this happens, and like before Vlast goes to Kesho, right before he gets taken in by the Forgotten there, before they build Kesho and all that happens. So he hangs out here. Emberlight Camp. So we're going to the Fire Island Chain, everyone. Fire Island Chain with all these craggy rocks. This is the first spot that we come to. We actually come right down here. So to describe it to you guys, it's again not areas. Yeah, this is not, none of these areas actually exist in Guild Wars 2. But yeah, so this is this is the first camp we kind of come to, right next to this giant pillar. For the longest time I never noticed that pillar being right next to us, and then I was just like, oh wait, oh, holy crap, because they come out and I did notice these right away, and I was just like, whoa, okay. It's like tentacles coming out of the eye sockets. It's really brutal. But yeah, so it's kind of, this is the first image that you get of the Fire Island Chain. Again, a lot of these areas are very nondescript. You just see a lot of these faces, and there's a lot of just like destroyed foliage at some point. I guess before the volcano erupted, there was a lot more greenery, a lot more just plant life, and you know, you have a little bit of that on the edge here. We talked about the inner council is over here, and we talked about how we go to that outpost, and then from that outpost we go over here, and then this is where the other mission takes place. It cuts off right there, but and actually there's a lot more. We have this is the big volcano. This is the main volcano with core of Door of Komali over here. So we're very far away from it when we first enter here. We're over here, and this area stretches very far to this side as well, but it's just like kind of like, you know, Ember Bay, pretty close to it, you know, with the lava and the heads and the black rock. We see one of the towers, one of the fence towers of the Mersad here, which, you know, kind of on the way, you kind of see it on the way, because you come over here, you go around the corner, right, because you leave from there, you go around the corner, you see that, and then you venture further to get to the inner council, and you take out the inner council of the White Mantle. So, but yeah, so that's kind of in relation to, you know, the volcano's way over there. Give you guys, you know, the island chain was much bigger in Guild Wars 1. Fissure of Woe. So this is Balthazar's realm. This is the realm of Balthazar in the mists. We do get the out here. Is it out here? Is it this area? Is it this area? This area? Where's the burning forest? I think the burning forest is right here. So the burning forest is out here. Part of that actually becomes part of Dragon's Fall, whatever it's called, out here. But yeah, this is one of the elite missions. At the end, one of the end gamey ones. This is the giant forge, right? This is a huge little arena in the middle. This is the giant forge. This is where you create the on this anvil right here. You create the obsidian armor in Guild Wars 1. So we have obsidian armor in Guild Wars 2, but the obsidian armor gets crafted on this very badass, like metal looking, like, oh my god, cool badass like area or whatever. Yeah, and you have these missions around that you have to do. You have to go into these areas. I don't know. I've done Fissure of Woe a couple of times, but I don't remember much about it. You just get like these. This area was like my favorite. I love this because you have all this like fiery death, and you have to go across all these like stone bridges, and there's like fire everywhere, and I was just like, oh my god. There's also like a cave somewhere, right? Isn't there? Is there a cave somewhere? Yeah, there's a cave right here. I remember this. You go through this whole cave. It's really cool, and you come across, like, come to this beachhead, and you can loop around along the beach and go to the first. This is the first area. This is where you first enter with this very Lord of the Rings looking tower. You know, but yeah, this is the Fissure of Woe. This is one of the elite missions that you can kind of do. Like I said, that's the tunnel you come through. I remember doing some stuff. There's another one of these arenas looking things. But yeah, so there you go. That's one of the elite missions. You got this little town out here, kind of random, you know. So, Fissure of Woe. This is Balthazar's realm. You know, with the volcanoes over here. All right, Old Ascalon. I feel like we've already done Old Ascalon. Ooh, sorry guys. So, Ascalon City down here. I'm gonna try to be a little faster because we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 maps to go through, so we're only like halfway done, and I'm already like 4 hours into it. So I'm gonna kind of breeze through this a little bit faster. So again, we talked about how this was all underwater. I've talked about how this was like this is the swampy area south of that bridge that we just talked about earlier. And you come across here, there's like I think there's like a char outpost for, I think specifically the Ash Legion has like a little outpost up here up on this mountain. Yeah, so there's not much. I mean, this is the cave that we kind of know, the Devourer cave. It does still exist after the searing. It kind of has vines everywhere that weren't there before, I don't think. And there's like a broken cage, or there's a cage. It's not broken, but there's a cage. I don't think there's like any prisoners in here, but I guess at some point maybe this was used by the Char as keeping prisoners in here or something, but maybe we drove them away or something. Not sure. This is the destroyed Ashford, right? With Ashford Abbey being right here. We talked about how Ashford Abbey, you know, how this was the entrance to the catacombs. They do still have a portal there, but you can't actually get to the catacombs. The catacombs don't exist in Guild Wars 2, but or in Guild Wars, I'm sorry, in Guild Wars post-searing Guild Wars 1. But this area, I talked about how there was a reference in Guild Wars 2 when you go down into the Ashford, you go down the stairs into the thing, and there is the little reference to Chrono Trigger down there. The entrance to the actual catacombs in Guild Wars 2 would be right over here. So when you go, you know, there's the gate to the north, where the harpies are stealing. The outpost, the Priory outpost would be like right on top of this mountain here, like right around here somewhere. With the crystal, there's that crystal right next to it, next to the Temple of Badazar, right? So you have the Badazar where the Graal are. You go from there, you go to there's the big crystal that has the elementals around it, and there's actually like a little plaque that talks about the searing, and this is one of the searing crystals. And then you have the camp of the Priory. You have to go up to it, and then right next is the entrance to the catacombs. That is like right over here. That happens here. That's the viewing hill. We talked about that. I don't think that Old Ascalon really is that interesting, honestly, beside Ashford Abbey. Oh no, I was wrong. So this the Devourer. Oh no, the Devourer. Yeah, okay, never mind. I was not wrong. I was just like, wait, what? Yeah, the Devourer cave is like, there's like nothing there. There's like a mountain here that you can go on top. There's like a path that leads along the like through the mountains, kind of like along the water. But yeah, that's about it. There's not a lot there. But yeah, this is just like destroyed Ashford here. I wonder if they yeah, I don't think they have anything interesting here. You know, this is the town that Gwen grew up in. The Wizard's Folly Tower would be like over there. The Beacon of the Ages, right, would be over here. But we do know that in Guild Wars 2 it is gone. Searing Crystals, Statue of Balthazar, we talked about that. Badazar, right? And then this is in Guild Wars 2 over here would be where the spider forest is. There's a lot of like spiders and stuff hanging out here, so that's kind of that area. We've talked about all of that over there already. This is Old Ascalon kind of, so yeah, there you go. We're moving on. What about Nolani Academy? So this is on the far side of Ascalon. This would be where they build Nolani Academy. Nolani Academy is right here. And then if you go south of it, you know, this is where the wall is. This is where Rin is. The ruins of Rin. You can actually see the ruins of Rin in Guild Wars 2 with Horn Hill right here. Horn Hill in Guild Wars 2, when you go to the Black Citadel, it actually has a little pedestal where it has the actual broken horn. Actually, this is, it looks much larger in Guild Wars 1, but it actually has the broken horn in Guild Wars 2. It actually like sits on this little pedestal, and when you go further south, you can actually, it overlooks these ruins of Rin, and you can actually go through the ruins of Rin, which is south of the Black Citadel. The Black Citadel sits like right here. The Black Citadel would be like right here, right where the wall is. The wall is like all destroyed. Kind of, you see pieces of it right underneath it, but the Black Citadel is built like right on top of here, with the viewing hill being on the outside outskirts of it, right? So, but this is Rin, how it looked in Guild Wars 1. You can probably align some of the structures. I don't know if they did a good, perfect job with it, but we do get some of the taller structures down here in the ruins of Rin. So this is the second capital. So the original capital, as far as we know, was Draskir, which is like way on the other side, because we're like, you know, Ascalon, the actual city of Ascalon is like way over there, right? So north of there was Sirmia, and Draskir was right next to Sirmia, okay? But they were north of the wall. That used to be the old capital. Now Draskir was destroyed because of the Char, because it was north of the wall and it didn't have the protection. So it was destroyed. So they moved the capital to Rin. This became the new capital. Well, then in Guild Wars 1, Rin gets attacked and gets mostly destroyed during the searing and stuff like that. And then eventually they actually move the capital to Ascalon City. Ascalon City becomes the very last stand right before the Foe Fire, right before, and Adelburn and the Axe to Foe Fire. It's like the last standing, you know, beside Ebonhawk, of course, that was built at that point in time. Yeah, then we have the Nolani Academy. We do see like a gate to it. You know, we in the when you go down to the water part, like all of this is like all water, right? You have this giant citadel orb over here, and it's overlooking this like giant water flooded, like not flooded, but it's like has like just like this small little lake down there with the ruins at the end. And then you can go north, and you come to across this hill. You have these spirits keep coming out of this gate, and they walk into the valley, and they get the Char keep fighting them down there. That's because these spirits are coming out of Nolani Academy. This is the Nolani Academy right here, and you know, they trained the Flame Scepter mages there. But then we have this cool graveyard over here. We did this mission with the graveyard and stuff. I really love these tombstones. They look very unique. I really like them with the big tower next to it. It's really, really cool. And then the mural of Grenth. We don't actually get to go into this area. This is like pretty much up into the mountains, leading into, this would be leading into Wayfarer Foothills. Wayfarer Foothills is like literally right here. It's kind of staggering how close this area is to Wayfarer Foothills, which Wayfarer Foothills is not an area at all that we can access in Guild Wars 1. So, but yeah, so we have this little graveyard out here with these cool tombstones. Some of them are lit up and some of them are not. I really like that. Destroyed a lot of things destroyed here with Nolani, right, like north of Nolani. We even have we have the little ruins that we're gonna see those ruins as well. But that's pretty much it. So that's Rin and the wall kind of like going through. It's kind of weird how the wall like stops here, even though there's supposed to be like the wall stretches across, like it's supposed to go across all the way. I mean, they have it going all the way through here to areas that we can't even access. right? Half of the map isn't even accessible. This area isn't accessible. This area isn't accessible. You can go all the way to the that's the graveyard right there, but like all of that isn't accessible. None of that is accessible. So, okay, we're going to Kantha. We're kind of jumping around. We're going back to Kaineng City, guys. We're going to probably one of the largest areas. This is the Zhequang, I don't know how to pronounce that, Skyway. So this is the area, as you guys can see, even the program kind of slows down. So we looked at all of this. Remember how we looked at all of this being the sewers down below, right? We looked at all of this. That was one of the maps that we kind of looked at, and there's like a portal there. Not sure why there is a portal, because I don't think the Undercity is down here. This is the Undercity we kind of talked about. This is where the Ampha hang out. But then in in contrast to that is we have the city, pretty much the area that's above it, right? And we have all these like bridges. It's called the Skyway because of that. It has all these many bridges that kind of lead that are like above the areas. See, we have like another bridge like thing there, bridge there, bridge there. There's a lot of different bridges, so that's why it's called the Skyway. Here we have this is the Tengu outpost. It's called the Roost, right? The Roost is the one area in Kaineng City that they do get to have. Then we do have the on the side, I talked about this, right when you go into the God, it's so confusing. Okay, so when you go into the Undercity, I talked about how you have this little passageway that you can go across where this burnt down area was. Well, above it, and I talked about this a little bit, you can actually go across these bridges and actually get to this destroyed area, and you can walk through this burnt down. Again, this is part of the lore, is that because of the areas that were affected a lot in the during the plague and stuff, as the affliction is taking place, is taking over all of Kantha, kind of. Whether it was because they're trying to like kill the affliction or kill criminals or what, or maybe accidents or whatever, but because of all the chaos, there's certain areas of the city that are getting burned down, right? And it's like some might say it's because they're trying to burn out the affliction, like areas that have like where they're like, oh my god, we can't save this area, all of these people are taking over, and if we don't do something fast, and then they're like, let's burn it all to the ground, and they kind of do that. So that's part of that area there. I really like how big this area feels. It feels huge. Like I said, one of the reasons why I wanted to do this series of videos is because of how large this feels, right? It feels like they really did a good job of making Kaineng feel like this massive city. I mean, we can go down here, we go around here, we can go to the Roost, and we can go across these rooftops, across these bridges and stuff. But when you see it from outside, like, you can see how huge this is, right? This is like a huge area, with the Undercity underneath it, which gives it even more. It gives it like, instead of just being horizontally huge, it's also vertically huge, right? Because you're like, wow, there's a whole another zone underneath it with like, again, burned down buildings and stuff like that. This is one of the nicer areas up here. They have those where the merchants and the aristocrats kind of hang out and live. But yeah, so that's that. Ruins of Sirmia, we just talked about it. So this is north of Ascalon City. Ascalon City being over here. Perfect that it's part of. It's actually, Ascalon City is like over here. Okay, so this is part of Ascalon City right there. I talked about how you can see the old training grounds when you go up the stairs. That is that little plaza where you can see that part, right? So the wall goes along here. We talked about how the bridge, you can go there in pre-searing. We talked about this building and stuff. This is all happening. So this area is a mission outpost that leads not just to Sirmia. So Sirmia is this town right here. This is Sirmia, okay? Sirmia it's kind of strange. Again, when you don't see it from the top, when you don't see it from above, you would never really know, you would really not understand how it all kind of goes together. In Guild Wars 2, mind you, and I'm just kind of looking at that right now. In Guild Wars 2, this is all branded. This entire area is just a giant brand. You can go to like a little bit of this side over here, north of the wall. Wait, this is the Ruins of Sirmia outpost. And then this is the mission with the Flame Temple. What is this? Why is there like a weird pattern being drawn with the light? I'm just trying to make heads and tails. Oh, that's kind of cool. You can come up onto this pedestal here. That's kind of interesting because you can kind of see the... I'm just trying to find a flame temple. Oh, flame temple right there. Okay, interesting. Okay, so... but yeah, so this is all pretty much branded. I don't think any of these structures even existed. It's kind of interesting because you know where the little mansion is in the forest and in the Iron Marches, I want to say is what the area is. Yes. Yeah, it's the southeastern edge of the Iron Marches. There's the little forest area with the mansion where the cubs go in, and they have the ghost of the necromancer ghost that kind of appears, and she attacks like the kids or whatever. That is actually like this outpost right here. It's kind of strange. This outpost right here, which this is the Ruins of Sirmia. This outpost is actually much smaller because you can't. This outpost is actually like this. So right around here somewhere, they, at some point, I guess, maybe this mansion gets built or something. It looks just this area looks very, very different between game 1 and game 2. But to give you guys like kind of, you know, again, you hear about the Ruins of Sirmia and you're like, what does that mean though? Like, because they talk about, oh, this town, but you venture around, so you don't really get the scale of the, like, you think you're journeying across somewhere, but you're actually like going in a big circle around this town. And if you're not looking around, and if you're not really realizing where you are located, it might not make sense. But yeah, so you enter in here. You go in here. This is like where the merchant is hanging out and stuff. You have your henchmen, you know, hanging out in this whole area and stuff. And then you go into the actual town area. You spawn right here, and then you have to go over there. But again, we can't jump, we can't fly, we can't glide, we can't do any of these things. So Rurik takes you across here, goes all the way around, goes down here, goes down here, goes down here, and then gets to the building. Okay, you don't realize though that this is all like one town. I mean, if you had like stairs here, right, you could go right to that big building. Okay, so that looks to be like the main building of Sirmia. Right here is the center of Sirmia. There was again, we've seen this stage before. We talked about the stage before. So that is next to the stage of Lissa, and which probably was part of the town too, because there's a big building here, and there's a big buildings up here that used to be here. So it would be really cool to maybe see these at some point, like how they like maybe even just concept art of how they envisioned these to look like before the searing, right? So this is the town of Sirmia, okay? So then you leave the town of Sirmia, okay, and you go across these fields. Rurik kind of talks about these fields, how he used to play in them when he was a kid, and now seeing them destroyed makes him all sad and stuff. And then we come across here, we free these prisoners. There's these prisoners in these camps, in these little prison thingies. We free them, and they're Flame Scepter mages, and they tell us that, hey, in the old capital to the north, that that they want to take you there because of the mouthpiece or something. There's like a reason, whatever, they want to take you there. So you actually have to like go around and you have to journey all the way to this academy, which is, I guess, the main building of Jaskier as well, which has this like really unique portal. We don't see it any other way, or any other way, any other time. There's a mural of Grenth in there. But yeah, this is the academy. This is with the these are the what are they called? The Decimus stones or something like that is what they're called. We can kind of see these being used in Guild Wars 2 as like there's an event where you can kind of where you deal with the Decimus stones, and they're these pillars that shock you when you get close to them. That does happen in Guild Wars 2 as well. But yeah, so this is the old capital. This is Draskir. You kind of you then go across this bridge to the old capital of Draskir, and Draskir only has like a couple buildings. Who knows if there's more that was north of it, but this is very far from the wall. Look at how far away from the wall this is. There's a whole town in front of the wall, which is Sirmia, and then you have to go across fields and across a bridge, and then you go through another field before you actually reach the town. I mean, it's very far away from the actual, like, it makes sense, you know, from the wall, from the protective wall. So it makes sense that Draskir was destroyed early on in the raid, and you know, it was at some point the outpost of the not the outpost, but the capital, that it was the capital at some point, but it was moved after it was destroyed to something that is behind the wall, which was Ren. So really cool. Then we have the so the Flame Temple. They call it the Flame Temple here on the wiki. That's this. So there's a side quest where when you come to this bridge, it's kind of crappy part of this mission. So you free you do the southern part, you do all the Sirmia, you're like, oh, I want to free the prisoners who are pushing back the Char, and you free the prisoners down here in this valley right here, and then you journey further, and then you reach this, and they're like, oh, the drawbridge is down, okay, we have to go around and lower it. So then you leave them behind, the NPCs, and you go around, and you have to go around this tar pit, and go all the way around, and go up this way, and go up this way, go down here, go around here, all of this, and then open this thing. Okay, so to kind of give you like an overview, you have to go down from here, you go down here, you go around, all the way around, open it, and then they'll come across, and then you journey further, and you end your journey and Draskir over there. But you can do the bonus. Every mission in Prophecy has a bonus. There's actually over here, there's a group of Char that are bringing another Searing Cauldron. So the Searing has happened. Ascalon is devastated, and they're planning on doing it again. The Char are like, well, the humans are still resisting, so let's crush them again. Okay, and so yeah, so they journey out here, and you're supposed to follow them, okay, because they go in here, and these gates don't open, because you actually have to go all the way to here, but this gate doesn't open, and I think there's only one gate, right? Yeah, there's only one gate. So this gate doesn't open if the Char don't walk through it. So you have to do this like stealth mission where they're coming from over here, and they have to walk across here with the Searing Cauldron, and you have to follow them, and you can't let them out of your sight, and you can't be too far away from them. I think maybe I'm not sure, because otherwise I think you like fail if you're too far or something. But you can't get too close, because if they attack you, then they might die, and if they are not actually physically walking through this gate doesn't open. They open it for you, and then you come in here and you defeat this group that is like trying to do another searing, trying to cause another searing on Ascalon. So that is an area there. This is all underwater. This is like where the lake is, right on the eastern side of Iron Marches. There is there's a big lake here, and this is all like underwater. I guess this right here, when it turns back to water, kind of floods the whole area. And Jaskier, this is all branded. This is where the brand goes, like the edge of the brand is like right along here. And dress gear is all branded, so you can't actually see anything. It would be kind of cool if there was like a building sticking out of it or something, but there's not. I have checked many times. Fort Rannoch, we have talked about this in ad nauseum at this point, I feel like. So we have the fort. The fort is over here. Then Ascalon City with the academy is over there. The military academy, right? We've talked about this. This is the this is the actual mission. So you actually get pushed back. So the initial attack happens. Then you try to push further, and there's an invasion force coming. You get pushed out of Ascalon City back to Fort Rannoch, and then you start your mission. This is where I talked about how the secret garden was right here. This is where you actually start the mission to take back. So you have this long mission that you have to take, journeying towards the wall again, and that's this is Serenity Temple. So in Guild Wars 2, again, remember, this is where the brand comes straight through, Serenity Temple being right in the middle of it. So we're going further. Yeah, we're going like, I mean, this is like a nondescript area in Guild Wars 2 even. There's like nothing in this strip. But this is just alongside the Serenity Temple, just remember that. You kind of journey your way across. There's parts of the aqueduct. So it's interesting to think, because the aqueduct is down here, and it doesn't actually go all the way north, but maybe at some point it did. Maybe it connected all the way to here. Like, we don't really know. And you go through there. This is where I talked about before. This is where Siege Master Lormar is. You know, he's going to be right in downtown Ascalon in Guild Wars 2 during the meta event there. But this is where a bunch of the again, we have a prison camp here with a big Char legion, like kind of you know, hanging out and having occupied a giant hole in the wall, right? This is a perfect way to get into the wall. It's like, well, there's a giant breach in the wall there, and that's where they're kind of pouring in from. Yeah, and then this is Sirmia is up there, right? So this is south. This is all taking place south of Sirmia. This area has a pretty big. Oh no, it's actually over here. There's actually in this area over here, there's a pretty big Grawl population. There's a lot of Grawl out there. The Great Northern Wall. So we're still in Ascalon. We're now so this is Sirmia right here. We've seen it multiple times now, but we're actually on the opposite side. So this is we're kind of going backwards here. So Sirmia happens last. So it's the Great Northern Wall. This is the mission. We're going to talk about this right now. We get pushed back to Fort Rannoch. Then in the Fort Rannoch mission, we push towards the wall, and then we do the Sirmia mission. So we're kind of going backwards. We did Sirmia first, then we did Fort Rannoch, and then now we're going there. So yeah, so you start from the wall. Okay, this is actually a mission where Captain Callahan is. Captain Callahan is like a very unique NPC actually in the sense of Guild Wars 1, because he is clad in all white armor. It's kind of crazy how different he looks to other soldiers, but he is the one that kind of puts us on this mission to go north and find out what's going on with the Char. So we venture across the wall. We take I talked about how all these areas how this area is like available in pre-searing. This is all like pre-searing over here. The cauldron is like right over there. You know, we have this bridge available, and then the cauldron I think is like somewhere over there. I don't remember, but this is the other bridge. And this is that big building that had the gate that doesn't open in pre-searing, with a little arena down below. Yeah, so that's this area. You kind of venture through there, and then this is where you actually come across Kiln. So we talked in one of the shorts. I talked about Kiln. He actually sits on the end of these stairs here, and you have to go around this tiny part here, this area right in this town. And I don't know if this is considered part of Sirmia, because Sirmia is like over here. and there's this in between this town. I don't know if this would be considered its own little village or what, but there's a tiny little village out here, and he hangs out here, and he kind of wants his armor pieces back. And in Guild Wars 2, you can actually find in this exact area, there's a little like a little ravine or whatever, and there's priory people kind of hanging out, and there's actually a lady, she's called something something Kiln, and she's actually the descendant of this Kiln character, and that was a short that I made. All right, and then you kind of go through the mission, and you get to this building over here, and you find the invasion forces right here. They have all these campfires out here, and you find this huge invasion force that you can't actually walk to any of these areas. There is a gate here. They do break through it, but it's the Char that walk around and actually break through this, and then they follow you, and you kind of flee across these this bridge and then the second bridge to get back to Callahan. And I think that's when Callahan, I don't know if they've like officially like talk about it, but I think I guess my headcanon is that that's when Callahan dies, because we do find his spirit in Guild Wars 2, and he does exactly that. There's an event in the Haunted Woods, in one of the areas in Plains of Ashford, where he appeared like two watchmen, which is pretty much the analog for the player character in Guild Wars 1, come to Callahan. They're like, oh, we found an invasion force, and Bonfast Burnfur, he's the leader, he's one of the Flame Legion leaders that's invading the Ascalon. They're like, he has an invasion force and he's coming towards us, and Callahan kind of just like, his spirit is like, we're gonna fight the Char, fuck the Char, whatever. And they mistake us as the Char, or I mean, if you're playing a Char, they think you're the invasion force and they fight you, and that's kind of the meta event. But yeah, so that's that area. All right, moving on. I'm trying to kind of get through some of the stuff fairly fast, just because I feel like there's some stuff that's not really that important. Yeah, so we talked about and I gotta find the ice case down here. Ice case. Dragnar's Forge. I gotta find Dragnar's Forge. Is this Dragnar's Forge? This is Dragnar's Forge. So that is south. Yeah, okay. So this is Dragnar's Forge. We're gonna look at that later. We're actually gonna have a map. So this is north of Dragnar's Forge. Very different in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 2, there's like a big lake. Like this turns into a giant lake. This area right here is like, I mean, this is a pretty big lake already in Guild Wars 1, but and you can kind of come down here and you can walk all the way down to the water's edge. I think you can even walk. Yeah, you can walk on this. This is actually frozen lake. But in Guild Wars 2, this becomes like a huge lake with a crate, with a crate attack, right? With the structure right in the middle of it. And then you have like just this, again, super nondescript. There's nothing interesting. I really love this little house. Like, look at this, it's so cute. Like, there's nothing around, okay? You're just like out in the middle of nowhere, and you have this tiny little house with a tree, and your pet Dalyak is hanging out outside, and you have like a little yard that you made yourself, and you live there. Like, it's so peaceful, and it's so like remote and removed, and there's something fantastical about it. This is Camp Rancor out here. Camp Rancor. Again, this is a big like quarry type. They're digging up, they're making weapons and armors kind of thing here. This actually becomes, in Guild Wars 2, this becomes like a little research thing. There's like ruins out here. I don't think they line very well, but there's some ruins out here, and they they do some research. There's like a whole crew out here of Asura, and they're doing some research into Rancor ruins, Camp Rancor, and it's called Rancor Ruins, I think is the area called. This is also during the mission, during the personal story. You come down here when you're kind of forging the pact. You have to with Traher, and they find out that, oh, the camp Rancor is being attacked or something, and you have to journey down south to the camp. But again, this is all swamp in Guild Wars 2, right? So that's why it's kind of whatever. This is really cool. There's like an entrance to the mine. We never really see the true entrances, but yeah, there's like a big entrance to the mine. We can't go in it in Guild Wars 1, but just kind of shows you. We have some of this. We have some campy stuff out here. Like, looks like they're doing a lot of stuff there. Wall. This is very strange. Maybe random. Like, why is that there? I can just walk around it. It doesn't do much. Yeah, again, this is like just kind of, you know, Drakus Forge is all underwater and stuff. We'll talk about that some more. The ice caves, ice caves of sorrows is pretty much where the Crucible of Eternity is. You know, that's like right north of the of Draknar's Forge. So that's a little just whatever area. I mean, none of this really lines up, but I guess just the lake is pretty much pretty accurate, because there's like kind of a lake here, so that does align. I don't know. I don't think this bridge even aligns with anything. So, but yeah, showing you guys kind of a little bit another one of the these areas, you know, these mountainous areas. And like I said, in Guild Wars 1, they feel just so very vast, right? You like stand here and you look across and you're like, man, this is a massive area. It's gonna take you a long time to even get to like all the way up here if you wanted to. You can, but it takes you a little bit to get there. Borderless Pass. So this is, we're talking about, we're going from the Traveler's Vale, right? Yak's Bend, I'm guessing being... Yeah, so this is the Yak's Bend is over there. Traveler's Vale. Remember how we have the northern part, the southern path, and the northern path. The northern path being like harder to navigate. Southern path being like the missions that you can kind of take to get through, which is a little bit easier. So this is the southern path, going from Yak's Bend and going to Traveler's Vale. This is the little area where I talked about, like, you come across and it starts snowing and gets dark in this area. So this is the little outpost where you start the mission. I think you get then teleported to right here, I think, and you kind of go, you have to journey. There's like a whole, I guess there's like a whole area over here that you don't really, with Dolyak and stuff, that you don't really get to explore. I mean, you can. I don't think, because I just go straight. You're supposed to light these, okay? You light these along the way to lead your people through the snowstorm. Okay, so you have these little braziers that you light as you go along, because you have to go along this path, and you light these, and then by the end of it, when you get here, that's the last one there. You get to go through this gate. They're like, okay, you've lit the beacons. The people now know where to go, so now you venture in here. But this is where a lot of the dwarven, you can see a lot of dwarven stuff, a lot of you know, these structures are more for the I want to say this Stone Summit rather than the Daldramor, because the Daldramor have more of these structures or whatever. But yeah, so there's a siege happening of this outpost right here. And you're supposed to kind of just journey to it to talk to the dwarves. So you have to fight your way through the enemy dwarves. There's a bonus mission over here where you can start this avalanche, and that lets you go into this cave system. And inside of this cave system, I think it's like a drake or something that you have to kill. Like, I think they call it a lindworm or something. And you have to kill that, and that's like the bonus. Yeah, and then you kind of stop the siege on this outpost, and this is where King Jalus Ironhammer like first meets you, and you work and you kind of talk to him. This is like a big dwarven town where they hang out at, and then you journey further across the mountains that way. You actually go to, this is like the next mission takes place. No, actually not the next mission. He actually gives you, so he hands you this another beacon, but another thing to light something with, but it's a different color. It's like a green color, and he tells you, okay, well, journey out here, go out and light the beacon, so that they can let you into the pass further and further through the mountains. Okay, so we go through here and we have to go into this like other little town and light these three. There's 3 little braziers around to light this big one, and then they open. We can't actually physically go there, but they kind of open this area, like we kind of walk up there, and they open this gate for us and we can go in there. And this is the outpost that we saw. That was sorry guys, the outpost that is south of, when you follow, you go north. This is where Anvil Rock is, right? Remember how like we had Anvil Rock and you can kind of go out. This is like this is the outpost where I was like, oh, this is kind of cute or whatever. So that is that outpost here. And it's kind of how they combine. It would be kind of cool to have a tool to attach all the maps to each other and just kind of have it all lined up together and just kind of see like how it looks completely. But anyways, so we still have a lot to go through. So Iron Mines of Moladoon. So this is where we fight Marcus. He betrays us. I need to see the Iron Mines. Yeah, so none of this again is accessible in Guild Wars 2. The southern part, like this area over here, I talked about this. Underground, right underground, this is the little outpost that we talked about, where I said like, oh, there looks like there was a path at some point or something. But underneath here is where the mountain, the forge and stuff, all of that stuff is like underneath this part and the like most southern of this. But yeah, in this mission you have 2 different paths that you can take. You take the right path. Again, ArenaNet gives you options all the time. It adds a little bit of play, like in Guild Wars 1. They give you like, it almost has a little bit of replayability, but it also has a little bit of challenge. Because the right path is the tougher one than the left one. Okay, the right path is going straight through the White Mantle and Mersat forces to get to the end goal over there. Or you can go to the left, which actually lets you infuse your armor against the Spectral Agony that the Mersat use. And you actually meet a seer out here, and we're going to look at that as well. But none of these areas are available in Guild Wars 2, so that is just like much north of those areas. Yeah, so we kind of venture. You can go, like I said, you can go to the right if you already have infused armor. You might be redoing this mission or helping a friend or doing it in a hard mode or whatever you're doing, right? So you start the mission out here, and you fight your way through, and then you get a choice. You get a choice of either going down below, okay, going down below and going outside and winding your way up through all of this to that cave up there. That's the goal. Behind that cave is where the seer is. Or you can go to the right and make your way through more of the quarries and the like mining operations of the dwarves that have now been taken over by the White Mantle and the Mersat, and to fight Marcus at the very end. You know, after you infuse your armor, you actually do get to go fight Marcus as well. So that is still the ultimate objective there. But yeah, so we have this little quarry area that you can go through. Again, I really love the little details that they put in with all the, you know, all the little things so you can kind of see the moving parts. Like these carts right here will move up and down on the line and stuff. So it's really cool to see that. So it kind of makes it feel like there's actually actively stuff happening. And you can fight, I mean, there, like I said, there's a lot of, and this is really hard to do if you don't have. Did you guys hear that? Was that my speaker or like a weird sound? It kind of freaked me out. That came from. There's nothing there. Is there? Hold on. Oh, okay. That was really strange. I don't. Okay. I'm hearing things, guys. I'm going crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you guys heard that or not. That was kind of weird. I don't know if that was picked up. I don't know if that was. It was right where my speaker is. But there's nothing there. I don't see anything. So it's kind of weird. Okay. Anyways, sorry. Blah, blah, blah. So if you can go through here when you have infused armor, and fight. The bonus I think happens like right over here as well. You have to like, one of the white mantle like flees to get reinforcements or something, and you have to like kill him or something before he flees. I don't know, but yeah, they have this little gate out here. I think you can blow up these gates. I think there's like powder kegs, but again, this is like the calmer path on this side versus the other path right there. You can kind of go and journey. It's a very long, as you can see, it's very like, look at how long this is. Oh, they have a gate here. I never noticed that. I don't think. Yeah, and then this is where Marcus hangs out at with the batteries. So it's weird, right? It's like, oh hey, sorry. Oh sorry guys. I didn't realize you guys were here. I apologize. I hope you guys are still here. I had my phone up because I was like, oh, I see the messages on here. They did an update on my phone. The chat didn't update, so I'm sorry guys. Hey Greedy, Bliss. Hey Emily, how are you? More maps, how are you? I could just leave the trees be vines. It does feel massive. Oh my god, that was like so long ago. I'm so sorry that I did not respond to any of that. I apologize. I apologize to you guys. Oh, now it's updated. Now that I've refreshed it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make sure I look over a lot more. I'm really sorry about that. I apologize. I hope you guys are doing well. I did not mean to ignore anyone. I thought, I was just like, oh, no one is saying anything. It's fine, you know, whatever. So, but anyways, yeah. So two different paths that you can take. The other one is just kind of like going through the mountains, going across the like lakes and stuff, and going through this like little town here, the little dwarven town. You get pretty close. Again, you can constantly, they give you options of like, hey, you can take the harder path. You can skip over it. Nope, we want to keep going the easy path. We're going around, and then you go into this tunnel. And then this is where you meet, right here at this light is where the seer is. And the seer is like, oh, bring me the spectral essence. She actually lives at this lake because she is found later on the other side of the lake. In like later on you can find her over here. So she kind of moves from one location to another location, but she's around this lake right here. Yeah, so she tells you to go to the other side and kill this thing. I don't know why that actually lies there. Kill one of those, bring the essence to her, and then she infuses her armor, and then she's like, you're ready now to fight the Mursat. So you can actually go in and fight. What is that? Oh. And then you can actually go and exit the cave on the other side. So like I said, right here would be where the thing is, and then you bring it back to her. She's right here, and then you can go here, and you can actually take a shortcut through this cave to get to where Marcus is. So yeah, and then that is the end of the mission there. So but yeah, so that you get two different paths. It's really cool. It's one of the tougher missions. Really kind of shows off how difficult the Mursat as an enemy are, right? So it's very like, oh my god. But yeah, you guys see how massive some of these maps are, right? It's like, so the cave is here. This is where you fight the thing. I don't know what that cave is for, but anyways, yeah. So we move on. And then what's past there? Is Thunderhead Peaks right behind it? I don't know what this town is. That's very interesting. This town does not exist. This is not a town. So there's a dwarven town out here that does not exist in game, like as an outpost, because this is where it ends. Like if you go any further to the mountains, you actually end up in Ascalon. Or you actually end up like Rin would be to the north here, and like Ashford would be like over here. But they have this little town here. I don't know what that is. With this like weird building that has like braziers inside of it and stuff. Interesting. I don't know if that's in like a cutscene or something. Thunderhead Keep. Oh, hello. So this is much more interesting now. Something that actually makes sense for us Guild Wars 2 players. You know, I mean, even if you're playing Guild Wars, only playing Guild Wars 1, but it's interesting for us in the sense that this actually, so Thunderhead Keep in Guild Wars 2 encompasses the ice flow, which is the southern meta, right? But then there's also the northern meta, which is the which is the actual keep part, right? So this part is actually the more northern part of it. But so let's kind of look at how this is lined up. So we have the, so you see the kind of the bridges here. It's interesting. That's not accessible either. Yeah, so this is the actual outpost here. We've talked about this, right? Remember how I talked about this little plaza and then Thunderhead Peaks, right? So this is the first area that you come to. And in Guild Wars 2, I think they have like even ruins that are like right in this perfect location too. And you go across, like the actual outpost here would be roundabout where the airships are, right? But this is like in the upper areas of the mountains, and then you go across the bridge, right? And there's the two bridges. The two bridges are in almost the same location. Okay, again, so we see two bridges. Arena does really good with bridges, so just remember this is the like huge ravine that they have where nothing is on the bottom. It's like all branded on the bottom. That is this right here with these two bridges, and then you come across and you go around and you kind of enter the town, right? And then you have the town of you know, the wall is in the same location here. All of this is pretty much in the same location. You can kind of look at this, and this is where the waypoint would be. This is the actual entrance to the inside of Thunderhead Peaks, and then you can go, there is the area that you can go around to the actual part of the fortress where you fight, you know, where the brand is on at the very back area is the brand and stuff, and you're fighting, you know, the bridge areas where you have to lay the mines and stuff is right here. And you guys can kind of see it. I mean, it's kind of cool. There's the Vizier. You see Vizier Kilbron in the fire. This is the exit. This is where you actually come out of. So there's like two different ways you can get to it. But we do know that this is the main entrance. We didn't know this in Guild Wars 1, but this is actually the main entrance into the like area that's down below, right, where they have the forge and stuff. We didn't know that is actually such a huge entrance, and I think it's one of the coolest uses of something that is kind of left over from Guild Wars 1, right? Like I really love how they take certain things and they're just like, oh yeah, we can make something with this, and we can make this like feel like, you know, we can deepen the understanding of this world, right? It's like we knew that Thunderhead Keep was like the main, beside Drachnos Forge, of course, but this is like one of the biggest fort that they have, the biggest keep that they have, you know, and this is probably one of the largest cities that they have for the dwarves and stuff. But it actually extends inside of the mountain as well, which we didn't know in Guild Wars 1. We're just like, oh, okay, well, this is a mountain and this is it, and you know, there's the actual keep part over here, and with more housing on the outside. But yeah, so in Guild Wars 2, you actually can go inside of it and you can explore like way down into the mountain on that side and way on in these mountains and stuff. We don't get to do that in Guild Wars 1, so that's kind of cool. It kind of deepens a little bit the world building and stuff. We do have the gate here. The tunnel doesn't lead anywhere, it just kind of is there. But this is the gate that the Mersad take to invade, and we do take this portal to go to the Fire Island chain. You know, the Vizier tells us to kind of do that. So, but yeah, that's Thunderhead Keep, guys. Again, I'm trying to kind of move a little bit so sorry if I'm skipping over anything that's you're like, oh my god, that's super interesting, I want to see more of that. I'm sorry if I'm doing that. I can go back if anyone is so inclined to just say, oh, can you show me that again or something. I can do that, but I'm trying to get things done. So you know, I don't want to do another stream of this. I really don't. Not that I don't enjoy this, but I feel like the series has gone on for so long and we have other things that we want to do. So not accessible in Guild Wars 2. This is again an area, this would be south of the Frozen Forest, so this would be again an area that's between the Timberline Falls and the Thunderhead Peaks. But this area is kind of important in the world of Guild Wars 1. Oh god, look at all that. What is happening there? In the sense that you start the mission over here. This is the actual mission outpost. You start your mission here. The ice caves, I talked about how this area would be, you know, Drachna's Forge is right here. This is like kind of the edge of Drachna's Forge. This is on top of the, like, almost on top of the Crucible of Eternity. But you go down and you go through the map to fight the Mersad, because the the Stone Summit are still hanging out here. They're still fighting and stuff like that. You can let out these Dolyak at some point to like kind of I forgot what it is, like break siege weapons or something like that, so that you actually get to go in. Then you have this big cave system here. You guys can kind of see the big cave system that's here. So you can go through this cave system and blah, 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 blah. You come out and, well, I came out on the wrong side, but you come out again in this is taken over by White Mantle and Mersad, but this again was like a huge quarry. They were doing a lot of mining here. I really love the like hand looking like little fingers, like little stone fingers that they have. It's kind of cool, but this is like stone summity. And this is where Saedra and Avenia are prisoners, and you free them, and this is where Saedra sacrifices herself. We just recently on my short talked about Saedra's ashes. She's one of the leaders of the Shining Blade in Guild Wars 1. She, in this mission, sacrifices herself so that we can escape through that gate and run away. So we run away, we come out of the cave, and the Mersad are using this portal to invade even more of the mountains, of the Shiver Peak Mountains, and we kind of have to flee. We go across this mountain range all the way to the end to one of the ice ships. We talked about these ice ships. You actually enter this ice ship and we float away. We get away from them. Because they're here to kind of, these are siege weapons built by the Stone Summit to kind of attack these areas. The darker areas on the ground, you can kind of see that's where they're bombarding. And they will kill the Mersad, luckily, if the Mersad happen to walk through there at that time. But this mission, I do remember this mission very vividly because, and I just talked about this earlier, is this is where I got the Water Trident, because there's actually on this route there's actually an ice elemental boss that has the Water Trident, which was my very first elite skill that I ever captured in Guild Wars 1, and this was exactly the location where I did it. I came out here with my elementalist and I killed him, and I captured the with the Signet of Capture. I captured the elite skill, and I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. So but yeah, so this is kind of this is another mission that you have. Again, they kind of, I mean, you start here and they go all the way to like over there, so they kind of span a little bit. They're kind of cool. I like it. The Frost Gate, we talked about it. So this is the after the Boreless Pass, right? You come from the Boreless Pass and you go to the Frost Gate. I'm trying to figure out where we are. Over here. So this is the cute little town that I talked about. Cute little town, and then the Anvil Rock is like down there somewhere or whatever. And this is where Boreless Pass kind of ended, where we had to light the beacon. They let us in, and this was the path that we took up in there. So this next part is then we go through again more kind of samey, you know, more of the Stone Summit, the quarries. We see actually a little bit more of like the actual mining part of it, actually like the inside of not just like these structures and stuff, but like more of, you know, like we just saw, like these little entrances into the mines that they have there. But they're mining ore and whatever other gemstones and stuff, and we have to make our way across with the Ascalonian refugees are actually starting over here. They're coming from this side. They're coming from the other side. They're going around here, and they're actually taking this path, right? So we go across the bridge. They come underneath here, okay? And then we have to stop a siege weapon here because they're getting attacked here. And then we stop that, and they keep going further this way, and then they're getting attacked as siege weapon here. And we're on the upper pass, right, going along, and they're going the lower pass. And then they get into this cave. It's kind of cool because you don't actually get to see this cave, the inside of this cave, ever. It's kind of cool that they do have it like fully rendered and fully done as a cave. I think you can like wait, I guess you can enter it. Oh, I guess you can enter it. I don't know if you see them walk across here, but that's where they walk across. They walk across here. Then again, there's another siege somewhere, siege weapon right there. So it's a siege weapon there. You go across. They go across here, go across here, go across here, and then go inside of the gate. You know, we talked about how that's leading to Beacon's Purge right over there. You know, we kind of go through there, and then Beacon's Purge is on the other side of the mountains there. But yeah, so that's the Frost Gate. There's a lot of like these areas here that you don't actually need to go to. I don't know where they have them with the gates and stuff full on rendered, like even this area. Wait, yeah, I don't know why this is all. Can you walk all the way down here? Is that possible? Can you go all the way in here? It's kind of cool to have this. I didn't know they had this like area. Because I don't remember ever having to go in there, because the bonus mission is something completely different. You have to go and like do something before you even get there. You have to like find these plans or something. Yeah, you have to go up here. This is where the bonus is. You have to go up here. You have to go up this like you have to make your way. It's kind of weird. You have to make your way down and around here, go up the path, use the siege weapon to break open this wall, then you have to walk all the way back around to go up this path and do something like take plans there and take him, and then like take him back to like the beginning of the mission or something. It was kind of weird. So I don't know what these other areas are that are like up here. Yeah, because you go in here, you activate these, and then that's the end of the mission. This is where Rurik dies down here, down below here, because Dagnar Stonepate comes down on his thing and like on his like lizard or whatever and kills Rurik down there. But like none of these other areas are actually like, this whole area isn't used for anything. You can go in there. I mean, it's physically lets you go in there, but there's no reason to ever go in there. So it's very interesting. I find that interesting. Okay, so moving on. Sanctum K. Okay, it's not Sanctum Bay, it's Sanctum K. So this is the Dominion of Winds. We talked about this. This was the bridge. Remember how how I said there would be this was the bridge to the Dominion of Winds, the wall would be right here, and this would be where the bridge would be in Caledon Forest leading across the water would be like right over here somewhere. And yeah, this is all like Sanctum K. It's really cool. I really love this mission. Is really cool. This was the outpost where I said, like, I don't know if you can actually see. I don't think you can see the Wizard's Tower. The Wizard's Tower is floating right over there. We just looked at it earlier, in kind of like in conjunction. But then you take this ship and you go over there. That's how far you go. You literally just take a ship there, and that's where the mission starts. You go across. You see the monastery from the beach. There's actually the bonus starts here. There's a ghost here that you have to bring to the cemetery graveyard out here. So, but yeah, they don't. Again, we can't just like hop up the cliffs. We have to go all the way around, fight our way, snake our way around, fight off. These are White Mantle ships. They're coming in on the sides. We have to fight them off, make our way through the swampy area, through the gate, and then we're at the monastery. Again, this is a monastery where they taught smiting prayers, right? This is one of those. It's, I guess, long abandoned at this point because there's no humans anywhere on this, besides the Vizier, who just kind of meets us here. But there's no other humans anywhere on this island besides the ones that are kind of invading. So it's just a very abandoned space. You do see like a little town and stuff with pigs and stuff, but there's actually no people around. You don't actually see any people around. Then they have these. I talked about this before. Why I kind of, you can see them now. Before, the draw distance wasn't long enough, but they have these like weird jade colored like structures, and I'm like, you know, I was like, oh, you can probably go down to the beach and see what those are, because we remember how we went over here at some point and we can kind of see them a little bit. Yeah, we can take a closer look now. Kind of strange, right? Kind of weird. But that's one of the ships again as well. Yeah, so we meet the Vizier, and then with his help, with his backup, we go there, and he's like, I can summon a ship down below. So we go again. We kind of have to go around because they don't let you go straight past. He summons from the broken ships that are out here. He kind of conjures up this other ship, while the White Mantle are coming from this boat. They're kind of coming down the beach, and then the boat that we saw earlier, they come down and attack us, and we have to defend him for like 2 minutes or something. But yeah, so overall, it's a very compact mission, right? There's really not that much space to it because it's just this space right here. But they just utilize it. So you start here, you go down here, you can pick up the bonus here, you can go up all the beach along here, you go around there, you go along the beach there, you go up through the swampy area, through here to the monastery. This is where you meet Vizier. You give him the Scepter of Ore, Legavo. You come down, you go all the way around again through like a couple swampy areas, and you come down to the beach, right? If we had a sky scale, we could go from like right here and we could fly across in like 3 seconds. You know, it's really interesting how that's like different. And now I got again another watchtower out here. This time on the other side. This is like south of Kryta, so yeah. So, but that's Sanctum K. This is the Dominion of Winds. I doubt they would ever. Maybe if we go to the Dominion of Winds, my hope is that maybe we'll see some kind of. Maybe this is where their main headquarters are, and they kind of took over the monastery for the old monastery, and there's some kind of old inscription or something that we can find that talks about, you know, oh yeah, the old monastery that the smiting monks used or something. Black Curtain. And we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. So hang on for like another hour or so. We're going. I know it's like getting super late, but we're getting there, guys. Oh, I gotta charge my phone. Give me a second. I have my charger right here. Bloop. So Black Curtain. We're going to Kryta, guys. We're going to Kryta. The Black Curtain Temple of the Ages. So this map, pretty much, if we look at it from Temple of the Ages, is that it? That is it. It looks so weird. I don't know why it looks weird, but so Temple of the Ages is there. So to give you guys a reference point, again, kind of giving you a bird's eye view a little bit. In conjecture, I'm kind of done drinking this Pepsi. It's kind of warm now, and it's sugary and sweet, and my lips are like a little sticky. So the this map in Guild Wars 2 is actually split right in half. The southern part of it is part of the northern Kessex Hills. Again, nondescript. I don't think there's any area that I would say, oh, this is what this is, kind of thing. I don't think there's anything relevant there. And then the northern part of it is the swamp area of Guild Wars 2, right? The swamp area with God's Lost Swamp, which is probably the only interesting part here. We do have like this swamp area where you can't actually, like, it's kind of weird because they build like these weird pathways, but this is used as a barricade, so you can't actually like get into it or whatever. But it's like this big swamp. It's a huge swamp. All the swampy areas here. So much water and so much just like empty. There's like nothing. It's just empty. They have a little shrine area here, but it's not used for anything. So there's a lot more trees here too. There's like 2 big trees usually here. But yeah, so we have the Temple of the Ages. So in Guild Wars 2, this is like underwater, right? And I think the statue of Melandra is the one that's kind of sticking out at the top. That's probably because she's built right next to the tallest of the mountains right here, of the hills. Mountain hill is more of a hill. So, but we do have the Temple of the Ages here, where everything is kind of just like each. It's weird because I think in Guild Wars 2 it actually has a statue of Cormyr. So that's something that was built between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, because Cormyr obviously was not a goddess at this point. So we have Melandru here, we have Grenth here, Balthazar, Lissa, and Dwayna here. Dwayna has like, looks like a much smaller statue than the rest of them. It's kind of weird. So, but yeah, here you can go to the underworld. A very common place to go to the underworld. Because it's one of those outposts. It's in Prophecies, and it's in the middle of Prophecies. It's a little isolated, and yeah, so that's kind of, I think, the only interesting thing about the Black Curtain and the area there. It's just swampy. I mean, it's just swamp. Like, that's it. There's nothing nondescript. Look at this. It's so plain. There's nothing going on here. There's one of those watchtowers here that we saw in that one mission. I talked about that, but other than that, that's it. So, Divine Coast. The Divine Coast. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. I was just like, I can't figure out where I am. So this is, it's not called Divine. So I laughed earlier because I guess in the files it's called Divine Coast. It's actually called Divinity Coast in Guild Wars 1. But this whole area, it's really cool because this whole area, when you look at it, this would be the northwestern part of Queensdale. Okay, this would be all of Queensdale, right? Is right like the northern area, the part where you have the farms with the mill and like the waterworks and the garrison and like all of that. That is right here, and we're gonna kind of explore this a little bit. So like I said earlier, the garrison would be somewhere right over here because the river is right there, right? This is the river. Remember, there's that river that runs right along the outskirts of Shaymore, right? With that bridge. The bridge is in the same location. They have a way cooler bridge in Guild Wars 1. I really love this bridge. I think it's way cooler. In Guild Wars 2, this becomes that wooden bridge. Okay, right at the entrance, right when you start the game. Remember, this is Shaymore up here with the watchtowers on the far side. This is Shaymore, right? And you leave Shaymore, and then you go across the bridge to go to the farm area, to the farmlands. So even in Guild Wars 1, this was used as farmland for the most part. Then you have Loamhurst. Loamhurst, we have new Loamhurst in Guild Wars 2 and Doric's Lake Doric. But that's obviously on the like far side of Shaymore. That is like on the far side where those watchtowers are on that side over there. This is Loamhurst. This would be located at the very end because you can see the river starts here. So when you follow the river in Guild Wars 2, right? When you like, because this ends at the Lake Delaran, I think is what it's called, which is where the I talked about where the wood cutting is, where all the wood cutting is, where the Queen's Forest is with the big bee that attacks, and the Skrit to the south and stuff. Now, if you follow that river all the way to the other side, you go underneath the bridge and all that stuff. Like, where do you end up at? Well, you end up at the dam. So this part actually becomes the dam. Okay, so the dam is actually like over here, and Loamhurst is in that very corner. Like the orchard, the orchard is right south of here. Okay, this area would be the orchard. And right north of it, Loamhurst doesn't even exist. There's not even anything, probably because they were such followers of the White Mantle, right? This was one of the big outposts of the White Mantle, to bring the Chosen to, right? That's probably where they held them for a long time as well. So this doesn't even exist at all anymore. So there's another one of those watchtowers on the far side. Actually, we get an entrance to this happens during a cutscene. There's a cutscene where the White Mantle are walking through here. Again, they kind of add these areas on the outskirts for the cinematics or whatever. But they have, ooh, that's kind of cool. I don't think that appears in the cinematic. I don't think you actually see that in the cinematic, but they walk, the White Mantle are kind of walking the Chosen through the forest, and then the Shining Blade comes and attacks. And at this point, you think the Shining Blade are the bad guys because you don't know what the White Mantle is up to, and they flee into the forest, and that's kind of how the cutscene there kind of works. But yeah, you have these like cool swamp areas, these cool like assets with the glowing orb. We've talked about that glowing orb before. Very much, I feel very World of Warcraft in that sense, you know, having these magical wisps and forests and stuff. Kind of, you can see the influence of, because remember, Guild Wars 1 was made by old World vs. World, like, World of Warcraft developers. Old Warcraft developers that I think they worked on World of Warcraft, and then they kind of left the company and they made their own company. And they created ArenaNet. And yeah, so that's kind of that part. But yeah, so the mission again is one of those that kind of snakes along the path, because you start your mission over here, you go down into Shaymore, you pick up the Eye of Jynthia, we talked about this, and then you have to go along the path, go all the way around, all the way, I think you go like way down there, all the way around there, even though you could technically go from here and go straight across over here, like boom, in 3 seconds. Nope, you have to go all the way across, and then the bonus even takes you, I think the bonus takes you, because you go across the bridge, and I think you have to go down into this little area for the bonus. What is that? Oh, it's a little sack. A sack of wheat. Yeah, it takes you into this area somewhere, I think, the bonus. There's like a bonus you have to do something for. You have to find something or bring something back or something. You can go all the way down to that river that I talked about. It's kind of interesting because you have this part. On the opposite side, the waterworks would be like right over here, right? So this looks almost like this would be like waterworks or something. I mean, I think it's irrigation for farming, but yeah. So these are like this is pretty much where Shaymore would be. The whole town. These are the fields of Shaymore. The little field that you have before you get to the bridge. You know how you have that little field where the watermelons are and stuff like that. That would be like right over here. And then you have the Shaymore. So, but there you go. All right, moving on. Alessio Seaboard. Not available in Guild Wars 2, which is kind of a shame. Because there is some interesting things. So the Alessio Seaboard starts you way over here. And we talked about how this is the outlying area of Lion's Arch. Lion's Arch was right over here, and I talked about how there's the outpost here. There was a gate here that was missing. Now we can kind of see the gate here. And I said, oh, I never noticed that there were buildings up there. And yeah, so the buildings, it's more, it looks more detailed now. You can kind of see a lot more stuff there. But yeah, so you come from Lion's Arch, you come up this path through these arches, and you have to meet, you know, you're joining the White Mantle, and they want you to find the Confessor at the temple. So there's a temple that they want you to go to. What's this little outpost? Yeah. Has a little gate and everything. I don't even know what that is. Hakewood? That's not Hakewood. Hakewood is right here. Yeah, Hakewood is right here. So Hakewood is interesting because was it Shaymore or Lion's Arch? One of those towns, Shaymore or Lion's Arch or something, was originally called Hakewood. But then you have an actual Hakewood as well that they kind of, I think during development they kind of changed it over. They kind of moved it. So, but yeah, this is the little town of Hakewood. So yeah, so the idea is that you meet the Confessor. You have to meet Confessor Dorian. You know, he's kind of famous even in Guild Wars 2 times. He's mentioned multiple times by the White Mantle and stuff like that. So but yeah, so you kind of journey through some more of the countryside. You experience how the undead are kind of attacking. You know, especially here you see a lot of again, we talk about these weird stones, these weird headstones or whatever they're, sort of tombstones or whatever they're supposed to be. They sit there, and then you get to this temple. I forgot what the name of this temple is. It's the Temple of Tolerance. So this is the Temple of Tolerance, which has this like there's a fountain area right in here that kind of heals you, and that's where you meet Confessor Dorian, and you have to defend him. And then he says, oh, meet Dynas out in the village and pick up the Scepter of Ore. He has the Scepter of Ore, but it's kind of weird because I talked about during that mission, it kind of feels like the you know, and just so you guys know, this area right here, so the Alessio Seaboard takes place, so there's Lion's Arch is on this side, and then on the other side right here is where Keswick's Hills is in Guild Wars 2. So the tower, the Wizard's Tower, for a long time sat like right over here. It's like right on that corner. So it's that area right in between Lion's Arch. It's north of the Dominion of Winds, and south of Gandarian Fields that is not accessible to us. Just so you guys know. But yeah, I always thought it was weird because Dynas was the one that eventually does give us the scepter. So I have a feeling that like Dynas was trying to escape with the scepter during this mission when we're doing this mission, but Dorian sends us like we could have maybe sped up the whole War in Kryta storyline if we had kind of if we had left Dynas alone, because he would have brought the scepter to Vizier Kilbron, right? But because we took it from him here and bring it back to the White Mantle, it kind of disrupts that whole process, I guess. So I like to think that's what happens there. The shark guys here again. right there. You can see him right there. He's up. I was like, I wonder if they have one on this map. They do. Then the bonus here is really cool because there is a you can see this idyllic little area here. There's this whole there's this broken tree or something. Yeah, I don't know what that is. But there is a Temple of Melandru. Where is that? Did I miss it? Oh, there it is. So you have to. It's kind of weird because they have this bridge here, but you can't cross it. I think it's broken. So the idea is it's kind of weird. So they tell you that, you know, once you get to the Temple of Tolerance, so even before you get to the Temple of Tolerance, you can go up this path right here, okay, and you go into this town that's been destroyed, and there is a bridge right here, and you can see the statue of Melandru on that side, okay, and you can see this bridge, but this bridge is broken, and there's a tribute that's sitting right here that your mission is to bring it to the statue of Melandru, but you can't go across the bridge because the bridge is broken. So you have to go all the way around. Oh, I went way too far. So you come back down out of here, and then you go to the actual Temple of Tolerance. You do the defensive thing, and then you go around, and you can do the mission because you then have the freedom because he tells you to go find Dynas or whatever. But you can kind of say, oh well, I don't want to do that right now. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something else or whatever. Yeah, and you can go up this path here, through the mountains. I think, right? Isn't that the path? Through the mountains here. Yeah, through here actually. You go through here. You go through here, and you go through here, and you have to actually deliver it here. So it's like this whole wide path, because you know you have to bring the tribute from here to here, but you have to go down below, down here, up this path, through here, along here, up this path, through here, along here, up there, through there, and then over there. So it's kind of wild, right? Where they take you on this like huge journey. You get this little hut right here. Oh, they're cooking like a little crab in the pot. Do you see it? It's like a little. Huh, that's cool. I don't know if there's a person out here or not. It's kind of, again, it's kind of isolated and far away and not really a reason to go there. Because you end up just going to this town to pick up the thing from Dynas. Oh my god, really? There's a dead pig? I was just kind of looking at it. Oh my god, there's an axe through the pig. Oh my god, look at this, guys. Holy crap, how brutal. Jesus. Someone just kind of left that there. That's very sad. Yeah, and then you get this tiny little, like, whatever, fishing place. Like, God knows who lives out there, but they're probably far enough away from all the bullshit that they don't get affected too much by these things, which is kind of cool. So, but yeah, again, you kind of nail that beachy theme. So, you can't go in here. Yes, you can. Okay, I was just like, wait, you can't go in there. And there's no reason to go in there, right? The undead, I think they spawn here, and they run up and they attack you. But they have this whole area that they build for them that you never really see. Again, you can explore it if you want to, right? You can explore any of these things. There's another one of those shark creatures. Grr. Grr. Oh no, that was the same one. I thought I was on this side. I thought it was over here. I thought there was another one over here. Oh, there is. Haha. Oh. Right there. Oh. Alright. Gates of Kryda, Gates of Kryda, Gates of Kryda, Gates of Kryda, Gates of Kryda. So this is when you first enter. Lion's Arch is over here. Okay, but before they let you in, right? Because I talked about how you come down from the mountains, right? The mountains are over here. You come down from the mountains, you kind of snake your way around. We're going to look at that in a minute. You come down here and you're like, hey, we want to go into Lion's Arch because we have these settlers, the Ascalonian refugees. We have to find them a place and we have to go into Lion's Arch to talk to someone here. And they're like, no, not really. The the undead are attacking, so you have to go help them. If you can help the White Mantle defeat the undead down in the swamp, which is like I think like over here or something, then we'll let you in. And it's just kind of like, oh my god, and you kind of like loop around, and then you come across this like bridge afterwards. So but yeah, you start over here. We talked about this outpost. This is the one with the frog in it. We saw that earlier with the frog. So this is kind of where you come from. You know, like Scoundrel's Rise or whatever it's called was over here. You know, and this kind of shows you the refugees coming down the mountain. These camps are supposed to be the refugees, the Ascalonian refugees, kind of hanging out here. Yeah, and you go down here. There's a two-parted side quest. You actually come over here. There's a pig called Oink. You can take it with you, and then you. This is where you first find out that that the undead are kind of attacking Kryda, right? And they're attacking because of the Scepter of Ore. We know this, or we suspect this. We don't really know, but we suspect that that's why they're attacking. But yeah, so you kind of have to fight your way through these undead. And again, the path, you start over here, but you can't take a straight path to Lion's Arch. You have to go down here, down around, down this way, go all the way across, and then go in there. Here you deliver Oink to these people, and they're like, hey, and this is where the historian, he gets later on, he actually does get, they want you to bring like a text from this Orion historian or something like that, and that is like way down here. This is the shipwreck. They're like, oh, the ship was shipwrecked and we need you to go down there and find that for us. So you then have to, which is interesting because on the way down from the mountains, you can kind of see before you hit the gates to Lion's Arch, you actually can take a little detour through the swamp, right? Because you come down here, this is the area, and this is like right before you get to the gate. But you're in the swamp area, and you can take a detour out here, and you can actually stand right above where that shipwreck is, and you kind of get a little bit of a vista of the shipwreck. But yeah, it's kind of annoying getting the text because again, like I said, you have to go around and you have to help the fighting the undead. So you have to go down here, down the beach, or actually to do the bonus mission, you bring the pig there, and then you go down out here, and you go around, and you have to go down there, and you have to go along the water, like on the edge of the water on the side, go all the way to where the shipwreck is down there, and then go all the way back while there's undead getting summoned on the way, like spectral wraiths that are attacking you, all the way to deliver it back to him. It's super annoying. But then the main mission kind of takes you down. You go down to the beach. This is really cool because they have like a huge beach area down here that you never see. You see, again, these are the orange things, are the waves coming in, but they never utilize any of this. You never have a reason to actually like go down into this. You can explore all the way down here if you want to, you know. But again, so this would be like on the side of. This is still actually considered, all of this is kind of considered Lion's Arch in Guild Wars 2. Like Fort Mariner would be like down here and stuff like that. Like this is all like part of Lion's Arch in Guild Wars 2. So, but yeah, so you go across these bridges, and then you meet Justicar Hablion. You know, the guy that you kill and bless, like his spirit. You have to defeat him in Guild Wars 2. He actually has, he's actually out here. Always wondered how the Tengu migrated with no opposition there. Would have expected a war or lore on skirmishes, but guess they're just squatters. Oink! Oink! Yeah, it's Oink. Yeah, I know, it's kind of strange, right? When you think about how did the Tengu migrate to Sanctum K, like out there, but I guess, I mean, I don't know, I feel like because between Guild Wars 1 and 2, there wasn't like that much going on in Kryda, you know, because this is like post Kryden War, you know, and I guess the Krydens didn't really have a reason to fight the Tengus, so they probably just let them kind of like migrate and do their thing or whatever. So but yeah, so down on the beach you meet Hablion, you know, the butthole Hablion, and you actually have to journey with them and go down into the swamp and go down here, and you have to defeat the undead. And then you go back around, you zoom around this way. This all happens in the cutscene, and they let you in. So you kind of like, you know, again, this mission is actually kind of long, but it loops around because you loop down here, you go down here, blah blah blah, go down here, go along here, go there, and then loop back around this way. None of this is used really during the mission. Again, you can explore it if you want to. But... anyways, moving on. Diessa Lowlands, Greenwich Courtyard. So this is Diessa Plateau, right? This is Diessa Plateau, Greenwich Courtyard. We do know that that is now a jumping puzzle in Guild Wars 2. So this is pretty much the eastern side of the the western side of Diessa Plateau. Diessa Plateau would kind of spread a little bit further on that side. Here we have the this would lead to Nolani Academy. You know, this is the outpost to it. This is kind of some of the structures on the backside of it, right? We've talked about that earlier. We have the actual town of Nolani is right here. This is the actual town of Nolani. You know, right outside of the academy. The academy is kind of to the south, isolated a little bit. But yeah, this is the whole town of Nolani. You will find these ruins inside of there's a forest, right? There's a forest that has all these ruins inside of it. There's like an event that you can do where they're trying to like take care of the spirits that are out there and all the stuff. And that is right over there. So you can see all of the, like a lot of these ruins of Nolani out there. Then the Greenwich Courtyard is probably the only other thing. No, actually, there's one more thing that's interesting. So the Greenwich Courtyard is way over here. So this people will recognize, right? We have the jumping puzzle, but we also have the actual stairs, the actual steps, right? In Guild Wars 1, this is an outpost, so you can hang out there. There's like merchants and bank and whatever, right? But in Guild Wars 2, this is actually like there's ghosts everywhere and there's siege weapons everywhere, and you can actually fight all the ghosts around here, and it actually leads underground, right? There's like a path underground that you can take like in between these parts right here. I think I want to say it's either no, I don't know where. I think it's either like right on the edge here or in between these areas or something, where the stairs are. You can go to the left and you can go underground, and that's where like there's like a well that you can jump down. None of these areas, I mean, this all looks like very different, you know. So but they have a little town that was out here at some point, I guess, you know, more of this. This is the Char prison camp right here, so they call this the Char prison camp, I think, right? Or is this the Char prison camp? No. I think this is the Char prison camp right here, because this is where Althea actually gets killed. You actually have to come over here and pick up her ashes. You don't actually see the act, but you meet her ghost like way over there, and she's kind of like, yeah, go over there and pick up my ashes. This later on becomes the little town where the giant attacks. There's a giant that attacks the town. I forgot what the town is called, but it's the town that they have for retired Char that they build or whatever. And that is like right in this location actually. So it looks very different. Obviously there's nothing that's exactly the same. So I don't think any of these buildings, I think there's some ruins here and there that you can kind of find. Meetoberfest area would be like right over here. Obviously none of this looks different, but you can see how craggy and destroyed and almost volcanic everything looks. You know, we have another Decimus Stone thing here for defense. But yeah, so that's Diessa Lowlands. I mean, even Diessa Lowlands in Guild Wars 2 is very just like plain. There's not a lot happening in there. The Diessa Plateau, I mean, you know, there's a lot of like farms and stuff out there, which we don't see that in Guild Wars 2, you know, so, or in Guild Wars 1, I mean, obviously, because everything is kind of destroyed. It would be kind of cool to figure out like in the courtyard. I mean, it's like the courthouse. I mean, like actually seeing that in action and like actually having like judges and whatever, you know, things actually like having some of the society like function. I mean, everything kind of got thrown out the window with that. So but yeah, so in between, so I'd like to think that because in between, that's the courtyard there, and then that's the Char prison camp, and then right in between is where the tower gets built. Right, we have that big tower. I think that's like right on the highest like hill. Like I think gets built right over here, or something like that. But we have this little fountain here. I'd like to think that that's the well that eventually turns into a well that you jump down to get. I mean, maybe the well is like further. I think the well is actually a little closer. Little well that leads underneath the little tunnel in the underneath area. But oh, we have lost some frames. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get through this. So we have only a few more left, guys. Only a few more left. So Aurora Glade. Again, we're going to Maguma Waste, Maguma Jungle kind of thing. This is where the Henge of Dunravi entrance is. I kind of talked about how you get teleported here and to this little thing, right, with the crystal and stuff. And you get teleported here and you have to walk over here and defeat the defender, the gatekeeper, and then the Henge is on the far side over there. But this is the actual mission to get to it. We have done the mission on stream, where you have to be faster than the White Mantle, and I'm trying to figure out where the outpost is. Where is the outpost? Portal. Down here, this is the outpost right here. So this part right here is explorable. This is like some of the explorable paths that you have. The Etten's back, you know, we've looked at the Etten's back with these buildings, you know, and stuff like that. That was on that far side there. And then you come to this, and then this mission, the mission here is like, oh, we have to find Henge of Dunravi for the Shining Blade to have a new headquarters to kind of hide away in the jungle, you know, away from the White Mantles. So you kind of make your way through. A bunch of spiders spawn over here. You make your way through, and it's like this path that you can kind of take, and you can walk around, and you go this way, and you go down here, and then you learn about having these crystals. So the whole crystal thing happens, and this is the one mission where you loop around. Yeah, so you take this path and you kind of walk around like up here, and you go down here, and you go down here, and then you loop underneath where you walked earlier. So you kind of like go through here, and then you were able to walk across these, but you actually have to make your way like down below through here or something like that. I'm pretty sure, right? Like I think that's yeah. And then you get to another area, and then you go out there again. We see a bunch of these buildings. The Druid stuff, we actually meet some Druids spirits out here and stuff like that, and then you go into the actual okay, that's gonna and this is the actual arena. The boss, I think the boss spawns over here or something, or over here or something. There's a bonus we have to defeat the boss, but the problem is that there's three. This is the teleporter that brings you to over there to where the gate is, where the gatekeeper is and stuff. Now you have to put the crystals on there. We did this on stream, right? And it's like you run against time, and this is like a PvP thing where you start on this side right here, and the White Mantle starts on that side right over there, and they rush, and they're trying to open the portal before you do, and you kind of have to like take these spots back from them if they take them, and just be faster than them. It's kind of difficult to do when you're solo or whatever, but the bonus is kind of breaking through the enemy line and defeating a boss that's at the end of the area there. But yes, this is like just, again, this is speaks to the higher areas, you know, being more arid. But then when you go down into the areas below, that is where the jungle is, which I think is such a really unique way to have a jungle biome in a video game. I think it's really cool. We see a lot of that here. Look at this area. So this is the wilds. Okay, so the wilds are really cool. It's one of the coolest areas to me. Oh no, not the wilds. No, I'm thinking about something else. The wilds are still cool. The wilds are not. Don't let that deter you. What I just said. The wilds are still a really cool area because it does have the runic stone. So this is a far area. This only has one entrance and one exit, which comes from. Oh, this is a mission. Yeah, this is a mission. Is it? I'm trying to figure out where. Yeah, it looks like it's right here is the outpost. So this is what. Yeah. So this is definitely what this is. Okay, so this is a big mission. Again, this is just one mission. This doesn't even have an explorable area, but it's one of those missions that I actually dislike it because it loops around so much. So you actually snake your way all the way through here, and then you like loop back around to go up into the area over here. It's really crazy. Like, we're just gonna do a fast fly through. So you go through here, you go down here, along here. I think you can go even this way. There's like multiple ways that you can go. Yeah, because you can come from that way, and then see, I'm already like lost. See, I already went the wrong way. No, you go down here, you go down here, you go down here, right? Nope, I'm right back in the beginning. Holy crap. See how confusing this is? You go down here, there we go. You go this way. You go down here. You can go across here. I think that's where the bonus is. I will look at that in a second. It's very confusing. It's all windy and... Isn't that where I'm supposed to go? Oh, down here. Yeah, and you go across here. I feel like I'm going in a circle. Yeah, and then you go back down. See how like windy this is? Like, I'm going the right way, but it feels like I'm constantly going to the same area over and over and over again. And that's why it's super confusing. And then this is the end of it, and the Shining Blade camp. So yeah, so to give you guys, let's look from the top how this mission goes. So you start here, you go down here, you go along here, you go you can there's like different areas down here that you can like walk around, but you actually go down here into the blue. So you go from the green to the blue, and then you, how does it work here? You go around here or something. That is the end of it, and but you come up there. How do you get over there? Because that's where you go. Oh yeah. So like I said, so you let's do it again. So we start here, we go around here, we follow the path down, we go this way, we build a bridge here. There's a vine bridge that you build with one of the seeds, kind of how we do in Dry Top in during season 2. And then you go over here, you go around there. You can either loop all the way around this way or whatever. Like I said, it all loops around. It's all like very confusing. You don't even need to go to most of these areas, but it all like back here and stuff, it all loops on itself. It's really weird. And then you come down, and then you go into the low area where the water is. You go all the way down, and you come up here, and that's where the mission ends. So it's just very weird. This part, I think it's used for the bonus. I kind of accidentally went over there. But there's that one cool runic stone. We talked about these when we talked about the different languages and stuff. I think I talked about this. We've never found out what they were about, but I always thought they had something to do with the druids. There is a dragon on there. I feel like the druids had some kind of knowledge. Yeah, you use a vine seed. Yep, definitely. Yeah, that's indeed, you are correct. The seeds with the, I didn't even see it. That's why I was like so confused. But yeah, so you have the little symbols that are on there. I mean, this looks kind of broken. It looks in game much better. But I always thought it was. I always associate it with the druids because you actually see like right behind it is like a bunch of the druid, like a huge almost city. Like this is almost like a city of the druids. That you can't actually go to because you can't actually cross the water here. You can go into the like shallow areas or whatever, but you can't go there. So it's one of those areas that would be really cool to maybe explore in Guild Wars 2. The northern part of it is so part of it is actually already accessible in Guild Wars 2. Like this area right here is actually accessible in Guild Wars 2, but they actually made it into the raid wing. This is the raid wing where you start with the escort mission, I think. Yeah, you escort. I think this is the escort mission that you take through the jungle, along the towers and stuff. So it all looks very, very different. So it's not at all the same, but it would be kind of cool to maybe get an area, because on the world map of Guild Wars 2, this lake is actually marked as like a proper lake, like a blue spot on the thing. So it would be kind of cool to maybe come here, learn about these runic stones or something, learn more about the druids, go further into the Maguma, the history of the Maguma stuff or whatever. So that would be kind of cool. I would like that. So we have Bloodstone Fen. So Bloodstone Fen again is one of those missions. It's kind of annoying. A lot of the Maguma missions are annoying because they loop around. They're very windy and they loop around and they do all these things. We don't actually see, I don't think we really see any structures that are part of, this is again cinematic stuff, just so you guys know. That's why that temple is there. That temple is actually sitting in Kryta. That does not sit anywhere close to here. But this is the Shining Blade outpost that you are at. The Shining Blade are going to the Bloodstone, and they kind of tell you, because you hunt down the Shining Blade, and then the Shining Blade is like, the White Mantle are the bad guys. They're the ones killing people randomly. You should stop them. And we don't believe them. So Saedra actually is the one that's kind of like, okay, well, I'm gonna lead you to the forest, and you do this really annoying. It's one of the most, I really hate the Bloodstone Fen mission. You go through, you do one of the most annoying missions ever, to just kind of get the answers that you kind of were asking for or whatever. So but yeah, so anyways, the path again is super windy. You start way up here at the camp. You start up here like somewhere. You wind around, you go along, you see the Bloodstone from up here first, right? You kind of see that, and you have to use the Vine Bridge. Again, there's a seed here. They're going to teach you to use it. Again, we're in the upper path. We're not quite down in the jungle yet, so we're going across the arid areas up above, you know, right here along the whatever this culture, these people, you know, whoever built that, you know, along the viney trees there. And then we finally we get here. We have to build a vine bridge across, but the seeds are like down there, I think, right? Aren't they? Where are they? Not down there. Yeah, they're right here. That's where the seeds are. So you have to, instead of like, you know, I don't know, just hopping down there and grabbing them, you have to go all the way around, make your way make your way around, go all the way down there, pick those up, drop one there, go pick up another one, and run over there, drop it there. Then you can cross. Super annoying. Then you go around, you see the bloodstone again from farther away. You make your way even further through. Then you better hope that you went back and picked up some vine seeds, because you get one here. Alright, so you get one here to drop there, but then you need another one. You can either drop one here or here. If you drop on both locations, you're definitely gonna miss one. You definitely have to go back and get like another one. But you can either drop one here or drop one here, and then you have to definitely drop one there. And then that is the last. It's so annoying. It's like back and forth, and then you approach the. We were up here before, and then earlier on we were right up there, but you approach the bloodstone, which is sitting right here with its cool symbols and that stuff right there, and you approach them and you can kill Hablion on the bloodstone and Bloodstone Fen. Again, we just see the bloodstone. In Guild Wars 2 you can kind of see the symbols. It's split apart. It's much larger, I feel like, in Guild Wars 2 when you put the pieces together, but it seems that the White Mantle has kind of build like structures around it, and there's like a lot more actually like going on in Guild Wars 2 than there is in Guild Wars 1. But again, it's 250 years and that type of thing. So but yeah, that's Bloodstone Fen for you. I don't know if there's anything that really aligns. I don't know if there's really anything where I could say, oh well, this area is this, because the far side of it is one of the guild halls, that one guild hall that sits behind Bloodstone Fen. So that doesn't even count. And then we have a river running through here. So yeah, okay, cool. We have that in Guild Wars 2. There's like the river on that side going through, and then on the northern side of this area, like middle northern side, right, which would be like probably like right over here or something. Yeah, somewhere right over here. We have that weird mausoleum thing for the White Mantle. Where it's like one of the where the vendor is and stuff like that, like down below. You jump down from the airship and you go down below, and there's like the mausoleum down there. So yeah, anyways, Hunter's Isle. So this is the Crichton themed guild hall. One team spawns over here, another spawns over here, and they kind of fight right on this plaza here. Again, it's like a little pocket dimension. They just take this is the Lions art structure versus just regular Crichton structures. But yeah, this is the Crichton themed guild hall. So again, really cool that we get all of these different guild halls. Warriors Isle, this is the Zaishin themed. This is all the Zaishin stuff. So this is the Isle like Balthazar. This is probably one of the cooler ones too, because I do love the orange hue. Didn't see a lot of buildings that do look like that, so that's very interesting right there. So you can kind of see that. Again, nothing too crazy there. Wizard's Isle. Now this is the Pre-Searing Ascalonian guild hall. Probably one of the cooler ones. Again, it looks just like the one we just looked at earlier, with the boat on the one side, right, and then the town plaza in the middle there. Really cool. I love that. The pre-searing is such a cool thing. So but yeah, so they have that with the wall. Again, really good use of reused assets. Test map. I have no idea what this is. This is not available. This is available in Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1. This is the Outpost. We haven't seen this one. I guess they called it test. I guess they never renamed it. It's one of the outposts that you come to. I remember there's like a skill merchant sitting like right up here, and a dye merchant too, I think, right next to. Yeah, so this is one of the Ilona region, early Corna, where you get stranded and you kind of come down here. I don't even know if this is not. I don't think this is the outpost that you are right at. You have to like kind of walk to it, but it's like really close by to where you actually end up getting stranded. So I don't know where. I don't know. Would this be? Oops. Would this be somewhere? Yeah, we talked about like Arkjok Ward or whatever. That's on that side over there. I talked about how like the rocky area is like down on the side. This is Yolan Haven. Yolan Haven, not accessible to us in Guild Wars 2. This is like right on the right behind the edge of where the domain of Korna is. Right on the edge there. This is where this would lead. So having it like this actually. So this is where it kind of right cuts off. This is where the domain of Korna would be, and then right behind it is actually would be like a tiny little town if we could go there in Guild Wars 2, but there's not. So but yeah, that's it for the maps, guys. We do have like I don't think these load. I don't know what those are. These are all the different unholy temples. I don't know. Oh, Harvest Temple. I mean, oh, this is the Harvest Temple for the this is during during Shiro's when he has flashbacks. I know it's all in like sepia tones usually, but they put the sepia tone over the video. But this is where this is the Harvest Temple before the Jade Wind in Guild Wars 2. Again, it looks even different to the cinematic looks different to the cinematic. It looks different to the concept art, and it looks different to how it looks in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 did a much better job of actually making it look like the concept art, like the temple that it was supposed to be. So yeah, so there you go. This is what it looks like, the Harvest Temple. You know, out in the Jade Sea. Pretty close to land. Land would be fairly close, but it's just a small little island out there, so cool. So I guess that's it for the there's other assets. I mean, there's other things that we could look at. I just, you know, I don't think I'm gonna look at there's all the files that you can look at, and I wouldn't even know where to start. So, but I kind of wanted to show. Whoa, hello, what is going on here? All right. But yeah, guys, I know it's like super late. I appreciate everyone that has hung out and stuck around with me for this long. This was super fun looking at the maps. Maybe at some point I'll do it for Guild Wars 2 if there's a program like it. Oh, sorry guys. Ooh, sitting for like 6 hours is like God. So, you know, maybe I'll do it for Guild Wars 2 at some point if there's a program like it, and we can kind of take a look at it as well. It's going to be super interesting. But yeah, so I kind of wanted to give you guys a little view of what the Guild Wars 1 maps looked like. You know, talked about how they kind of feel like this is like kind of like giving me like existential crisis the way that looks. Let's load an actual map. Saknos Valley as we finish up the stream here. So but yeah, so you know, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video when I released it. You know, for those of you that didn't watch, if you guys want to see, if you guys want to watch some different theories, different ideas, kind of summarizing all the things that we know about Janthier, all the things that might be coming, right? I did post a video of that. So I appreciate you guys watching. If you guys, if you haven't subscribed, I would appreciate it. If you guys want to become members, that is available as well for some cool emojis. And yeah, so, oh, let's actually end. We're not quite done yet. Let me announce, make the big announcement for what we're actually going to do for our next Guild Wars 1 streams. So I can do that right on stream with you guys, because this was the last time for voting. I want to say that the comparison streams won, but I don't know because I have to. Where's my pen? Me. Oh. Alright. So 80-20. So eight votes for comparison streams, 2 votes for Nightfall playthrough. Okay, so it looks like, looking right now from just our streams, comparison streams are winning. We're going north to Janthier, and that is a video. I will definitely watch that video when we do the Nightfall playthrough, because like once we finish the Nightfall playthrough, at the end I want you guys to remind me to watch that really funny video with you guys on stream. I'm totally gonna do that. But yes, we're going north to Janthier, and I am excited for it. Let me check on yeah, so let me check on Twitter, because I did have the voting on Twitter and on and we're gonna, I know it's still running for a little bit, but okay, so there's 5 votes done. 5 votes, so we have, I thought there was a lot more votes on there. Okay, there was 3 for the comparison and 2 for the Nightfall playthrough. And let's look what Jade Wyvern. Ooh, I'm tired of them using their. It's interesting because I don't mind the reuse of the assets, but there's also so many assets that they haven't been using. Like there's so many things that I feel like if I were to really go deep and like think deep, I'm like, I feel like there's a lot of things like why can't we get like a Jade Dragon? Like take Suwan's model and make it into like Jade, like a Jade construct of a dragon. That'd be kind of cool, because that's like a unique, that's not too large of an object either. Why not you reuse that, you know, stuff like that. All right, let's look community page. Let's see how the voting went. 23. I'm gonna have to do math. So okay, so it was a close run on YouTube as well, because we had 11 votes for Nightfall playthrough, and we had 12. Yeah, we had 12 votes for the comparison stream. So putting it all together, I can already tell you it's the comparison streams, but I will tell you how many votes versus how many. And I can tell you guys, so we're going to be doing the comparison streams first, and then we're going to do a Nightfall playthrough. So we had 29 votes for comparison streams, and comparatively to that, the Nightfall playthrough was at 19. So you saw Canaxio Convergence, is that right? I haven't is that the new boss? I don't even know who the new boss is that the new boss? I don't play Convergence. I hate them. I find them boring. I find them incredibly boring. They're so boring. Like why do they need to exist? Yeah, so I'm announcing it here and now, guys. We are going to be doing for the next part of Guild Wars 1, we're going to be doing comparison streams. So that's going to be the next thing. I don't know if that's going to happen tomorrow, guys. I do want to do that soon, but it takes me a little bit to set it up, and I don't know if I'll get it done tomorrow. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to kind of feel our way through. But it's definitely gonna happen shortly. So I might want to play a little bit of Guild Wars 2 or something in the next couple of days. Maybe play a little bit of something else. I still want to play through Underspace. So I might take a little bit of break from Guild Wars 1 for like, I don't know, a week you know, and then maybe next Sunday we can start with the comparison stream of the Alona region, and then after that do the Nightfall playthrough. So yeah, so that's just so you guys know, we're going to be doing the comparison streams first. So make sure that if you like that type of stuff, to subscribe to the channel, tune in for those, or watch them after the fact. I don't really care. I would enjoy you guys being with me on stream, but if you guys want to watch them after the fact, I know they're really long and stuff. So but yeah, anyways, thank you, Jacob, for being here. Thank you, Greedy Bliss. I'm sorry that I missed you earlier, as well as Emily. I'm sorry I missed both of you earlier. I didn't realize that my chat wasn't updating. HC, thank you for being here. And I appreciate all you guys being here, hanging out with me, the support. You know, I've gotten a lot of nice comments recently, a lot of you know, nice things said, and that's very great, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you very much for that, and I will see you guys. I will probably be back tomorrow, but we probably won't be doing Guild Wars 1 or comparison streams. We might do something else. I might do a little bit of Guild Wars 2. Maybe, I don't know if we're gonna get any news tomorrow or if they're waiting until Tuesday. They've been kind of weird on releasing stuff. Sometimes they release stuff, like when they do blog posts, they do it on Mondays. Sometimes they do everything on Tuesdays. So I don't know if we're gonna get anything tomorrow, but yeah, if there's anything interesting happening, guys, I will release a video, and then we can, like, later on in the stream that night, you know, if there's anything like a blog post or something, I'll probably do a review of it. So just